Yes, we are.
This is something you can't miss.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's behind racing? What's the motivation? Because I like to race.
That sure is fun.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future.
It's the first ever American Speed Festival, and it's coming your way from just outside of the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan. The M1 Concourse is in Pontiac, Michigan. It's a beautiful facility ready for this inaugural event. Hi everybody, I'm Ralph Sheehan alongside my good buddy Brian Loans, and we are thrilled to be here at this incredible facility known as the M1 Concourse. And maybe you have not heard about it, but I promise you after today, you won't forget it. This place is remarkable.
It's remarkable, and if you haven't heard about it, not only will you want to see it, you want to experience it like we are this weekend with some of the greatest cars in America running around the 1.5-mile course at a place that really has incredible history. We go back over 100 years, and this place stood as a factory for the Rapid Truck Manufacturing Company. Back in 1908, Rapid Truck became part of General Motors. Fast forward to more than 100 years later, it becomes part of a group of racers that wanted to turn this into the facility that it is today. And in 2014, the M1 Concourse open with a 1.5-mile high-performance driving circuit, 250 garages, and a collection of automobiles the likes of which the world has never seen.
Yeah, you better hurry up and grab your garage now because there's only, what,
Four
four left?
Yeah.
And we heard they sold one already this weekend, so maybe just 3. But this track itself is really interesting. It's not very wide, but it's very challenging, and there's a very long back straightaway where you can find some speed.
1.5 miles long, 30 feet wide. It features 11 turns and a 30-foot elevation change over the course of the run. So what we're going to see in here today is we're going to see endurance cars, sports cars, supercars, vintage Indy cars, Can-Am cars, big block Chevrolets, all the way to the nasty 12-cylinder Ferraris.
Oh, and if that's too new for you, don't worry. We got a 1901 sweepstakes as well, the first ever Ford racing car that basically built Henry Ford's empire. That's here as well because they're about to celebrate their 120th anniversary of that car.
And Ralph, if that's not enough, we're going to add guests and celebrity and historic racers. We're talking guys like Rick Knoop, we're talking David Hobbs, we're talking some of the great luminaries of the American road racing scene, whether it's stock cars, endurance racing, you name it. It is going to be fantastic here at the M1 Concourse. Nate Dreyer is the third member of our broadcast team today. He has great history on basically everything that's going around this racetrack, and well, he's going to help you and I navigate this whole program.
Absolutely. He's going to be with us all day long. Hannah Lopa's is going to join us as well. As you mentioned, a whole field full of stars like Bobby Rahal is going to be here as well, driving some of his personal cars and hopefully stopping by and chatting with us. But before we get to the action on the racetrack, let's take you now back to the track itself and Hannah Lopa. Hi, Hannah. You ready for the day?
Good morning, guys. It is a beautiful day. I will be here trackside all day long. You can see our supercars have gone out and they sound incredible. So I'm going to be here to bring you the sights and sounds and hopefully talk to some of these drivers throughout today and introduce them to you and introduce, some of these cars. There's such a wide variety of cars out here. It's really been such an incredible overall experience, not only for car collectors, race enthusiasts, and just fans. This event is open to the general public and it's the first of its kind here at M1 Concourse. So we're really excited to see all of that and bring all of that to you as soon as possible.
Well, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. We hope to have a huge crowd out here today. A nice group of fans out watching the action yesterday. Brian, I don't think I've seen a racetrack anywhere in the world where the fans can get as close to the action as you can here at M1 Concourse.
You're absolutely right, and what they're going to see over the course of this day is a series of run groups. Now, right now, we have our supercar group out there. We have everything from this SRT-10 Viper being chased by a McLaren, which is being chased by a Ford GT. Nate, this is the type of stuff that people dream about seeing in person.
Absolutely, and what this is the culmination. We're going to get to see so many great race cars throughout the day. This group, to start our day, helps show where this technology has taken us to some of the ultimate road cars that you have on the road today.
the noise and the sound of this group, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about all day, and we'll give you opportunities for us to clam up and listen to some of this great noise. But we're talking about a V10 in the Viper. We're talking about roughly a 4-liter turbocharged V8 for the McLaren, and oh, by the way, a 3.5-liter twin turbocharged V6 in the midsection of that Ford GT.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you get done looking at the Viper and the McLaren, you get a Ford GT, and then you want your stuff a little bit more exotic?
How about a 12-cylinder Ferrari engine yelling at you?
I was just going to say, right behind it, you get a LaFerrari running behind this guy here. And what's really cool is getting to see the active aerodynamics in action, too, like you just saw there. And watch, you're going to see from this camera shot here, if the Ferrari stayed out on course, he might have headed for the pit lane. But there is a LaFerrari out there somewhere. There he is.
There he is.
Right there.
What an incredible power plant, what an incredible car. We talk a lot about racing leading to the ultimate cars on the street. And the LaFerrari, I think in recent years, racing has almost flipped. We've seen street technology needing to be applied to race cars to make the marketing work. This car is an example of the opposite. This is Ferrari F1 racing technology with their hybrid sort of engine technology brought to the street.
And let's listen to this thing. So my wife loves falling asleep to the sounds of the ocean. Just give me that.
Somewhere in the ether, Enzo Ferrari is smiling. And, you know, this car about a combined total of 950-ish horsepower. The engine itself is about 800 of that, and then it has the electronic assist, if you will. So we've seen the hybridization of supercars, and Ferrari, among McLaren and others, have really used it not just to enhance any sort of, let's talk about economy, it is to enhance performance.
And here's one of the really cool things about the American Speed Festival. We've all read everything there is to read about the LaFerrari or the Ford GT. We've been fortunate, as I'm sure many of our listeners and viewers have, to go to car shows and events where you've seen it in a static display. But to see it moving here today live and in person and seeing the active aero is really cool.
It is cool, and it's also incredibly unique. Not many of these cars get driven in anger as this one's being driven right now.
And that's what M1 Concourse is all about, and the American Speed Festival.
You know, Ferrari really sees this car as kind of its definitive mark. It is the last of the true kind of mid-engine 12-cylinder Ferraris that they have built so far. We know how things go in this world. If enough people ring the phone, they'll build whatever the customer wants. But it is an amazing car to see and hear. You know, also on the racetrack right now, we have a Viper RT10 in bright yellow. So we see what is effectively a spacecraft on wheels here. We go back to that Viper, which is good old-fashioned light car, lots of tire, and a big motor.
Now let's listen in on the Ford GT. This is a different one than the blue one we were watching earlier.
So cool about the modern Ford GT is it was built for the same reason the original one was built. Ford wanted to mount a Le Mans effort. They did. They were successful there, and that's this car, the street car, is the result of it.
Absolutely. When you talk about building a car to homologate one of the baddest race cars you can imagine, this car put in all of the tricks to create one of the wildest GTLM and GTE type race cars that they built. Of course, the first year and they go back to Le Mans, they have success there.
I'll tell you what, if you rolled the original Ford GT, the GT40, out right now and said it was a brand new car, you'd still think it is as cool as anything that's out there. That design, the look of that car was timeless.
If I had Ralph Shaheen type backing, if I had Ralph Shaheen type funds,
what I
would do is I would buy one of these, and then I would put the 427 from an original GT40 in the back of it. It would make everybody angry, but my goodness, would it be cool.
Well, that's what happened with the originals too, right? They ended up going to the big block.
They did.
There you go. We were talking with Kevin Kennedy from Campbell & Company. They handle a lot of the marketing for Ford. And we were talking about the GT, and yeah, for the most part, they're pretty much impossible to get. There's still a few spots open if you want one of the Heritage Edition Ford GTs, but the list to get on that list is really, really long.
Not just is that list long, but it requires you to match plenty of criteria in terms of what are you going to do, how are you going to show off this car. Of course, you're not going to sell the car as well as part of it. A very exclusive ownership group, and an ownership group that oftentimes is doing events like this and showing off these incredible machines.
In so many ways, the pinnacle of Ford Motor Company's kind of combined technologies. They employed all of their top engineers, from aerodynamicists all the way through. Check that out right there. LaFerrari and a Ford GT.
When are you going to see these two chasing each other, but here at the American Speed Festival? Oh, he waved him by.
Out of deference. Once again, Enzo smiling somewhere.
Yeah. Well, Enzo's smiling, but somebody in the Ford family is not. Henry Ford, well, he didn't want that, did he? That's what the whole Ford versus Ferrari movie was all about. He wanted to go get Enzo, and right there, he had to let him go by.
The movie was a great kind of dramatic retelling of that story. There's been some incredible books, of course, written by the effort, but I think one of my favorite kind of stories of that whole era was when they finally went to Shelby. They went in with the effort full bore, and he handed the business card, Henry Ford II, and on the back was written, "You better win." You know, Ralph, we talk about what Ford did in the 60s with their total performance era really has never been replicated by any manufacturer. When Ford went all in racing, they went rally racing, they went Formula One racing, Indy 500 racing, drag racing. They literally drew the entire weight of that company into motorsports for a stretch of about 10 years, and globally were dominant.
Sure were. I love the Le Mans license plate.
Terrific to watch that active aerodynamics on both the LaFerrari and the Ford GT, and something that we'll see a lot of today, the featured Mark R. Jim Hall Chapparal machines that started on those cars, so you can see that direct line.
Well, maybe you like your engine notes from another country.
Yeah, the
German version.
So if you're unfamiliar with RUF, they're not necessarily they're not necessarily a Porsche modifier. They're actually a car builder. They buy these cars from Porsche as a body in white, and they start from the ground up to build their version of what they conceive to be the ultimate Porsche.
And the thing about the RUF Porsches, you didn't see a lot of wide body cars. Their theory was get all that aero. Yes, the wide body, I think, looked better, right? And that was maybe what a lot of the aspirational posters were of, but the narrower body, of course, less drag, and RUF was all about top speeds. If you remember, back in the 80s and 90s, when the RUFs were really out storming around the globe, Car and Driver, a magazine like that, would do a lot of these top mile-an-hour speed runs, and they get a Ferrari Testarossa and a Lamborghini Countach out there, and the hammers from Mercedes and Callaway Corvettes, and the RUF would always show up, and a lot of times it was top of the charts, 200 plus, 217, 221, and a lot of it was because of the big motor and that narrow body.
One of the names we'll be mentioning today, the Lingenfelter family. Ken Lingenfelter will be here featuring the Duntop Buell Corvette, but his cousin, John Lingenfelter, who founded Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, one of the great moments for him was back in one of those top speed shootouts. I believe it was Car and Driver magazine. He had built a twin turbocharged C5 Corvette that went 229 miles an hour. The magazine guys didn't have the guts to push it that far. He got into it, kept his foot into it, and he outran them all.
Used to love that issue every time they did it. Boy, you just drool over every one of the cars in it. Of course, Porsches have become extremely collectible in the RUF Porsche market. A whole niche to itself, and very highly sought after are these cars.
From my research, that is one of two of this particular model RUF in the United States, period.
It looks like he might get lapped by the LaFerrari too.
Nate confirms that he owns the other one, so that makes
absolutely.
Well, looks like we're giving a ride here.
That's Rick Knoop in there.
Yeah, and it looks like Rick Knoop is giving the directions as to how to run the line here. Rick, of course, legendary road racer. You can see him over in the passenger seat in the orange helmet. And he joined us yesterday, gave us great insight about driving here at M1 Concourse, where he's a driving instructor, and also about his career. And he's going to join us again later on today. So we're looking forward to more stories from Rick.
And it bears mentioning, as we watch this Porsche lap the circuit, we are planning anyway, to see later on today what many consider the ultimate Porsche racing car ever built, the 91730. It is on the grounds. It is the most powerful road racing car ever constructed, and it is scheduled to be part of our exhibition later on today.
But there's a Porsche GTS 911. 911 GTS would be the proper way to say it.
Is there a more iconic basic shape in the history of the automobile than the 911? Think of how true they've maintained that. And yes, it's grown, but otherwise, silhouette-wise, boy, has it gotten bigger over the years, as we all have, unfortunately. But yeah, it certainly is. It's remarkable when you put one of the earlier models, say a 79, alongside a current 2020 and 2021 model, how much the new car will dwarf the originals, the earlier models.
And this is a unique one when you imagine all the street cars. This is obviously a race complete car, a 2012 Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. This car designed to run in the Ferrari Challenge series around the world, the various offshoots of those series. This, as I mentioned, is the Evo package, so it's kind of the second generation body on that 488 Challenge car. A little bit different front aero on the machine. I was looking at earlier, kind of interesting way they use the air inlets on the front to actually almost turn into a single piece dive plane as well, that's kind of utilizing both to scoop the air into the car as well as being utilized as a dive plane on the front of the car. So an interesting car, and interesting to see that race car out here along with many of the other street cars around it.
And the Ferrari Challenge cars are interesting in unto themselves, because as Ferrari does tend to update things like aero, they will actually allow owners of older cars can buy the body kits to keep current. So beautiful to see the Ferrari Challenge car out here, and certainly the driver getting expert tutelage from Rick Knoop. Johnny O'Connell also an instructor here at M1 Concourse. And as the checkered flag has come out.
Yeah, the checker's going to end this session. These cars will be back out later this afternoon. So if you're in and out of our coverage throughout the course of the day, we're going to be here till the very end of the day. Every group will run twice today. So if you'd like to see them in action again, just stay with us or dial back in later on in our speedsport.tv coverage from M1 Concourse, and you'll see these cars again this afternoon. And throughout the course of the day, you're going to see Hannah Lopa. Hi, Hannah.
Well, guys, as these supercars are coming off track, I want to take the opportunity to tell you about something special that M1 has to offer. They have a performance driving school. Behind me, you can see their performance fleet of Lexus vehicles. And I talked to some of the instructors. I said, you know, what exactly does this school entail? And they said, we have capabilities to take drivers of all skill levels, whether it be a novice or, you know, a car enthusiast, a professional, and help them really tailor and hone in their skills out on the track. So someone like me who has experience on the track, but mostly on motorcycles, they said they could teach me how to kind of apply that knowledge behind the wheel of a car. So that's a really unique and interesting experience. I would love to look into that in the future.
That sounds like a great opportunity, Hannah. It would be a lot of fun to get out here at speed and see what you could do around this facility. We're going to be right back. We've got a lot more action coming your way from here at M1 Concourse as you take a look at the garages.
special breed. They are pampered like new babies, fretted over, fussed over, constantly attended to, then subjected to the most violent kind of testing, weekend after grueling weekend.
And that is what the American Speed Festival is all about, the past, the present, and the future. You saw some of the present and the future in our last grouping. This is Group 5, known as Featured category. And I think this one, Brian, is maybe one of the most diverse categories you're going to see all weekend, and has some of the most unique vehicles in it, like this Brabham right here that we really had a lot of fun watching yesterday. This is a 1967 Brabham BT21B.
Beautiful little car, very small displacement engine, as we've talked about before. When this car would have raced in 1967, would have had a modified engine out of a Ford, an English Ford, but a 1-liter engine. It now has a Cosworth BDA engine, which is more powerful, dual overhead cam 4-cylinder, and sounds wonderful, has a little afterburner style header on it.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a car that would have raced in Formula 3 competition, so for drivers on their way up the ladder into likely Formula 1 at that time. And you can just see it's a really fun car to be able to watch. It'll wiggle around through the corners quite a bit. Just a terrific little car to drive, especially on a track like this, 1.5 miles, a high-performance racing circuit that has a good combination of the South Loop, where you have a couple corners that you can string together, the couple of long back straightaways connected by a tight hairpin as well. Really a fun little car for this track.
Well, here's one of the latest, or I should say last, variations of the Can-Am series. That's what we're looking at here, powered by a Dodge.
Powered by a 3.3-liter Dodge V6 that was modified out of the Intrepid of the time. Carroll Shelby involved in this project, Peter Brock. And, you know, it is an interesting program. We kind of gave some history yesterday, but really, Nate, the fun part of this story is that for 5 years, this was a very developmental, kind of important class. Mimo Gidley, a professional famous racer, got his start here, as did several others, before the series ended and effectively relocated to South Africa.
Yeah, for sure. Started as a single-make kind of spec series that was part of, again, talking about maybe getting on your road to IndyCar, to kart at that time. And then eventually, like you said, these cars were sold off, went to South Africa, where the spec series continued for many more years there on an entirely different continent.
And as you mentioned, this is a Dodge Intrepid motor, which many of us would have thought, yeah, right? But here it is in a spec racer, so let's listen into a Dodge Intrepid engine in race trim. That's one of the things that the American Speed Festival is all about. It's the sights, the sounds, and the smells. And we talked about that a lot. And that's not just the wonderful food around here. It's the different exhaust fumes that come out. And with some of the categories we're going to see, those can vary pretty extremely. Plus a little bit of brake smoke too.
I challenge you and the entire technical staff at Speed Sport to develop Speed Sport smell-o-vision. Take us into the next generation of coverage.
But yeah, we're going to go for scratch and sniff TV screens, I think.
And again, you would not think of a racy-sounding 3.3-liter Dodge V6, a fairly unheralded engine, but they were great in this series. They were reliable. They made about 250 horsepower after modification and shoved these little cars along very capably.
And the design also very unique, but also a throwback that also combines some newer elements. As you mentioned, Peter Brock, Carroll Shelby, part of the design of this car. You see some of the early 80s more Can-Am styling in this car, but also look at the rear of the car. Those rear wheels are enclosed. Reminds you a little bit of some of the Jaguar and other GTP and Group C racers from the late 1980s.
Jaguar, you're getting very formal on us now.
We had David Hobbs in yesterday. I, for some reason, picked that up from him.
And here's something that is extremely different, Nate. Right behind it is what would be considered a time attack or track attack car.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a car, one of actually a couple Subarus like this that are track attack type cars. This may be the more aggressive of the machines. Massive rear wing, massive front aerodynamics. Also, you can see that massive rear diffuser off the back of the car. These are cars that are built pretty much unlimited to what you want within these different classes, and the goal is to set the fastest lap time you can, and this is a very raw version of what that can be.
Pound for pound is street cars. The Subaru WRX and the STI variant are nearly unbeatable for the fun per dollar price, and they can make immense amounts of horsepower. Obviously, this car wears a much larger turbocharger than stock. It has very capable aerodynamic and suspension enhancements, but this thing is a raucous little station wagon.
Well, you know, we talk about how the LaFerrari and the Ford GT and McLaren are aspirational cars for certain generations. There's a whole nother generation that, for them, this is what they want. This is what they dream of. The Fast and the Furious.
Yeah. You know, the EJ platform engine that served as the power plant for these cars for so long. Yes, it had some head gasket issues, but they are ultimately very reliable, and they will take a licking and keep on ticking, whether you're going to rally cross a car like this or you're going to build it into a time attack or track attack style car with various almost unlimited enhancements allowed in that style of racing.
Absolutely. And you think about, like you mentioned, rallycross, complete rally racing as well. One of the more dynamic race cars and variable race cars that's been built in recent years, just because of, you're going to see everything from this to the car. Taking a complete rally stage, really a unique car that it's such an easy base to go off of.
Well, you know, the 911, you're speaking of the iconic design. As we're looking at this Rothman's livery on this one here. The 911, of course, had incredible success on the race course. Road racing all around the globe, still to this day. But it also, that 911 platform, the 959, had great success in the World Rally Championship as well. And Paul Edelston has built a tribute to that.
Yeah, for sure, and you can see a little bit different branding, but you mentioned that Rothman's livery that was most famously associated with this era of Porsche race car, and especially the Porsche rally car, and has a bit of a look to that. This is a car that runs on the track. It has been very successful off the track in car shows as well. It's won Eyes on Design. It's won the Woodward Dream Show that goes on here at the M1 Concourse, along with winning SCCA events in rallycross and so forth. So a car that on and off the track was very beautifully done, and it's fast too.
It gets driven very hard, whether it's on dirt or on asphalt. Paul of the Illuminata Motorsports Group, he is a bona fide rally guy. He has a couple of different rally cars, including an Audi Quattro that is a part of his fleet as well. The 3.2-liter naturally aspirated engine makes about 220 horsepower in the form that it sits in this car. And what makes this car so fun is the fact that it was really kind of forlorn when Paul got a hold of it. It has not been incredibly overly modified. It's been tweaked to do what he wants it to do, and as you can see, it is just more fun than a barrel full of monkeys out here on a road course.
And what a testament also to the Porsche 911 in general, known for obvious reasons for its exploits on the racing circuit, but the fact that they were able to take these cars and then have as much success as they did on the rally stage as well is just a testament to Porsche, what they built with these cars and how utilitarian as a race car they are.
Well, if you like sitting a little lower to the ground, how about a 1972 Lola T290 HU28? This was built for 1972 season of competition in the under 2-liter championship.
This was originally one of 4 cars that were brought to the United States by legendary car owner Carl Haas. It has a long weaving history after that as well, but just a beautiful little sports racer machine for sure, with the American Speed Festival logo featured prominently on the front and side of the machine as well.
And it was a winner too, won in 1972 the American Road Racing Champions at what is now known as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. As we said, what a diverse category this grouping is here of featured cars.
Yeah, we have a very interesting trail going on here with the Lola moving of course into the big Subaru, and then behind it's the tiny little Brabham.
One of the fun things about this is you can watch the different lines. You have that smaller machine, obviously, in the sports racer, the bigger Subaru behind it. You can watch the different paths of attack that each will take as you see the Subaru kind of square off that corner and will get waved by down the straightaway, followed by another smaller car in that Brabham.
And it bears mentioning, there is no timing and scoring here this weekend. This is a driving exhibition, and the reason there's no timing and scoring is so we have an opportunity like that for the driver of the Lola to simply wave a car around and not get themselves into a situation that may get a little sticky down the end of the string.
And this is part of that long third of a mile back straightaway that you see that they're going down right now. And it goes all the way down here to the lowest point on the racetrack. And Brian, coming out of here is where you start that 37, 35-foot climb uphill to this point right here where you turn left, and then you make your way into what is known as the South Loop, which is a multiple apex series of right-handers, and they come by us right there in front of our broadcast position.
A Lola chasing a Brabham. That is very, very cool. The cars, you look at these two cars, separated by 5 years of engineering and advancement. Obviously, they run in different categories, one being full body, one being open wheel. But one of the fascinations of racing in the 1960s, certainly into the 70s, was those year-by-year engineering leaps that were made, whether it was in tire technology, whether it was in suspension technology. But you're seeing evolution on wheels.
For sure, and that's something we talked about a little bit with David Hobbs, and he was with us yesterday, in terms of the dynamic nature of being a driver during this era, because there were so many changes, with the aerodynamics that also come in, but when you had so many constant rapid innovations as a driver, it took a really different skill set to be able to year by year get into a car, adapt it, and know that you're likely going 10 miles an hour faster through a corner some years.
Lola and Brabham, in terms of volume production over the course of their lives, almost inarguably highest volume producers. Brabham, over the course of its 10-year run as a manufacturer from 1960 to 1970, produced over 500 race cars of various shapes and sizes. Jack Brabham remains to this day the only man to ever win a Formula One World Championship in a car that carried his own name. And I just don't mean on the door or on the side skirt. I mean in the manufacturer.
There were quite a few guys who attempted that, right?
Yes.
John Surtees, for example. It's amazing.
Alan DeCadney, right? Did DeCadney build his own F1 car? I know he was a racer that constructed his own cars. I thought he made a run at it.
Well, all the years I worked with Alan and all the conversations we had, we never did talk about that, but I think you could be right. Of course, the legendary Dan Gurney building his own car and winning the race, an American designed car.
Well, we saw that 2008 car that had the more aggressive aerodynamics on a little bit earlier on. This is a 2011 version that is currently campaigned by Hulka Racing, but another Subaru Impreza WRX hatchback and car 2019 Speed Ring winner, and you can see again in that time attack form, but a little bit different in terms of different class, less aerodynamics.
There you go. I was just going to bring that up. In that time attack form, we talked about how it is wide open. Well, yes, there's a wide open style of category. There's also categories that will limit your ability to either modify the engine or modify the car aerodynamically.
So if you could have either one, which one would you want? Are you the wings and vents kind of guy, or are you the...
I need all the help I can get. Give me the wings. Give me everything I can have.
Nate, how about you?
I tell you what, I grew up in sports car racing and in a company also that does a lot of the wings and add-ons and stuff, so I feel like I'm probably obligated to say that's my answer.
Sounds like we're three across the board in agreement on that. I'm the guy that always loved the Countach because you couldn't put enough wings and vents and slats on it. So, yeah, I'm going to automatically go for that. And the bigger, the better. Couple minutes left in this session.
This car would be powered by the famed EJ series of Subaru boxer engines that were produced by the millions and driven very hard by many of their owners, especially the ones that ended up in the WRX and STI models.
You know, it's funny you talk about that. There's obviously legendary engines that we all talk about, whether it's an Offenhauser or Cosworth, whatever it might be. There's a whole nother genre of Japanese-built engines that are as popular in that group, in that niche, as a big block 427 would be maybe to the three of us.
And some of them don't have pistons, of course, right? The famed rotary engines that Nissan produced for so many years, and Mazda rather, the 787B. They took those to the heights of performance, and of course, powering cars like the RX-7 and others on the street.
I had one of those rotaries. I had a first-generation RX-7, and you couldn't kill it. It was great performance, and boy, unlike anything else.
You talk about Toyota engines, the 2JZ, the famed dual overhead cam inline 6 engine, one of their most famous. The RB series of Nissan engines, as there were inline 6 series as well. And Mitsubishi, of course, the 4-cylinder engines that powered those Evo cars. Honda with the B and the K series. We can go right down the list, Ralph. As you mentioned, pretty much every company has at least one gem they've produced in terms of an engine. They might not all be winners, but everybody's got one.
Well, the checker flag is out, bringing the featured car category to a close for now. As I mentioned earlier, they will all be back later this afternoon to run again. And we're going to shake things up a little bit. The noise, as you can hear in the background, will be a little different with our next grouping. NASCAR hitting the racetrack when we return to M1 Concourse. Speed Sports coverage of the American Speed Festival at the M1 Concourse is brought to you by Crosley.
Turned on the Chapparal. He passed Donahue for third. and pressured McLaren and Hume for the lead.
Back here at the American Speed Festival at M1 Concourse. We're in Pontiac, Michigan, just outside of downtown Detroit, the Motor City, by about half an hour. So, Nate, I guess if you're going to talk about the Motor City of Detroit, you ought to talk about some big old American iron, the modern version, and the legendary version here. We talk about past, present, and future here at the American Speed Festival, and this is certainly the past. It is an original, fabulous Hudson Hornet. And Nate, this is the only one that we know of in existence that is still surviving, the sole survivor when it comes to the fabulous Hudson Hornet.
Yeah, this is a car that was originally owned and raced by Herb Thomas in the early 1950s, and Herb, a two-time NASCAR champion. And in this 92 machine in 1953, Thomas won 15 races on his way to the NASCAR championship. And these Hudson Hornet machines, and it's crazy to think about when you watch this car kind of lumber and move around this track. They were the dominant choice in the early 1950s in NASCAR that you needed to be in.
It is fantastic to see that Hudson Hornet out on the racetrack, and again, it is a car that is, as Ralph said, a sole survivor really from this era. The story of how this car actually came back into the fold to be discovered is amazing, because once Herb Thomas was done with it, it was actually sold to be back to a street car. It lived down in Kentucky for years and years, and just great to see it leaning over here on the racetrack.
And leaning over it does, Brian. It really lifts from one side to the other, doesn't it, Nate?
Absolutely, and it was just going through that double apex right-hander that is the South Loop here at the M1 Concourse circuit, and man, it's a car that moves, and you can tell when the driver is making a purposeful move one way or the other, and you get to see that very, very visually as he works his way through this left-hander here and will roll off that corner.
Well, and when you start thinking about the tracks where NASCAR raced in the 50s, a lot of that was on dirt back then. And some of that was on Sundays, and a lot of it was on Wednesday nights at various fairground tracks around the Southeast. So this track, or this car, raced on a wide variety of circuits back then.
And as Brian mentioned too, just such a unique story how when Herb Thomas was done with this car, as happened with many cars in this era, it was sold back into the public. So you would have had a gently used race car that would have been a race car eventually for the street after it was done in use, winning NASCAR championships. Just a wild part of early NASCAR racing, and as the cars are just turned right back into the public as an ordinary car, despite having this sort of history.
And Brian, one of the things I love about it is we talk about how racing has advanced when it comes to safety over the years and the things we learn. This car had what would have been one of the high-tech safety devices of the year. You can see that rope used to tie the hood down at the front of the car, and it had what was then considered a containment seat, Brian, also known as a bench seat.
Yes, it was a bench seat, and you also have to remember this car is a 3-on-the-tree column-shifted manual transmission. Now, back in the day, there was not a lot of up and down shifting. You get this thing in a high gear, whether you're on a dirt track or you're on a county fair horse track or you're on an asphalt oval. You kind of get it into high gear, but really the beauty of these cars and the reason they were so successful is multifold. The first is that they were unibody construction, so they actually had a lot of rigidity as opposed to the cars that were full frame. Secondly, they used what was called the step-down style of chassis, meaning when you got in this car, if you could conceive of this was one of the lowest center of gravity cars built in the early 1950s. It has a center of gravity of the Eiffel Tower as compared to the stock car behind it right now. And the third thing is the torque that 308 cubic inch inline 6 flathead engine made. It was not raw horsepower that these cars were successful on. It was low RPM torque driving out of the corners. That's why Marshall Teague and Herb Thomas and others were so successful with it.
Well, and you better have done a few curls during the week to get yourself ready to handle that steering, as he's going to wave by the more modern versions of NASCAR competition. And we'll start by taking a look at that Miller Lite back number 2 Dodge Charger. Brad Keselowski drove that machine for Roger Penske, bringing the captain his first NASCAR Cup Series championship that year.
Yep, car from 2012, and this is one of the road course chassis that Brad did drive during that 2012 championship campaign, and one of probably the more striking and iconic of many famous Blue Deuce Miller Lite sponsored cars, but this car, one that mostly because of that championship as well, has definitely stood out. Unique body style from kind of that later part of the Car of Tomorrow era of NASCAR, and then the famous livery, and of course the success for Brad Keselowski behind this, which was again one of his road course chassis during that 2012 season.
Which would meet Watkins Glen and Sonoma Raceway in the 2012 campaign.
It's a five-win season for Brad Keselowski in 2012. And, we mentioned it yesterday, but one of the significant numbers that came out of that season is the fact that Keselowski became the first Dodge driver to win a NASCAR championship since Richard Petty did it in 1975. And then, ironically, of course, Dodge had announced that they would exit NASCAR at the end of the 2012 season, so at least they went out with a bang.
And Brad Keselowski and the famous Keselowski family in auto racing and stock car racing from the east side of the state here in Michigan. So when he comes to the MIS circuit down the road from here, and of course the car here, a bit of a hometown showing for Keselowski to have his car here at the M1 Concourse in Pontiac.
Well, let's go ahead and listen to this machine. Well, he's headed actually to the pit lane, so he's going to bring the Cup car in, and we'll wait. Shortly headed towards us here. There you go. A couple of good blips. There you go. This is what we were hoping to catch a glimpse of next. This would have been out of the Hendrick Motorsports stables. This would have been a Jack Sprague Truck Series machine from one of the first generations of the Truck Series. And Jack was, I guess he's like number 4 on the all-time win list. Brian, he was, he was always considered one of the best drivers in the Truck Series. And number 4 on the win list, he's going to be there for a while.
I'll tell you what, the truck is cool, but what we're seeing right now down here, the stock car, Keselowski's car has come in, and they've actually made a wedge adjustment on this car. So these cars have kind of a weight jacking system in them that we'll talk about, and you can hear stock car crew chiefs and racers talk about adding or taking away wedge. Well, they put a socket with a long extension on it down into the wedge adjustment area. They put a couple of turns into it, so it looked to me like they were adding some wedge to the right rear. Basically, you're working on balancing the car out to make it handle better on the road course. That was legit. I didn't think we get to see real pit stop stuff down here.
Working on getting that drive up off the corner, isn't it? One of the things we were talking about these cars too, Nate, with the new generation of Cup cars on its way next season. Just listening here. So many of the older cars obviously are just going to be useless. There's nowhere to go race them, but they become tremendous vintage racing opportunities for a lot of folks to go out and buy a really cool, cost-effective car with a lot of provenance and history to it that you can go race all over the country and do it for reasonable investment compared to what it might be to drive a Ferrari or a Porsche or a lot of other things. All right, let's go back to Brian.
So we're down here. There was a track bar adjustment that was being made there, and we don't have timing and scoring, but you guys have an iPhone, and clearly making some adjustments to get this car to work a little better.
Correct. We're trying to free the car up just a little bit in the slow corners, and that seems like the thing to do.
This is an interesting course. Obviously, it's a very tight course, especially for a car that big and heavy, but it looks like it's a lot of fun out there.
Oh, yeah, he's having a good time. Real good time. Neil Hanneman's an experienced road race driver and probably having a lot more fun he's had in a few years.
R5 P7 motor working at the front of that thing, and it sounds glorious down here, guys.
Yeah, you can see him sliding it up off the slower corners. Well, you can bang it up off the curbing, too, and you're not going to hurt it.
And you heard obviously mention Neil Hanneman behind the wheel of that car, a longtime test driver for Chrysler, a big part of helping get the dominant Oreca Viper program going in the mid to late 1990s that went on and won pretty much everything for a 3 or 4 year stretch. So you talk about a guy that knows what he's doing and knows how to hone a car in. Neil Hanneman behind the wheel of this car is for sure that guy.
I've had the opportunity to drive NASCAR Cup cars. Yes, they are big, they are heavy, but boy, they're a lot of fun too. And he's caught up to the Hornet, so he's going to take his time, make sure the driver in front of him sees and knows he's there, and wait for an opportunity on a safe portion of the racetrack to get by. Meanwhile, we'll go back to watching Jack Sprague's truck, and you can tell from the squareness of this body, it's an early generation.
Yeah, the early generation truck series is so interesting with how it came in and was going to thunder off the corner. One of a series that was based a lot more on more smaller short tracks and tracks around the country that you didn't see the Cup series or what was then the Busch series go to. So unique what it had then, and you're actually seeing that almost come back a little bit with some of the scheduling as well of the truck series, but such a unique form of racing and always a great form of racing. Let's send it back down to Brian now. He's got more on the NASCAR Truck Series and this truck in particular.
Well, more about truck racing in general. Americans, we have always loved our pickup trucks. We've always loved our big rigs. And as the NASCAR Truck Series has shown us, its history now coming on to verging on 30 years. But it was back in the 1980s. There was a series called the Great American Truck Racing Series, which actually ran big rigs on speedways and road courses across America. So back in the early 80s, they were actually road-going trucks that had been modified, ran in places like Atlanta, Rockingham, all kinds of other courses, and then they went to Mosport in Canada. It's a really wild deal, but we as Americans have always loved racing our trucks. Frankly, we race everything.
Yeah, well, I'm going to date myself here a little bit, Brian. I actually called some of those races. Of course, Shauna Robinson spent a lot of time behind the wheel in that series and made herself pretty well known as a driver there. I called some races for back Hickory Motor Speedway with the Great American Truck Racing Series, and it's the only time I ever did a broadcast where I made the statement and I said, this is the only race I've ever called where the walls are actually afraid of the race cars instead of the other way around. And you talk about the short tracks, Nate, where the series with the trucks have actually raced. I remember the series going to Saugus Speedway out in Southern California, doing the broadcast out there, which is a third of a mile, an absolutely flat third of a mile. So yes, they ran on some of the smallest racetracks in the country back then.
Yeah, series that started at one point in time went to IRP, Indianapolis Raceway Park, going back there next year.
Which everybody is excited about.
For sure.
And you called it IRP. It's gone, of course, by so many different names now. Lucas Oil Raceway Park. But you know, that's what everybody still thinks of it as, Indianapolis Raceway Park.
This car, as you mentioned, Hendrick Motorsports car.
That's why the 24 font being the way it is, right? Let's check in with Brian. You stumbled upon some news, Brian?
Yeah, this is just between us friends here. That no one else is going to know this, but anybody watching the broadcast is going to get a little
Brian, we just blew a motor.
But there will be a name change announcement made at Lucas Oil Raceway Indianapolis, and it will go back to Lucas Oil Raceway Indianapolis Park very soon.
Oh, that's great to hear, Brian, and I hated to cut in on you while you were dropping that, but it looks like we had a major problem with our Quaker State truck here. Just as you were about to say that, was that the engine letting go, or just, it looked like it at first, didn't it, the way all the smoke poured out of that thing? He sure is idling. Watch this again. I was thinking maybe at first the engine, but then maybe coolant out of the radiator coming out of it, but it's hard to see if the track was wet behind it. It sure isn't leaking anything now, because if it was, it's all out of there. they are going to go out and do a track inspection. So, Brian, just before we take a quick break, we had to interrupt you there. You want to say that news again?
Yeah, so the names were bandied about what was always a long time known as Indianapolis Raceway Park. It's now known as Lucas Oil Raceway Indianapolis. But between us, a little bit of a secret I'll reveal here. In the very near future, it will be announced that the racetrack's name will be changing to Lucas Oil Raceway Indianapolis, Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. So they're adding the original name back into the mix.
That's great. Sounds like we'll have some time to get it all properly put together, too, so we can all practice saying it. And you can see the cooling on the racetrack from that shot. So that was the situation. Looks like a hose came loose and it is watered down that section of the racetrack here. So they're going to have to take care of that a little bit and help it dry out. There is quite a bit of sun here today and a light breeze, so we should be able to get that back to race condition, track usage without much of a delay. This section over here that you're looking at with these tents, it's between turn 8 and turn 9. It looks like a fancy chalet area for high dollar ticket area. No, actually it's wide open to all the fans here today, as with Tim McGrain, who runs the facility here at M1 Concourse, was telling me. So if you're here with us this afternoon, I encourage you to walk over there and check it out. Brian, what can you tell us about the Quaker State truck?
Ralph, what I can tell you is that there is the sweet, unmistakable smell of coolant down here. So apparently probably a lower coolant hose coming off that truck. It was getting driven pretty hard. So whether the clamp failed or the hose failed, there is definitely coolant on the course somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that's the brand new event center here.
Yeah, see that. I think we just had a shot a moment ago as well, is what you could look at from out from that balcony. Some balconies also on the garages around as we get a look at that inspection. And
Keith Bond out there checking things out, doing the smell test. He is in charge of the facility and oversees the track and its operation. We get another look at it and you'll see that hose come off. Right there. And there goes the coolant everywhere. At first I thought it was smoke, and then you could see from the color it looked like coolant.
Yep.
All over the place. So they're going to take care of the racetrack here, and while they do that, we'll take care of a quick break. We'll come right back for more of our Speed Sport coverage, the American Speed Festival from M1 Concourse.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Hey everybody, it's Brian and Hannah. It is actually Thursday afternoon, and we got in early because, well, we're the cool kids and we have a camera at one of these, so we get to do cool stuff. Hannah, there's a lot of neat stuff rolling in back here.
Really looking forward to this weekend. There's so much diversity in the vehicles that we're going to be seeing out on track this weekend, so it's going to be a good one for sure.
Let's take a quick look at see what we can find back here in the paddock.
We're seeing a lot of incredible cars here in the paddock this weekend, and of course some star power, big names this weekend, like three-time IndyCar champion Bobby Rahal. Both of these cars behind me belong to him. Of course, he raced a Porsche 906 early on in his career, and being an IndyCar driver, he had to have a Gurney Eagle.
Hannah's over there talking about Gurney Eagles and Porsche 906s. I'm here to tell you about Jim Hall. He's our big featured maker this weekend, the Chapparal race cars. This one behind me is pretty interesting. It's bright yellow. They called it the Yellow Submarine. This is the Chapparal 2K, which raced first at the Indy 500 in 1979 with Johnny Rutherford behind the wheel, and then would go on to be the 1980 IndyCar Series champion, also with Johnny Rutherford driving. What makes this car so special is one of the things that Jim Hall really perfected throughout his career designing all of his sports cars, which was using aerodynamics to increase grip and to increase traction and to increase performance. It looks like a pretty standard Indy car up top, but underneath there's a lot of tunneling and different devices used underneath the body to create downforce to suck the car to the racetrack. You might not be able to see it here, but all the competition saw it in 1979 when he led 104 laps before the thing broke, but then in 1980 came back and won the championship. And that is the story of the Chapparal 2K.
Brian, Jim Hall is certainly a racing superstar. I've come across a Hollywood star. This Newman Racing March 817, also raced by Bobby Rahal and Al Unser, had its best year in 1981. Out of 10 races, they had 4 victories. But I think Brian's with a car that hasn't had any victories. Brian?
So pretty much everything you're going to see this weekend at M1 Concourse has a piston-driven engine in it, except for this car and really the one sitting next to it. This is the 1968 Lotus 56 Indy car that was driven by Graham Hill at the 1968 Indy 500, and it is powered by a gas turbine engine. Remember, back in the 1960s, you could do pretty much whatever you wanted at the Indy 500. There were very few regulations on anything. And in 1967, Andy Granatelli showed up with a car powered by a turbine. Well, they cut the rules back on these turbines to try to slow them down because Granatelli's car almost won the race in 67. This car didn't almost win the race in 68, but it was fast. Graham Hill qualified in the number 2 position, but unfortunately during the race, he was unable to complete it. What makes this thing so special is the fact that it has this Marcel Philippe designed wedge body, which would go on to be used in other forms of motorsport like F1 and others, very highly influential. It was 4-wheel drive and, as mentioned, a gas turbine engine. The Indy 500 got a lot different after that 1968 year. They changed the rules to restrict the turbines even more. They then outlawed 4-wheel drive, and everything went back to piston engines, primarily Offenhausers. So this is the brief, very brief story of Graham Hill's failed attempt to win the Indy 500 in a turbine car, but my God, is this thing good looking. Of all the significant cars we have here this weekend, and don't get me wrong, there are a ton of them, this Corvette behind me may be the most significant of all. It's owned by Ken Lingenfelter of Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, and it is known as XR87, or it is the Duntov Mule Car. Basically what you're looking at here is a 1953 Corvette body on a 1955 Corvette chassis. Those two things came together because Zora Arkus Duntov, an engineer who became immensely famous in the high performance and hot rodding world, told GM executives, unless you put a V8 in this car, you're never going to sell enough of them. Because when the Corvette first debuted, it came out with the Blue Flame 6. It was a really kind of crummy inline-6 engine meant for trucks and family cars. Didn't have a lot of power, also only had a 2-speed Power Glide transmission. Well, Duntov convinced the brass at GM that they need to start testing V8s in these cars, and lo and behold, this is the car they did it with. The first V8 they put in it was a dual-quad version of the 265 cubic inch Power Pack V8, which was available in 55 Chevrolets and other cars like that. But it's the second engine that Zora Arkus Duntov really made history with. A 307 cubic inch version of that same 265 that used a special camshaft that he designed himself that forever became known as the Duntov Cam. Hot rodders for decades would buy Duntov camshafts to put in their engines to make extra horsepower, especially in small block Chevrolets. But this particular car was driven by Zora Arkus Duntov at over 160 miles an hour on the sands of Daytona Beach, setting speed records and convincing GM to put a V8 in the Corvette. Lo and behold, that's the car, and the engine in it is the actual engine that was driven on Daytona Beach, that same 307 cubic inch plant that supposedly NASCAR great Smokey Yunick had something to do with. And now you know. It has been a great afternoon just kind of wandering around here looking at stuff pull in. It's going to be great all weekend long as the paddock continues to fill up. Hannah, I am really surprised how much you knew about that March 817.
Well, it's safe to say that I had some help and a very good teacher, but I'm learning a lot this weekend, and there's so many spectacular cars, so looking forward to learning some more.
She's going to be learning, I'm going to be learning, and we're going to be watching race cars on this beautiful course here at M1 Concourse all weekend long. Enjoy the American Speed Festival.
Well, there's a beautiful Corvette in the background there, and a Selena looks like just in front of it in the foreground. Pretty cool. You don't get an opportunity to see Selenas all that often out and about, but that's in the garage area here, so those are privately owned. And as you can see, the doors on all the different garages here are painted up just like famous liveries of racing cars. That looks like the Gulf liveries that grace the covers of 917s and Ford GTs with the wires and all over. It's a very famous paint scheme. Well, there is Ken Lingenfelter, his car getting ready to go, and Brian's right there.
Well, we're down here, and Ken Lingenfelter has come around the corner. Ken, it's a pleasure to see you here this weekend, and certainly a pleasure to see you in this wonderful car.
I got to tell you, it's a pleasure to be here.
So you have an immense car collection. I was able to spend a couple days in it a few years ago, wandering around Corvettes, and obviously the Lingenfelter family legacy so deeply rooted in Corvettes. But is there a more special Corvette in the world than this one?
You know, I got to tell you, this thing is so incredible. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time when I bought it. They say it's the first V8 Corvette. Smokey Yanick built the motor. It's always a big favorite for guests at the collection when they come in for our charity events.
To know you're sitting in a seat that Zora Arkus Duntov sat in on Daytona Beach, you've driven this car around this course and others. Can you imagine going 168 miles an hour in this car?
Oh my gosh, no, not at all. But you know, I guess in those days it was probably something comparative to anything else. But yeah, and I'm not quite sure what that wing did on the back. Everybody's really kind of questioned me about that. But aerodynamics of the early 50s, I guess, huh?
From the legacy of Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, beginning with John, and of course carrying on with yourself, the link between Lingenfelter and Corvette really does go back so far, and it's so appropriate that your family has this automobile.
Yeah, I'll tell you, my dad ran a Fisher body plant and took me to an open house at the tech center when I was 10. I was already a car guy, but from that point forward, I was going to be a Corvette guy for life, so lots of fun.
And one last question before we let you go. They're working on the racetrack right now. Is this, and do you have a favorite? Because the collection is, and your collection is interesting to me because it ranges so far on both sides of it, from modern high-performance cars all the way back to classics like this. Would this be maybe a top 5 for you?
Yeah, it's definitely a top 5. On that trip to the tech center when I was 10, perfect. I got my first look at the 63 split window. And they had the Mako Shark there and the Manta Ray, and my dad said I yacked the whole way home. So, what a great thing Corvette has been. My daily driver right now is a new C8, and oh my gosh, GM just hit it out of the park with that car. It's amazing. Just love it. So.
And we talk about the C8 Corvette. We saw you roll in this morning, beautiful red example, but to think that the C8 Corvette really would not exist without this car, the first one to carry the V8 engine. Of course, early on in Corvette's life, it had the Blue Flame 6 inline engine. It wasn't quite as inspiring as people wanted it to be as a sports car, but when they did the test work on this car and determined that a V8 was the right move, it changed everything.
Boy, you got it. And so glad they did, right?
So aren't we. Thank you very much, Ken. Enjoy your time on the racetrack. Ralph, I'm cooler than you because I'm next to this car. You're up in the booth.
Well, and Ken is such a great guy, and I love visiting with him when I get a chance and talking about his collection. Give him a follow on social media. I highly encourage it. He's always showing off different vehicles in the Lingenfelter collection, and boy, he's got some beauties. We've got some really interesting folks joining us here in our booth. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen with you. Our good friend Nate Dreyer down there on the far end, and joining us here in the middle, two very popular folks here at M1 Concourse. First up, our old friend Tim McGrain, who runs the entire place here at M1 Concourse, and what a tremendous American Speed Festival you have going on here, Tim. I'm going to let you introduce us to your special guest.
Well, Ralph, thank you. First of all, welcome. And Alan Grant, known Alan for a long time, number of years, to my Laguna Seca days, and that was where he first started his career with Shelby. Actually, he drove for Coventry Motors, the largest Shelby dealer out of Walnut Creek in the 60s. And then Alan was, I think in 62, you were the SCCA Rookie Driver of the Year. 2 years later, he was on the Shelby World Championship team. So it was great to see him. Great to see him here in the paddock.
Great memory, Tim.
Alan, what do you think of the event here, the American Speed Festival, obviously having had the ties to Shelby? I know you've been to many numerous vintage car events around the world and concourse events around the world. What do you think of the first ever American Speed Festival?
I am just blown away. I am really impressed. I was here probably about 6-8 years ago when they were just starting M1. And of course, they had all these big plans and et cetera, and the track and et cetera. And then to have Tim get involved with this thing and to bring this thing on, it's exciting.
It really is. And Tim, the folks that are watching, a lot of them are seeing this facility for the first time as we're getting a look at a beautiful Cobra right here. This probably brings back some memories, Alan?
Yes, for sure.
That's a big block, too, with the 427 in it. Tim, tell us a little bit about M1 Concourse and how it came about and what the view of the future is.
Okay, so we sit on an 87-acre piece of property. It has been this size since the beginning of the 1900s. The very first manufacturing company on this property was the Rapid Motor Vehicle Company. And actually, the north part of our property is on Rapid Street. I don't know whether the company was named after the street or vice versa. But that's part of our history. That company got acquired by William Durant, who would go on to found General Motors. And for most of its history, this particular property was the site of the GMC truck and assembly plant. So there's a lot of history here in motor vehicles, commercial, military equipment. M1 opened up about 6 years ago. This particular property was part of the GM bankruptcy program, so it became a derelict site. And our owner, Paul Zlotoff, was involved at the very beginning and transformed into what it is. And this was part of their vision to create a sort of a motorsports venue. We've got a bit of a private-public identity in the sense that from the private side, we have 250 privately owned garages. And those garage members are members of our motorsports club, and they have access to our track, which, as you said, it's 11 turns, 1.5 mile, and it's a high-performance driving experience track. We're not a racetrack. And then from the public part is the events that we're doing. And this year we've launched our 3 signature events. They were scheduled for last year, but obviously, like most things, they got canceled. So we did our Woodward Dream Show in August. Last weekend we hosted the Detroit Auto Dealers Association's Motorbella event. And this is our American Speed Festival. This will be our signature event moving forward.
And it has been just tremendous. The variety of machinery, the access the fans have to get so close to the circuit, to see, hear, and smell these vehicles, as we've been talking about all weekend, has been remarkable. I know this event is already planned for next year and beyond. Can you give us a little bit of an insight as to what you have in store for next year?
We can. So we're going to have a traditional date. We're going to stay on the first weekend in October. That's our plan moving forward. There's obviously, the calendar is busy everywhere at any time, probably more so this year when there was 12 months of events try to be compressed into 6 months. So we're looking at next year. Alan hasn't heard this, but one of the things we are going to include as part of our event next year is the anniversary of the Shelby brand. So part of our celebration, will be all things Shelby. And we're going to add some other things, but that was a natural to do.
Fantastic. And the facility, even though you literally have put it into a neighborhood because there's stuff built up all around it, there is still room to grow here, correct?
Internally, we are, I would say we're landlocked in the sense that we've got Woodward Avenue on one side. As you've heard, we've got the Canadian National Railroad behind you, Rapid Street, as I mentioned, and South Boulevard. But within the property, we've still got more area. We've got some more developments coming up in the next couple of years. In fact, it'll start. We've probably got to work on the next project come Monday or Tuesday. I'm a little bit behind on that. So.
Hey, Tim, explain where the name M1 came from. Everybody says, what does M1 mean?
Yeah. So M1 is actually the official designation of Woodward Avenue, Michigan Highway number 1. It actually is the very first highway that had a section of it paved in North America. So that's where M1 comes from.
Okay.
Being from England, my friends ask me about M1 in England, which is the major motorway in England, but no. So it's Woodward Avenue. We're very fortunate to be on Woodward Avenue, obviously, a road that's got legacy automotive history, and we're a gateway project to the city of Pontiac, which we're very proud to be.
Yeah, well, Speed Sport, I got to tell you, Tim, thank you for inviting us to be here and be a part of this, and to be able to broadcast this out here today live on speedsport.tv as we did yesterday. We've had you folks watching from all around the world, and we've had people tuned in from all across the country as well. Jim Hall has been watching from Texas. Jim
good.
Campbell runs GM's racing divisions, has been tuned in, paying attention and enjoying, and it's just great to see that. Mr. Grant, have you had an opportunity to get out there and run some laps?
No, I have not, but I'm looking forward to it.
I thought he was your good friend. I thought he'd give you the keys to the kingdom.
Well, I thought so, too.
He usually takes the keys. That's my past experience. He doesn't ask. So, Alan, what have you been up to?
Oh, I'll tell you what, things are really good. Actually, I'm working on a little project called Grant Toy Garages. It's a 36 unit, but it's kind of a mini of this. But, of course, obviously, we have no facilities for, speed or anything like that. It's mainly, for guys that, come in and actually have toy garages and play with their cars. So
we saw the 427 Big Block Cobra. What do you remember about driving that car?
Well, the 427 was a big lump. I didn't like it at all. Ken Miles didn't like it. Of course, the 427 had the 4GT suspension, the coil springs, as opposed to the leaf springs. And so consequently, we both think that if they'd have put the small block engine in that car, it would have been much better. But the 427 is such a big, heavy car. I raced the 289, which was very nimble. And of course, that 289, it was basically an AC chassis, which originally had a Bristol engine in it. And then, of course, when they quit making engines, Shelby went over and made the deal with them and Ford Motor Company to put a small block Ford in it. And that's basically what I raced.
Did you have a particular circuit where you were with the 289 that you felt the combination of the car on that day at that circuit was as good as you could get it?
Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca is my home track. I was raised in Modesto, which is, a couple hours away from Laguna Seca. And I raced there in 1962 with my AC Bristol. Won both days there. I raced there in 63 with the 289 Cobra. We actually won the GT race and won the A production race, and then we entered into the main event and finished 7th over 2 liter. And then in 64, I raced a Cheetah there, and that was a real thrill.
Yeah.
And I still hold the track record for the fastest front engine car of the old track. So.
The original. Well, as a Sacramento kid, and when Tim was president of the circuit there, he knows all too well that it's a very passionate place for me as well.
Yes.
A wonderful world-class facility. Was there ever something that you might have heard Carroll talking about that he wanted to build but just didn't happen for whatever reason that you wish he had?
No, Carroll did pretty much everything he wanted to do. Obviously, the Series 1 was the car that he really, really wanted to come online and et cetera, and they ran into all kinds of financial problems and et cetera with that. But basically, Carroll's very famous for, which car do you like best? He says the next one, because can we get a little faster and a little more horsepower?
Yeah.
And Mr. Grant, kind of along those lines as well, we talk about Carroll Shelby doing whatever he wanted. What was it like to be a part of that company under Carroll Shelby's tutelage during that time, and just what was the experience like getting to be at Shelby and getting to be a part of that race program?
Well, I was very blessed. I was one of Carroll Shelby's first employees, and I went to work there in January of '63 in 1042 Princeton Drive, and that's in Venice. And see, it wasn't until '65 they moved over to the airport and they started making the GT350s and et cetera, et cetera. But fortunately, I went to work as a welder, and then they found out, then I ended up working as a mechanic and a fabricator in a race car shop. Got to know Phil Remington very, very well. And then they realized I had 2 years of college. They moved me upstairs, and I shared an office with Peter Brock, who designed the Daytona Coupe, and also the Corvette, the Stingray. And so anyhow, right next door to Carroll Shelby's office. And so I got to know Carroll really well, and I maintained my friendship with him I talked to him 2 weeks before he passed away. But Carroll Shelby was a very, very unique guy. He's very charismatic. He's outgoing, very gracious, just a tremendous guy. He had a unique ability. He himself readily admitted, I'm not a mechanic, I'm not a designer, but he was able to find people and put them together, and the synergy that was created. Obviously, we won the world championship, and we ended up, he was responsible, for Ford winning, Le Mans, for 5 years in a row.
Incredible. We want to take a quick look at the circuit and see how the track prep is coming along. Keep you updated as we get closer to getting the cars back out on the circuit, and it looks like we're getting closer. They got the jet dryer going, so hopefully we'll have an opportunity to get back to racing here real soon. Or I should say on-track activities here real soon. And they also want us to go down to Brian real fast. Brian?
Ralph, it's been great hearing stories from Alan Grant driving those Cobras, which are incredible cars. They were beautiful machines. Here with what may be the most impressive car on the grounds this weekend at the M1 Concourse. Jonathan Finstrom, you own the track record at all 4 road courses in the state of Michigan in a car that weighs less than 1,000 pounds before you climb into it. This Stoddard is an amazing piece, and there is not an extra piece of fat on it.
That is a true statement. I have track records at Gingerman, Grattan, Waterford, and M1 Concourse. It's an amazing car built by John Stoddard. He's a local guy here in Michigan. It's a great car, a lot of fun, a lot of downforce, and it's fun to drive.
You're a former NHL hockey player, is what you did professionally, and now you love the sport of motor racing. Talk a little bit about the translation between NHL hockey and racing a car.
Well, any discipline you do, any type of sport, racing cars, hockey, tennis, football, it's about hard work, preparation equals good luck. So I work really hard at training. I go out to Thermal Club twice a month in wintertime, train with Johnny O'Connell. I want to say thanks to him. And so I train really hard. So relating to hockey, it's just the training, the discipline, and there's a little bit of natural talent. I'm going to say it's all the car, but hard work, discipline, focus relates to any, when you're a professional athlete, it relates to anything you do in business, work, or racing cars.
One last question. This is such an interesting car. Why did you choose the Stoddard, or did the Stoddard choose you?
I think the Stoddard chose me. So I have 3 of them now. I have the 04, which is the first one. I have the 08, and then I have the 2012 version, which is this one here. And really, I had a broken Ultima RS, which is a really cool supercar that I was driving on the track, and I was looking on Racing Junk, and that car looks cool. And I found it about 3 years ago, and now it's kind of my identity.
Well, thank you for being out here this weekend, John. And Ralph, consider this. The man owns 3 race cars with a combined total of less than 1.5 tons of weight.
Yeah, but they produce a lot more than that when it comes to downforce, don't they? Incredible race car, that Stoddard. When you watch it come through the South Loop here, where everybody else is braking, he's grabbing another gear and going even quicker. It is remarkable. You're laughing over that, Tim. It is remarkable to watch, isn't it?
It is, and we see Jonathan out here a lot. And, amongst the garage members, everybody knows when Jonathan's on the track.
Yeah. Alan, did you ever get a chance to steal Carol's famed chili recipe?
No, but, over the years, I'm a collector. I've kept everything. I've got every single shirt and every pit pass and every race program and et cetera. And, of course, I was at a little place, and they had this box of Carol Shelby's chili. It was a case of it. And they wanted $5 for it. And I tried to get them down to 2.5, but they wouldn't go.
What's the most cherished memento you have from your days?
Well, it would be my Lola GT. Well, actually, and of course, it's a car that the Lola GT Mark 6 was the car that, in the when Enzo Ferrari, backed out of the deal with Henry Ford II. Of course, then Henry Ford sent his team over to Le Mans to check out the competition, and Eric Broadley had designed this little Lola GT Mark 6, and it was running at Le Mans, and it was Ford at the time. They wanted to get in and they wanted to win Le Mans. Obviously, that's the reason why they thought the easiest way to do that would be to buy Ferrari. But they saw the car. And then when I went to Europe in '65, we won the World Championship, I was also a mechanic on the Ford GTs. And so I was working at Ford Advanced Vehicles, which was right next door to Lola Cars. And that little Lola was sitting over in the back of the shop, and I ended up making a deal, and I was able to buy that car. And Ford has acknowledged that it is the car that basically they use as a concept, for the Ford GT, because they ended up hiring Eric Broadley, who actually designed the Ford GT along with Roy Lund of Ford, et cetera, et cetera. And so then they didn't get along, and so then Eric Broadley left, and he says he took the car, and so then I was able to buy it, and I was restored it in 2016, and that car is very, very famous. Jay Leno's been on Jay Leno's car, and Lord March wanted it over at Goodwood, and so we've had it over there. So that's a very, very special car.
Yeah, and priceless, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. We heard so much, and of course, when you watch the Ford versus Ferrari movie, there was so much talk about how crazy things were at the race shops as they were developing the cars, building the cars, moving cars around, making it look like they had more cars than they really did. Was it as crazy from what you experienced as it appears and what we've read about?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's especially at Princeton Avenue in Venice, and that was from 63 through 65, or in the middle of 65. I mean, here we were all passionate. I mean, we literally 5 o'clock came, we'd eat and then come back and work till 8 or 9 because we were passionate, and it was. And again, Shelby says Southern California hot rodders, is basically what we were, and but it's absolutely amazing, the things we were able to accomplish.
Yeah. Well, we've changed one person out. Nate hasn't left. We just swapped out Nate a little bit here for Rick Knoop. Good to see you back over there, Rick. Great to have you with us again. We last time we saw you, you were actually pointing out racing lines as you were going for a ride, taking one of the folks that has a garage here out for a spin and helping to show them the line.
Well, I was actually taking the girls there with the Chapparal boys, and we had a rather spirited drive, and this place is just such a, the topography, and it's awfully fun. I've known Jim Jr. for 30 years and Jim Sr. longer than that. So we got them out on the course, and it worked great.
That's fantastic. When you talk about this racetrack design, what jumps out at you, Rick, about the way the layout is?
Well, I think the most interesting part is everyone sort of says it's a technical track. This one mixes a straightaway, which you can actually put some aero into it. It mixes a little bit of an angle of attack or a hill, most of the turns, and we run clockwise and counterclockwise. So it gives the students here a little bit of, we take the cones up, we take them down, we go clockwise, we go counter. But it mixes speed, it mixes constant radius dynamics, balance of the cars. And we got a great relationship with Lexus and Dodge, and the cars are really proving themselves because this is a track that people leave here, and especially the residents that get to enjoy this part of a club like this. It's on site, so they stay fresh when they want to.
Yeah, and I know you work with Johnny O'Connell here. You two make up the team of the head instructors here.
Yeah, and basically what happened, Tim called me. I've been doing a school on the West Coast, and Johnny, whatever weekends that he was not available, Tim was kind enough to call me, and it's really been fun, not only with the students, but to watch this grow. I come here every 2 months, and all of a sudden it's like an orchard that you leave for a while. And to have the Motorsports Hall of Fame and a track like this, and the weather, and the diversity of cars, we're off to a pretty good start here.
Well, we got some video of you. Actually, we were watching everything you do, Rick. And here you are in the passenger seat. Now, for those that have maybe never had the opportunity to have an instructor, what are you pointing out here?
Well, what I like to do is couple any steering input with your head. So your head's almost like a sprinkler. If you turn left, your head goes left. I like the vision, not to be looking at the headlights, but as the speed increases, you project maybe the length of a basketball court. Places like Le Mans, it's almost the vision of a football field. So here, it's anytime you turn in, I love to have their heads coupled. Then you know where you're going. And apex specific here, late apex, then you still have material. As early apex, early exit, Ralph, and it makes for not a good afternoon.
Well, like me and like Mr. Grant here, I know you grew up in California as well, and we all are Shelby fans. What do you remember about the Shelby cars, or what was it that got the passion of Shelby going for you?
Oh my gosh. My dad was a racer. He built Devon-bodied cars, so the Halibrands and the drive pins, the 289s, the 427s, when Pete Brock ended up going from the the aero, the masking tape, the yarn, knowing Peter Miles, knowing Alan, knowing John Morton, his story going to the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. He didn't know he was going to drive, and guess who signed him off? Ken Miles.
Yeah.
So it was, Imperial Highway was a mecca. The passion I heard Alan talking about, it was oozing there, and to tackle Le Mans. And I've been fortunate enough to go there a couple of times, but the V8s resonate in Europe at that time. Resonate.
Yeah.
It's and then also I had SFM 5S 189 for 15 years. I wish I still had it. Shelby Ford Mustang 5. Alan, as you know, it has a Lola, which is sort of the start of an awful lot of this. The Eric Broadley, and then the conquering GT40.
Yeah, incredible. We're getting closer to the track being ready. I know, Brian, you have an update for us?
Yes, a little bit of work still going on the racetrack, but we have a lot of cool stuff that is sitting down here kind of in the hot pits, if you will, getting ready to go out on the racetrack. I'm going to take a little bit of a grid walk, if you will. We saw Ken Lingenfelter's Corvette. There's a 427 Shelby Cobra behind him, and behind that Shelby Cobra is this car, one of the Radicals. We have a couple of them here this weekend. Radical's an amazing manufacturer, especially if you're an enthusiast that is involved with a place like M1 Concourse. Why? They offer a wide variety of engine packages. They offer a wide variety of setups on these race cars. You can run them just for fun. You can run them as part of the Radical series that exist around the world. As we see here, they do offer one with a passenger seat, and we have a passenger strapped in for the ride of his life. This is the SR3 XX model. It is powered by a motorcycle engine, a 4-cylinder motorcycle engine. You will hear this car screaming its way around the course. You maybe hear the passenger screaming over the tone of the engine by the time they get done with this thing. And as we continue to work our way back through, we go from the Radical, and then we look back here at this Lola LMP1 car from Le Mans. It is a beautiful endurance racing car, as you can see. Modern technology, the center steer driving position, the massive slicks on all four corners, the incredible aerodynamic work. It does represent at some point the pinnacle style of endurance road racing that exists in the world, especially when we talk about the 24 Hours of Le Mans and other races of that ilk, whether we're talking about the Rolex 24 at Daytona or others. Now, I mentioned the fact that there are multiple examples of the Radical family you can buy. We saw the SR3 up there. This is the SR10. So what we do with the SR10 is we kind of take everything up a few more notches. The availability here is up to 425 horsepower of a 4-cylinder Ford EcoBoost engine, turbocharged, of course, 2.3 liter. There are multiple power settings in this car, and because this is a very tight, fairly short course, I do not believe they're running all 425 horsepower. This thing is an absolute rocket ship. You will hear it again screaming its way around the race course. And check this out. Look at the technology packed into the steering wheel. Effectively all that you need, and really this is representative of almost any single racing car, especially a high-tech modern one that you'll see in the world today. You can see the calibration dials down there. You can see the different functionality and the LED screen right there in the center. If you want the full-on, full-bore, unadulterated performance Radical, the SR10 is the way you go, and you pack all that 425 horsepower into this incredibly lightweight, wide, and lithe chassis. We roll back one more time. We see Jonathan Finstrom's Studeker back here, but then we go across the road, and we go from this flyweight Studeker to this big burly Corvette. Packed behind that is the GT4 Mustang. We have the 1975 24 Hour of Daytona Mustang, as well as a formerly raced Trans Am or GTO-style Corvette. Boys, that's what's going on down here in the hot corner. What's going on in the booth?
Fantastic, Brian, and that's all what makes the American Speed Festival so unique, so special, and something you've got to come see in the next couple of years. Is this inaugural event is showing the world here this weekend that this is one bucket list event you absolutely need to come see. The variety of the machinery, how close you can get to the vehicles at speed is unlike anything I've seen anywhere else in the world. And Tim, because of that, you guys are going to be doing some extra things here within the facility in the next couple of years. There's going to be some evolving of M1 Concourse.
There is, Ralph. So at the moment, with regards to the private garages, we have completed all the private garages we're going to be built. We just recently completed Phase 4, which was 80 new garages. That takes us up to the 250. Our new event center, which opened up just before Motorbella, or just in time for Motorbella. That's something, obviously, we're looking to, now get that busy. It'll be available for, corporate use, private use, social events. And then very soon, right behind us, where we sit here on the property, we're going to be developing a service station come speed shop. We're going to bring in a partner, somebody in the fuel space, the tire space, the lubricant space, and have an operator for the fuel shop, mainly to support our garage members here, because some of them are they live out of the area sometimes. They're here, they'll go down to Florida, they go to Arizona, and they call, and we want to have them to be able to call somebody and say, I want to go to a track day. Can my car be ready? So it's all about the experience here. Paul Zlotoff, the owner of the facility, is his mantra is it's the experience, whether you're an owner here or you're a visitor here. So that's going to be the first project. There's going to it started on paper. We've got an architect lined up, and we're talking to some fuel companies about they want to become our official fuel partner for M1 Concourse. And then the property, the other side of the event center, is an area. Actually, it was used during Motorella for the off-road experience. So Camp Jeep came in and built this big facility, and then Dodge have their XRT truck, and they had a big off-road, big enough they were able to get the thing airborne. So that was the mission. We got to get this thing airborne every time it goes around. But that part is now going to be developed into the track that we're going to use. We're going to have a track, and we're going to build an experience center there. And you saw the KTOs that were running over there, the electric program. So that's going to be the track for that. So we're going to have 3 different levels of these KTO carts, and that's going to be part of that program. So that's starting very soon as well.
Fantastic. I think if there's one thing I could possibly request, our crew would like to get a pedestrian walkover bridge from here to the donut shop across the street. Those are fantastic and world renowned, I know.
So Portland has Voodoo, Pontiac has Avon.
There you go. Yeah, those donuts are outstanding over here.
We can do a bridge from there to here, and then one of the projects is we're going to do a bridge to our infield.
There you go. But it's got to be walking, though. It can't be an escalator, because after the donuts, I need to walk them off after that. Can we talk a little bit about Star Wars?
Yes.
Because I know George Lucas actually had a hand in helping you.
Yes. George actually grew up in Modesto, as I did.
Yeah.
And so even though I'm 4 years older than he is, we went to the same high school, but we got together in this little car club called the Curie Wall. And we used to get our cars fixed up, and we used to go to autocrosses. And so and he ended up, taking a liking to me, and because I had my AC Bristol set up, and when I showed up, I could usually take top time of the day and set fast time. And so anyhow, and then we started racing in '62, and George went to every single race with me in my AC Bristol. And then I went back to college for a semester, and then I ended up going to work for Shelby, and I got Cumry Motors to buy a Cobra. And, of course, I called George, and George came down, slept on my couch, and it's the yellow car that's been written up in a lot of the magazines with the black stripes going across the hood back at a 45-degree angle. And George went to every single race with me in that car. And so he ended up just a tremendous guy. And, of course, he himself wanted to be a race car driver until he ended up gotten a terrible wreck, and so.
So I have to ask you, your Cobra was yellow.
Yes.
In American Graffiti had a yellow car.
Yeah.
Was the character behind the wheel the John Milner character? Is there any Alan Grant in that character in the movie?
Well,
bad guy.
I'll tell you what, I didn't realize it, but George authorized a biography in the mid '80s, and the biographer asked him, says, "George, do you ever project yourself in any of your characters in your movies?" And George says, "Well, not consciously, but subconsciously, I probably can't help it." He says, "What about John Milner in American Graffiti?" "Oh, no," that was Alan Grant. He said, Alan Grant was my hero. I always wanted to be like him.
That's great. Did you didn't get a cameo in any of his other movies anywhere? Should we be looking for you somewhere?
Well, no, I think that there's an Alan Grant in that one of those movies it's not a Star Wars type movie. I can't even remember the name of it. Anyhow, no. So, but George and I we had our own race team. Lucasfilm Racing, and we actually had 2 Formula Ford cars, and Jimmy Vassar was one of our drivers.
Oh, sure.
Okay. And so, we actually ran out of Toronto, and so our goal was to literally go from there to Indy Lights, and from there into Indy cars. And George was so busy he never made it to a single race. And the guy we had running the team was a great mechanic, but a poor businessman. So I was having to do my travel. So we put the project on hold, and it's still on hold.
So in the world of 6 degree of separation, I didn't know this, that you had a relationship with Jimmy Vassar. So when I first got into the classic car auction business, I worked for Rick Cole Auctions.
Sure.
And Rick was an avid racer, and he was a sponsor of Jimmy Vassar when John Della Penna ran the team.
Yeah.
And then took John into Indy cars with Jim Hayhoe. So
Yep.
it was Hayhoe
Yep.
Cole Racing. So I didn't
That's
realize
right.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, known Jimmy for many years.
Yeah.
Saw him just a week ago out in Long Beach, and he's still doing great and heavily involved in motorsports. I've been told we need to let you go because there are some track things that you need to go take care of. We're going to trade you out, and we're going to bring in David Hobbs here in a minute while they continue to do our track cleanup here. It looks like it's just about ready to go. Rick, looks like things are getting pretty close in that section of race course over there. Like we should be able to get back up to speed here.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. You know, we got an awful lot of rain here about a week ago, and but with this weather and with the people that have gone on board here, I think we're going to be ready to go.
No, that fluid came out of that NASCAR truck out of the radiator, and looks like the Porsche plots, as they would call it, is starting to load up. A lot of Porsches making their way in. A wide variety of generations of 911s there, and we even slid a Mustang in. There you go. And David Hobbs back with a look at this.
Oh, wow. Got a look at that 1963 Lola GT Mark 6. Crashed at Daytona by David Hobbs.
Le Mans.
On his debut.
Yeah.
At Le Mans, yeah. Just shows. Can't remember the Le Mans. They're all the same. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. That was a prototype back in 63, which, of course, is the forerunner of the GT40. And me and Richard Atwood have chosen to drive it because we were driving the Lola team Formula Juniors in those days. And Eric Broadley wanted us to drive it. And I had also driven at Le Mans the year before in a Lotus Elite. And it's a long story which we can't go into now, but it's very late getting there. And Eric drove it down from London to Le Mans and didn't arrive until Wednesday afternoon, so we missed the first practice. And then the French scrutineers, tech inspectors, gave us a very, very, very hard time. They said the trunk space wasn't big enough for their box, and they didn't like the rear view mirror because the rear window is very flat and you couldn't see out of it. So Eric's put wing mirror, side mirrors. No, you have to have a mirror which the driver look at here and the moon. So okay, whatever. And so Eric drilled a hole in the roof and put it up outside, and so we could look up at the mirror and see what he behind. And so we missed most of the practice, and finally got going, got in the race, and in the middle of the night we had a lot of gearbox, had a Colotti gearbox, which weren't the best, but they were pretty good for those high torque engines. So we had to, Malcolm Malone, I know you can't get your head around this today. Malcolm Malone is on the pit lane with this gearbox spread all over the floor on rags, because you weren't allowed to change the unit. You couldn't just change the gearbox. You had to fix it. So the gears are all spread out on these rags. Well, here's the car. Here's Malcolm Malone, and his legs are sort of out here. And about 3 feet beyond his legs was the white line that was the track edge.
Really?
Meanwhile, we're at the old Dunlop curve, and of course the cars are coming up to it at about 180, 190 miles an hour.
My.
And his feet are 3 feet from the car. So we put it all back together. We only had a 3-speed now, not a 4-speed, and I got it jammed in neutral going into the S's and spun it. So that's a short resume of the story.
That's crazy. Rick, you and David have some history together.
What?
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a race in 1979. It was the Pabst Blue Ribbon 500, and David and Derek Bell had won overall in the first National City Travelers Checks BMW North America 320, and I was lucky enough to win the GTU category, and in one of the first RX-7s that came out of the legendary Dave Kent. I was driving with a gentleman, Bob Bergstrom. So It was the first, I think it was one of the most significant or the first wins for the RX-7s. A lot of the body work that you see with Mandeville and the competitors, the Downings, and a lot of that went on. It was done by the legendary Wayne Hartman in California. And Wayne went on to work for Honda afterwards, but brilliant with fiberglass.
Yeah, John Finger and other.
Exactly. And then David and I were driving in other races as well as I was coming up through the ranks. But we have that in common, and someone just mentioned that last week. He says, by the way, because I was talking with David, I think it was Monday night after the Motorsports Hall of Fame, and it was Jeff Oldham that just said, you know what, you guys, David won, and I said, well, I guess I won a GTU, so we took a picture together.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's great that Rick won the class, which of course is big, and of course now when people win the class at Le Mans, they say they're a Le Mans winner. Which is slightly, devious because they don't really win the Le Mans 24 hours. So I'm a Le Mans winner multiple times, but never won it overall. In fact, I have the record as the guy that did it most times without actually winning it. So
yeah,
I have another record.
Well, we all talk about the aspirational part of the posters we had in our bedrooms when we were kids, and I had posters of GTU RX-7s because I thought they were so cool back in the day. Yeah. And I also had David Hobbs' BMW belching the flame out of it.
There you go.
Hanging on the wall in my bedroom in the 320 because it was just a spectacular. The paint scheme on that car was remarkable. I never got to own one of his cars, but in college when I was going to Chico State, I did have a first-generation RX-7 that I did the best I could to turn it into a GTU RX-7. Beautiful. So I loved that car. It was a wonderful car.
You know what's also kind of fun about that era? It was almost like the IROC series in the GTU category.
Yeah.
Many times there would be about 4 abreast, all looking for that real estate called the Apex.
Yeah.
And then I look in my rearview mirror and I see David, I see Peter Gregg, I see Fitzpatrick. I'm going, these are the last guys I want to be a roadblock for.
Right.
But it was almost an IROC series in GTU for a while.
And the Kendall kid came along.
Yeah, he sure did. But Nissan was Datsun.
Yes.
And the Paul Newman and the Jim Fitzgerald days with Canon. I was very honored to be in that. It was a very competitive series.
It really was a heyday in many ways for the IMSA category. And David, now I think what's coming with LMDH, what they're hoping to do there and bringing IMSA and what's happening in Europe all together so we can go race at a Laguna Seca, the 24 Hours of Daytona, and then go to a Suzuka and Le Mans, and everybody can do all of this, whether you're in a GT category or a prototype.
Well, yes, I know it will really open up worldwide racing. I think it will strengthen sports car racing absolutely enormously. Because as Rick said, I mean, at the moment, IMSA is unbelievably competitive, and all those other groups, just the GT, the GTM, they're all fantastic. We went to the Road America race, and the 3 leaders were within about 2 seconds of each other, an hour and 3/4 into the race. And the same applied to the other 3 classes. The 2 Corvettes and the rest of their class was just nose to tail. And GTD was the same. It's very, very competitive now. So if they can make it even more competitive, it's going to be very exciting.
Yes. And Rick, I think the other thing about where sports car racing is today is the quality of the drivers. Because back in your day, and David's and Alan's, the drivers were world-class, known throughout the world as the best in the world. And then we went through a period where maybe they weren't so well-known outside of those of us who were really into it. But now, boy, it's really coming back around where we're seeing even Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR champion, competing at the highest level in IMSA on a regular basis.
I think there's another thing to consider is they used to match us because of your ability on the pedal assembly. And are you going to be nice to it with your co-driver? And I know when I drove with the Damowitz and the BB 512, and I got to drive with Jochen Moss when they were 4 speeds and 5 speeds, that was a big concern. Now, the reliability of the motors, the paddle shifting, you don't have to be as tender to have 5 speeds at the end of 24 hours. Many times in those days, if some guy came in with some money and he wasn't quite nice to the drivetrain, you paid a dear price called a DNF.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we're going to be back to competition on the track here in just a minute. In fact, I see Ken Lingenfelter easing his way out onto the circuit. So stay with us when we come back here with our SpeedSport.tv live coverage of action on the track.
Now I have to. Yeah.
Welcome back to the American Speed Festival here at the M1 Concourse. The racetrack has been cleaned up. We have Ken Lingenfelter on the track right now in the famed Duntov Mule Corvette, and he is being chased, or perhaps is chasing, a 427 Shelby Cobra. Very appropriate. Have a bunch of cars lined up here in the hot part of the grid, and they'll be rolling out onto the racetrack here momentarily.
And there is Ken Lingenfelter in the Zora machine, the mule, the Zora Artis Duntov made famous. Car that he used to develop so many pieces and bits and components that help make Corvette the legend that it is.
Now he's got his hands in the wrong place on the wheel. He should have his hands at 2:45, not 5-1. I'm sorry.
Nate, this is a very unique machine.
You know what Bill Warner calls
And
this?
a unique machine that, in a lot of ways, is the reason why we continue to have the Corvette and continue to obviously see the advancements that have come from it. I mean, this car and Zora Artis Duntov, such a hands-on factor in the Corvette as well, doing the testing himself. And, you know, there's obviously the stories about Smokey Yunick and his involvement with this machine, helping put this V8 in this car. It's just such a unique story to see a car that is the actual, or is this mule machine that is the reason why Corvette became the performance front-engine car that we see for so many years now. Obviously the mid-engine machine, but really this is the reason where we see kind of that platform of the American front-engine sports car come from. It is this machine and this mule design from Zora Artis Duntov that he had commissioned and helped test.
Well, I certainly wouldn't argue with Nick. He knows more about cars than I've ever learned. And he's 60 years younger than I am.
Well, and Hannah is going to go out on the course as well in the 1901 sweepstakes.
The roar of the motor.
Yes, which is about to celebrate its 120th birthday in just a couple of days, Brian, and on the 10th of October.
It's the only thing here older than me.
And maybe quicker.
And a lot quicker now, yeah.
Brian, what do you think of the sweepstakes, seeing it in action?
It's an incredible car, Ralph. You know, the big irony here, of course, is that Hannah comes from the world of motorcycle racing, and this, of course, is the only chain-driven car on the property. So she at least has that going for her.
Yeah, that chain looks a bit loose, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah,
quite a bit of whip in that chain. Wow, now they're moving now.
You know, they say that that car could actually get up to 72 miles an hour in race trim.
Wow.
Whatever that is on a 1901 sweepstakes, right?
Can you imagine going 72 in that?
So what do you think's more dangerous, going 230 down the Mulsanne in the rain at night, or doing 72 on that thing?
I would say doing 72 on this. you don't have a lot of protection, do you? Things go wrong.
You know, we talk about the drivetrain of this car. We mentioned it yesterday, but it's a horizontally opposed 2-cylinder engine. Each of those cylinders has a 7-inch bore and a 7-inch stroke. The math comes out to more than 530 cubic inches. It produces 26 horsepower, but immense amounts of torque at very low RPM. The flywheel on this car, if you ever get a chance to see it, it has to weigh at least 200 pounds. It has a flywheel on it like an old John Deere tractor. And now we're going to listen to that low RPM chuffer come around.
500 cubic inches.
You can hear it just motoring on by. As one of the most distinct sounds you'll hear here all weekend. And look at the play in the chain.
Yeah, I know. Just keep waiting for the thing to come off.
And as you can see, the driver's very busy. He's got a lot to do in there to keep that thing motoring.
Yeah, you have to pump the fuel for it probably by hand in that car.
You know, one of the unique things about this car and of cars of this era, it has what's known as a total loss oiling system, meaning that there is no oil containment on the top of the engine. There's a small brass tank that sits on the dashboard, and that has several little valves and brass lines coming out of it. Those valves and lines individually drip oil onto the top of the engine. So as this thing is going around the course, understand that your car has a valve cover on the top of it, so the oil that's in the valve train doesn't go flying everywhere. There was no such thing as a valve cover in 1901. So as they're going around the course, they're getting oil on them, and, well, they're leaving a little bit of a surprise behind them as well. Thankfully, it is in such small quantities it doesn't affect the quality of the racetrack.
Well, another thing, too, Brian, when they were building these cars,
Oops.
well, there's a slightly worn hat now laying somewhere around the race course here at M1. You know, when they were building these cars, Nate, it was very difficult to find metals that matched up real well. So there's a lot of creativity in how they got these things put together.
Yeah, for sure. It's amazing to see. It's a different kind of work of art, because we talk about the other works of art out here in terms of the beautiful flowing lines of the different Can-Am and endurance cars and on. But it's amazing to see this kind of functional piece of art when you think about that sort of work that had to go into, and not just trying to source the materials, but everything you're trying on a machine like this at this time, especially a car trying to go that fast, is a completely new science and a completely new idea that you're putting together as you're forming the automobile.
David, what's the one car you drove that required the most movement from the driver, as we're seeing with this gentleman here? His hands are all over the place.
Well, I never really had to drive. I mean, today, now, the modern cars are as bad or worse than that. But, of course, it's all done by computer. But you do have to keep a lot of work going on those steering wheels of these modern race cars. They're like, you know, a whole computer. And we never had to do much. I mean, you had to shift gear, obviously. And as Rick Coop said earlier on, Rick Noop said, one of the problems with that, of course, is you miss gears, and that's how a lot of engines got blown up when people miss gears. Nowadays, with paddle shift and semi-automatic, you know, you basically can't miss a gear. Makes it a bit less exciting maybe for the spectators, but nevertheless it's a lot cheaper for the owners. So I never had to work hard, but I'm looking at this car, I don't see any signs of any brakes. Now, what do they use for brakes on this? Do they have brakes? They must have done some sort.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you, but I know there's a braking system of some sort.
Ryan will no doubt know. Throwing him under the bus.
You know, yeah. In my estimation, I believe the power of prayer is probably the braking system. Most
in a lot of ways it was, Brian. Yeah, in a lot of ways it was.
At this time in history, it was obviously well predating hydraulic brakes. So the braking system on this car, you have a couple of options in 1901. One of which is like a leather belt that you would use. You would tension a leather belt against a drum on the inside of the wheel, and the other would be an incredibly rudimentary style of drum brake. Either way, this thing is not stopping in any sort of distance. Even at 20-some miles an hour, it is still a very pre-planned destination to get it to stop.
Yeah, you need a fair amount of runway, don't you? That's for sure. You can always do the Fred Flintstone and stick your leg out the side and hope you can slow it down.
You've got to remember that in 1901, there were no roads.
Right.
I mean, these guys just drove on dirt, beaten down dirt. Maybe some brick highway, and of course some plank highways. I mean, there's a lot of, there's an old plank road in Milwaukee, which was fine.
Hopefully nobody mentioned the braking issue to Hannah before she climbed aboard. I told this story yesterday as they were getting ready for the 100th anniversary of the sweepstakes. They were looking around for the original, and they found it under a tarp buried in a warehouse at the Henry Ford Museum, but they didn't know what it was. They thought it was one of the replicas, a show car, and they started disassembling it to restore it, and they realized all of a sudden, based on some of the stampings, they were working on the original from 1901, so they quickly stopped working on it and then did a reconfiguration of it, put it back, and got it all ready to go, and actually made replica parts, 2 of every piece, so they could make 2 of them, Brian.
So we're down here with Hannah. The car itself is popping, banging, and trembling. You're doing the same thing.
Definitely a little pitter-patter. I was very nervous at first, considering, there's no seatbelt. There's only really a handle on the side here to hold on to, but it was so much fun. I would definitely recommend it to anyone that has the opportunity to take a ride with Glenn. He certainly knows what he's doing, but definitely a beautiful day for a nice little Saturday drive.
Fantastic. And boys, to answer your question, this car uses a band-style brake like you'd find on a go-kart, and we're going to get a shot of that as Steve is going to run the camera right down to get a shot of our braking system there. David Hobbs, that's as high performance as it got in 1901.
Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah. Oh, wow. Whew.
And that chain, you guys were talking about the chain. This thing is, I'm talking industrial strength. This is that is no weak little sister of a chain there. That's pretty wild.
That's a good look, Hannah. I like it. Before you know it, she'll be driving the thing. Listen to it. Imagine your Uber driver picking you up in that. And away it goes.
Wow.
Well, that was 120 years ago. This is today, right here. Very different, Nate.
Yeah, very different, and this is one of my favorite sessions we've had all weekend long. This is still technically the solo session, but essentially it's been made for anyone that's got a modern sports racer type car that want to drive at 110%, and we've been able to see that in this run. Obviously, Brian talked to John Finstrom with that Staudacher earlier. We'll see him. This is one of the Radical machines that are part of that Radical Cup Series, or can be part of that Radical Cup Series, on track right now in front of us. A couple of 2021 machines, both the SR3 XX and the SR10 are with us this weekend here at the American Speed Festival from Radical.
As we can see, of course, this was a 2-seater, so...
Yeah, and I was going to say, this passenger, unlike Hannah, holding on for 2 different reasons, right? Hannah was afraid of falling out. This guy is dealing with the G-forces when you go for a ride in a car like this.
Yeah, a lot of G-force. These cars, modern cars, have got so much grip. It's something I never had to worry about much until the last 10 years of my career, when ground effect cars came in, then the old neck muscles started to get a bit of a workout, and a modern Formula One car has developed the most staggering G-force, sometimes up to 7 Gs on braking. Without the seatbelts, you'd just fly out the car.
Yeah, literally.
David, I think we kind of talked about this yesterday too, but you talk about the first time you get in a ground effects car. What is that like the first time you go off in a corner, having, come up driving a lot of old school cars with maybe no downforce, the first time you go into a corner with that ground effects car and it just sticks at a faster and faster speed than you're expecting?
That's the thing, of course, you keep going faster and faster until eventually it does fly off the road. So you've got to find the limit, which you see today in Formula One, for instance, on first practice and second practice on Friday. People trying to find the limit, but it is a bit eerie the first time you go through a corner 20 mile an hour quicker than you've ever been through it before. Then as you gradually get used to it, you're up to like 30 mile an hour quicker than you were before, ever, around the same corner. We're watching this car now, which is extremely fast.
The Staudacher, the quickest car on a road course anywhere in Michigan.
Yeah,
holding the track record at all 4, right, Nick?
Yeah, all 4 across Michigan, including both directions here at the M1 Concourse circuit. And you look at the tracks across Michigan, our road courses as well. I'm from Michigan, so I have some experience at a lot of them. And you've got some different looks and feels, but especially the one thing that ties them together is they're very moving, and some of them are pretty hilly type racetracks. So it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of downforce, and that's exactly what John Finstrom, the former NHL player, in his Staudacher brings to the table as you see him whip by one of those Radicals.
Guys, being down here at ground level, watching Finstrom go around this racetrack, that is a 750-pound devil on the shoulders of the other drivers. Nobody has been pushing their stuff as fast as when he has come around them. We're starting to hear that LMP1 car start to breathe heavy a little bit because that guy got showed up by Finstrom a couple minutes ago. I know it's not a race, but my goodness, standing down here, it certainly feels like one.
Well, as I said yesterday, you show a racetrack, you show a race car driver a racetrack in front of him, and then say, by the way, there's no racing. Yeah, well, fat chance.
How he gets through the south loop here, just in front of our broadcast position, is just remarkable. David, where a lot of guys are braking before they get to the second apex, he is grabbing another gear.
Exactly, yeah. It impressed the hell out of me yesterday. I mean, he is really pushing that car through there. And as you can see, it's got a whole lot of end plates on it and plenty of bodywork to scoop up the air on the top.
And I've never seen a rear wing where the end plates are almost about an inch off the ground.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting concept, isn't it?
The wing in general, kind of that lower position, reminds you a little bit of the early 2000s LMP cars at Le Mans when they put the wing down there to allow for things to be a little bit sleeker while still developing the downforce. Just a unique car on the whole.
That front splitter is incredibly low and incredibly wide, and I imagine it shovels an amazing amount of air onto the top of that bodywork.
That rear wing is literally just about below the top of the tire. And hand built.
Yeah.
Did he build that car himself?
The gentleman behind the Stadler brand did the actual design and building of the car, correct, Brian?
Yeah, it is an amazing thing to think about, but the coolest part about this thing to me, Ralph, is that the few of these that have been built, they'll pop up every once in a while used, and they don't sell for $100,000. They don't even sell for $50,000. Several of these cars have passed hands over the years for like 25 or 30 grand, which when you think about the performance that you're getting per dollar, it's remarkable.
Well, my guess is after our weekend coverage here on speedsport.tv of what's been happening here at the American Speed Festival, I got to believe there's been an uptick on the internet of people Googling Stadler and where do I get one.
Does it comply with any of the regulations, though, of any racing class? I don't think it does, does it?
Well, it qualifies for fun, I can tell you that, because I got to believe Finstrom is just grinning ear to ear inside the cockpit of that thing. And if we can sell a few of them over the weekend, maybe we can have a spec series of Stadlers racing.
Well, of course, that's very possible. That LMP2 car's getting on with the program too, going.
It is.
But the turn in front of us, but he's not quite as quick as that.
There it is. I believe that's the car you're talking about, David?
Yeah.
That machine is Lola Judd car. It's actually in its livery still with the number plate on the side from when it ran at Le Mans as well. So unique to get to see one of those cars. And of course the Lola chassis. And we've talked about a lot of Lolas throughout this weekend. But this Lola chassis and the modern LMP2 design is so interesting because you could stick so many different kinds of engines in these machines. As I mentioned, this one runs that Judd BMW M3 V8, but also Nissan, Honda HPD, Lotus engines are put in these cars. And based on the year, different combo one for all of them is so the number 30 cars ducking in.
This is not the Judd V10 then in here?
No, I believe this is the BMW. Yeah.
Okay, well, when we were at Le Mans, gosh, back in about 2010, there was a Judd engine car, and we were out on the track one night down by the cafe. We know the air right on the straight there. And, God, you could hear that Judd V10 coming when it was back in the pit area about 4 miles away. I mean, the noise as it went down the straight was just incredible. Those V10s, I think, were the best sounding cars of all, even better than the V12s for some reason.
So if we're talking about the Radical, that SR10, the white Radical on the racetrack right now, the amazing thing about this car is you're seeing it running at about half power. This car makes 425 horsepower on its most aggressive tune-up, and the driver gets to choose that tune-up with an 8-position knob inside the cockpit. So you turn the knob to the right, you make all the power. You turn the knob down, you make less. Right now, this car, as quick as it is only running on its mid-power setting, which is kind of stunning.
Well, David, I guess all the adjustments you made inside the cockpit were pretty much with your right foot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the first time I drove a turbocharged car was that BMW 320 that Rick Knoop mentioned earlier when we won at, we won quite a few races, but that had an adjustable boost valve, which was, I mean, that was one way of, that certainly accentuated your right foot enormously. But of course, you had to be very careful with boost because A, it used a lot more fuel, and B, of course, it used the engine up. But, and of course,
looks like the checker flag is about ready to come out on this session.
Roger Bailey used to run that BMW 320, and he was working for McLaren right here in Livonia, just down the road from where we are now.
Oh, yeah.
Where the McLaren North America shop was. And they ran the car out of there. And he had got a nickname from many years before when he was with the McLaren team at Indy, where they used to call him Boost Bailey. Because for qualifying on those offers, you couldn't do it from inside the car, but it had a mechanical bolt that pushed on the valve, on the boost valve. So he used to just screw it right in and said, "Okay, Johnny, off you go." And you'd have about, nearly 1,000 horsepower out of those four-cylinder off the engine.
And of course, you're
but
talking about Johnny Rutherford back then.
And he had Johnny Rutherford driving.
Yeah.
So pretty cool. And so old Roger became known as Boost Bailey.
That's great.
He lives just around here as well.
Well, the class of endurance cars wrapping up their morning session. So we will take a quick break before the next group comes back out, which will be vintage IndyCar. Stunning category. Stay with us for more here live on speedsport.tv.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
We are back here live on speedsport.tv, watching the American Speed Festival coming your way from the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. And we're about to bring out, looks like that Mustang is going to go out, but I was looking on the pre-grid and we had all the vintage Indy cars lined up, but I guess they got one more half of the endurance category to go here, Nate.
Yeah, looks like we're going to bring out some of those more GT-oriented cars. The first one in line is that Mustang GT4 machine. This is a car you can see on the windshield there that it's got that Michelin Pilot Challenge Series logo on, and this is a car that was run by the Volt Racing team. I think they first started running Mustangs in the 2017 series, or season I should say, have had a lot of success in what is my opinion, maybe my favorite series on the IMSA weekends. I absolutely love what was the Continental Tire and now the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series. So fun to get to see so many different kinds of cars in the GT4 and the ST machinery that take the track on IMSA weekends.
Well, the Michelin Pilot Series is incredibly successful because they have huge fields. And even though there's multiple makes in there, with the rules and regulations in IMSA set, they have incredibly close racing. You've got like 40 cars at somewhere like Road America battling out, and the races are a couple of hours long, so they give a lot of spectator fun.
And these Mustangs, just in what is such a great deep series, they just jump off the page because of the way that they rumble. Speaking of rumbling, right behind also in the shot, you see that GTO Corvette, but it's so fun on those weekends to see these cars. I know a lot of times the NASCAR teams even have taken and put some of their drivers into, the 4 teams have put some of their drivers into those GT4 machinery to try to teach them how to road race a little bit better. But let's take a look at this pass to set up, and here's some of the rumble going on there.
16 cylinders out there rumbling away.
Number 3 Corvette, owned and driven by Casey Putch, who obviously also has the Genius Garage and the Genius Garage Racing Team. You can find them a lot of YouTube different stuff that they do and some really unique builds that they've got here this weekend, along with this car, which is of that GTO make. And boy, this one absolutely rumbles around the circuit.
Well, I only drove a Corvette really for 1 year. In 1983, I won the Trans Am Championship in a Camaro, Budweiser Camaro, for the Diatley Racing Team, with John Dick was our team manager. And Willie T. Ribbs was in the second car. And then the following year, Chevrolet said, "Hey, we'd much rather you race the Corvette over the Camaro because it's more of our sports car." So we raced the Corvette, but it was nothing like the successful, unfortunately, the Camaro the year before. And Tom Glory won the championship in a Ford Capri. But that was a good fun year in the Corvette. Had to make some modifications to the aerodynamics to make the front end the way it was, made it lift a bit. So she didn't want it to speed. The front lift, which is what you didn't want. So it was a very powerful front engine car, the Camaro. But at the same time, I was driving the Porsche 962 in Europe and over here a little bit. Of course, which was a mid-engine car, and that had a lot more grip and a lot more power because it was turbocharged.
Yeah. So when you look at those two machineries, and the front engine and rear engine, what did you and your driving style prefer to drive, the rear engine or the front engine car?
Well, I mean, any racing driver wants to drive whatever's quickest.
Right.
And the mid to rear engine cars were always the quicker ones when they came along, and it took a long time for sports cars to follow Formula One to a rear engine car, or a mid engine car, which is what they strictly speaking are.
That's a 1969 Mustang R-Code Cobra jet making its way down to the pit lane.
And David, when you talk about the cars and the prototypes in particular that utilize that rear engine design primarily, what were some of your thoughts when the Panos came out and all of a sudden they essentially shifted that formula? Now you're talking LMP car with the engine in front.
Well, I think it was a brave effort to try and reduce the cost of racing and make a simpler car that would be as quick as the rear engine ones, because in the end it never really was as quick. It was impressive and it looked great, but it wasn't as quick as cars like this, the XJR14 of Group 44. I drove one of these at Daytona in a 24-hour race.
This would have been the 5, correct? The XJR 5?
5, yeah.
Right? This was the first generation of the car. And Bob Tullius, David, might be, we talk a lot about guys like Roger Penske and these other famous car owners, but Bob Tullius, with what he did with Group 44, he took that brand all over the place. He went to Indianapolis with it. He did a lot of road racing, obviously. Group 44 went even NASCAR racing.
Yeah, Group 44 took a page out of the Roger Penske book, in as much as his cars, Bob Tullius's cars, were always absolutely immaculate. The drivers had to be immaculate, the crew members had to be immaculate, and the cars were immaculate. And this was designed by Dykstra, and it was a beautiful, beautiful car with that V12 sound, which of course is very hard to beat. Brian Redman drove this a lot, Doc Bundy drove this a lot, Bill Adam, and of course Bob Tullius himself.
And this was a Lee Dykstra design car?
Yes, it is. And you couldn't get any much more beautiful looking.
No, I have always just drooled over this car every time I saw it. And I've never heard a driver say a bad thing about this car either. Everybody loved it.
Well, Hurley Haywood drove this a lot and was very successful. And as I say, I drove it at Daytona, and we had a long stop to change a pulley belt in the middle of the race. And we had been leading, and we still finished third after stopping for about, well, it must have been at least half an hour, maybe more. But that 12 cylinder all coming out that single exhaust pipe, it makes, it just rips your head off. It's a fantastic noise. Hello?
Stunning looks of the car. Just looked like what a Jaguar, the Cat, would actually be if it was a race car.
If I remember, it was pretty easy to drive. I mean, it didn't have any nasty vices. It didn't have any massive understeer or snap oversteer or anything that makes these, which you want in a long distance car, you want it to be easy to drive.
Well, when I win the Powerball, and I think you always have to say it that way, right? Otherwise, you got to get that good vibe going. If I get that kind of money someday, I would want one of those in my collection. I just think they're a beautiful car. And now, Nate, I'm going to let you explain this. It says Porsche across the front windshield, but you really have to look hard to figure out what Porsche you're looking at.
Well, this one had me fooled yesterday completely.
Yeah, so this car, essentially, you can start by looking at it as a car from the mid-1970s. It was originally a 1974 914. However, the owner also listed this as a 914 993 GT1. That's because while it originally did start as a 914 car from the mid-70s, as I said, you have a 993 sourced flat 6 engine that this runs off of, and then of course the bodywork is a tribute to the GT1 Le Mans winning parts from the late 90s, so a Franken Porsche, if you would.
Well, I think you could call it just about anything Porsche, because if you start breaking it down, it sounds like there's DNA from just about everything mixed in. Truly remarkable car.
Yeah, it is. I wonder what Porsche think about it. They're a bit funny about brand image.
Well, it is certainly one of a kind, which is one of the things that makes the American Speed Festival so fun to come to and hopefully enjoy our broadcast here on speedsport.tv, because this is what you see here, a lot of uniqueness.
Well, this is the sort of inaugural American Speed Festival, and by the look of things, they've got a pretty good turnout today, Saturday. Obviously, yesterday wasn't quite so good being a Friday work day. But they have managed to amass a huge collection of fabulous cars, because we're seeing, you know, just a handful of these cars on the track. But if you go into they put up a great big tent, and there's a massive amount of cars on display there. Some really, really cool cars too. Really cool. I think it bodes well for the future. Obviously very lucky that the weather's been so perfect so far.
Well, here's a whole different sound here. This is a 1973 Chevy Corvette.
This car that currently is owned and driven by Tim Morgan, and this car has a stock frame with a cage, small block Chevy V8 in it. Another car, as you can see, that Morgan's Garage logo's on the side, that really finds a way to thunder around this track like so many in this category do.
This would be a small block of this car, correct?
Correct, yes.
I like the fact that it has the rear view mirrors all the way out. Actually, one rear view mirror all the way out on that right front. Not something you normally see with a Corvette.
No.
Now, what year is this Corvette, Nick?
1973. Love a lot of times just being able to kind of sit back like that and watch and listen to these cars thunder on this track. It's such a unique circuit, as we've talked about so many times, is it provides those kind of flowing sections that, including what goes around by our broadcast area here, and then as well the back part of the racetrack that provides far more of a couple of straightaways, up to a third of a mile straightaway on the backstretch. So really a unique little track. It's not the widest track, only 30 feet wide on the whole, but very technical, but also gives a chance to flex the muscle of the cars a little bit as well.
Yes, it's a pretty tight corner, as you can see here. It's a 180-degree U-bend, and at the end of that long straight. But they have allowed plenty of runoff if anybody should have brake failure or worse, brain failure.
America's sports car. That's what they call the Corvette. Big fan of them myself. Love the thunder that comes out of these American iron Corvettes, the big block and small block Corvettes. Just fantastic. And you talk about going to places like Le Mans, David, you could be anywhere on the racetrack and you knew where exactly the Corvette was because you could hear it.
Night, on a quiet night at Le Mans, you could hear the V8 rumbling through those woods that are there. Now there's a lot of trees around Le Mans. It's actually a very pretty part of France. There's that 180-degree bend. As you can see, the approach is just somewhat a little kick to the left as you come into the braking area.
Little different version of a Corvette here, Nate. This one carrying the O on the side, signifying that it's part of the GTO category, which would be over 2.5 liters.
Yeah, and these were the real thumpers of the late 80s in IMSA. Mentioned earlier, this is the Casey Putch-driven and owned car, Genius Garage behind this machine.
You know, the proportions of this particular car, some of the GTO cars really looked a little awkward, like the Mustangs of that era. But this fourth generation C4 Corvette widened, bulged out a little bit. It does look pretty mean. I was down there in the grid with it a few minutes ago, and it's a good-looking hot rod. And it's funny because we look at this car as opposed to, say, the LMP1 car we saw out there. This thing's got a Hirsch shifter in it. It's got a, it's got a V8 in the front of it rumbling away. It is the kind of the Stone Simple version, but man, it's quick.
Unique livery on it as well, kind of mimics the number 3 machine that Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. would have been a part of that 2001 Daytona 24-hour event.
Was that 2001? It's 21 years ago. Can't believe how all these cars are really going.
David, you would have been at Le Mans the year that Herschel McGriff showed up with the Olympia Beer stock car, and a couple of the NASCAR teams went over there. I think Bill France lobbied with FIA to get a category established.
I was there. I spent a lot of time with Herschel McGriff this week at the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America, because he still comes on every year. And boy, Herschel McGriff is now 93. He doesn't look a day over about 60. And his walking's a bit difficult, but boy, oh boy, at 93, what could you expect? But you're right, he did go to Le Mans.
Well, the checker flag is out on this session as that Corvette goes by. Brian, were you seeing this? Is this a C5 or a C4?
A C4. I believe it's a late C4. If you look at it, the nose piece of it, at least by my estimation, it's either a very late C4 or a very early C5.
Okay. I was searching, trying to find the year on the car. See if we could figure that out. Well, let's check in with Hannah. I know we've got IndyCar coming up, huh, Hannah?
IndyCar is coming up, and there's obviously such an incredible difference between the car that I just went for a ride in earlier today, that 1901 sweepstakes car. You know, I was talking to the curator of the Henry Ford Museum where they have the original car, and he was telling me they actually had to have custom tires made. You know, the startup process obviously takes a lot longer than that of these cars here, and it's much quieter, much slower. So definitely, you know, a really big difference between the two. But really excited to see these cars go fast, and maybe someday I'll have an opportunity to go for a ride in one of those.
Just listening to it, and we're going to be talking about dihedral wings here real soon, as you saw on the Joe Leonard car, the Samsonite Special, and an engine sound unlike anything else here, right, Brian, with the turbine?
Yes, the turbine-powered car will be out, and it's a real pleasure whether you're watching at home on our live streaming coverage, whether you're going to watch our MAV TV coverage of the event, or simply to be here in person. To actually see one of these turbine cars operating under its own power is really a gift, I think, to all of us, because they're, one, rare as hen's teeth on earth, and two, to actually see one going around a racetrack, it's fantastic.
Right, and it's unique to also get to see some of these cars on the road course, because many of these cars were built, and actually when you talk to some of the owners, there sometimes are issues that they have when they're going around extended right-hand corners and so forth. So a unique opportunity to be able to see these cars.
There we go, slotted into gear, and off we go. Well, welcome back to the American Speed Festival. You're watching it live on speedsport.tv. We're here at the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. The inaugural event for the American Speed Festival. And the vintage Indy cars are out on the circuit right now. Watching the Joe Leonard Samsonite Special from 1972. The very unique dihedral wing that they ran on these cars when they debuted. 45 degrees, the angle of the wing, the theory being less drag and enough downforce to achieve victory lane. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer with you, and Hannah Lopa here as well.
Ralph, like many of my theories in life, theirs didn't work either.
No, they did eventually take those off and went back, Nate, to the traditional big wing mounted to the back.
In fact, it was within the month of May they made that decision. This car has been restored to essentially how it rolled off the truck at Indianapolis in May of 1972, because by the time race day came along, qualifying came along, it was a traditional bolt-on rear wing that was on this machine. As we mentioned throughout the weekend, some other interesting storylines surrounding that, as there were some rule squabbles, as often happens in motorsport. Not often, probably every weekend happens in motorsport.
Yeah.
And essentially, you had the Eagles and some of the other teams showed up just with bolt-on wings. Well, bolt-on wings were not technically allowed by the USAC rulebook for the 1972 season. It had to be an integral part of the body, as you see what takes place on this car. Now, as things got settled out, that obviously did not stay true to what happened. The bolt-on wings were allowed, so the Velez Pernali-Jones team, with some of the issues that they were having trying to get these dihedral wings dialed in, ultimately just put a big rear wing on the car like what some of the others did, and that is how the car ran throughout the rest of the month of May in 1972.
And here comes the turbine car, the Lotus, following the dihedral winged Offenhauser powered machine. Of course, the Offenhauser engine was so dominant for so many years, beginning in the era of the Roadster, carrying all the way really into, I believe the early 80s was the last time an Offenhauser had qualified for the Indy 500. By that point, the DFX Cosworth engine was the dominant power plant for that era in history. But the reason, or one of the many reasons, that the Offenhauser engine was so effective and so good for so many years and so strong, believe it or not, the block and the head are integral to one another. The head does not detach from the block in an Offenhauser. And what you create with this engine is just an incredibly strong base. And we also have to remember, back in the 50s and 60s, really before the era of turbocharging, there was, in effect, liquid turbocharging in the way that they would add nitromethane to these engines for qualifying. So the amount of abuse that Offenhauser engines took normally was bad. Then they start putting fuel in the tank to try to get the cars to run harder. The pistons in these engines are pretty amazing looking. They're like little anvils. They're very highly, steeply domed. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to buy a piston that had been raced at the Indy 500 in a 159 cubic inch Offenhauser, and it is a prime paperweight on my desk. It is, they're, you know, if we look at the best racing engine designs of all time, I don't think that conversation can happen without the Offenhauser being included. The ultimate version of the Offie, the Novi V8, was built, which is effectively two of these engines linked together. It was tried for years in many different ways, but unfortunately the Novi never really did achieve any success. They did set some lap records with it over the years, but the noise, which you can listen to on YouTube, you can look up Novi V8, some Tom Carnegie audio from the 1960s qualifying of the Indy 500, but that Novi was fearsome.
Let's listen in on one of those Offie engines here in this Samsonite machine.
So as we move away from the piston-driven car here, and we're piston-powered car, we now move to the Lotus turbine car. Listen to this. It's incredible, Nate. It really is.
Yeah, and Brian, that might be one of our best and most different 1-2 punches and sounds we've heard all day long. We've had so many great ones, but to go from the roar of the offie to the whoosh of the turbine is unbelievable. And this STP Lotus, this is the second year of the Lotus turbine at the Indianapolis 500, 1967. Of course, Parnelli Jones had the $6 transmission bearing fail, and this year they come back with Joe Leonard driving the lead of the cars throughout the month. Graham Hill, and actually the Graham Hill car is here this weekend as well, not on track, but the Joe Leonard machine, very strong, started on pole, but ultimately DNF'd again with a turbine flameout issue on lap 191 and a 12th place finish. So back-to-back years of heartbreak for the STP team, and Andy Granatelli with their space-age type technology with the turbine machines.
It bears a little explaining as to how this car works, because a lot of people associate a turbine engine simply with thrust. Now, this is not a thrust-driven car, although you see that big giant central exhaust pipe there and the heat waves coming off of it. This is a shaft-driven, or just like a gasoline engine is hooked to a transmission that then drives the wheels, a similar thing is happening here. The major difference is that the RPM a turbine turns is measured usually in the 5-digit range. So you have to step that RPM down with a gear reducer to get the thing down to a usable range for you're driving your car, or else you'd just be creating too much wheel speed. So you have a transmission that steps it down, and that basically is where the drive line ends. Now, in this car, it is four-wheel drive, so all four tires are getting power. We spoke about it yesterday, but after the 1968 race, Indianapolis officials, because of the fact they almost won again a turbine-powered car, Indian officials banned four-wheel drive, and they also said hasta la vista to anything powered by a turbine.
And this car that's owned by Bruce Linsmeyer, he recently this summer just completed a restoration on this machine, essentially all back to how this car would have run in 1968, an all original now restoration, and just a beautiful example. When you think about iconic designs, but also iconic liveries, in particular in the history of racing, this bright orange, bright red, we can debate if it's Dayglow orange or Dayglow red is the classic debate, but that color with the STP logo, the simple stark white 60 on the black backing is, in my mind, probably a top 3 or 4 first top-of-mind livery maybe in the history of racing. Just so stark and so recognizable.
Agreed. We can see the mechanical benefits of the turbine engine as well in the shape of that body. When we look at the Parnelli Jones chassis that we saw a few minutes ago with the dihedral wings and the Offenhauser engine, you know that you could not build a car this shape to contain all of that. Now, you have a very low profile here. You know, when the driver's head is about a foot above the rest of the body, you know how low a profile you could build. And turbine engines are very compact for the amount of power that they produce. They're also very light. So there are so many benefits to that turbine package. But this wedge shape, a wedge shape that if you're ever in the Boy Scouts of America and competed in the Pinewood Derby, you likely built a car that was close to this shape, did become very popular through Formula One and other forms of open-wheel racing in the 70s.
And even you think about the next year, and you think about the Andy Granatelli team, which always were so ahead of their time with a lot of technology, obviously, based on what we're looking at here. But the next year, they show up in 1969 with a similar wedged design car in terms of the aerodynamics and the body shape. However, a traditional engine in this car back to obviously just the rear-wheel drive setup. Mario Andretti takes the car, has issues, crashes it in practice, winds up having to go to the backup car. That is the car that he ultimately has issues in the race as well, but he ultimately captures his Indianapolis 500 win and finally gets Andy Granatelli an Indy 500 win as well. So I think, like we may have mentioned yesterday on the air, the Andretti curse, well known at Indianapolis, all the issues that Mario trying to win a second, Michael and Marco, of course, their struggles trying to win a race. Even in the year that Mario did win, everything that could have gone wrong just about did.
We, of course, talked about the STP turbine car of 67. These are the 68 cars, but also in 68, Carroll Shelby fielded turbine-powered cars.
Yeah, that's kind of the unknown story of that year because they didn't have quite as much success, and obviously this car running at the front of the field, they had struggles even making the race with Shelby's cars. But yeah, Carroll Shelby also shows up with those machines in the same year looking to make the race. So just an interesting story to add to that.
And the ultimate extrapolation of what this body style could have been, and the ultimate extrapolation of what the craziest power plant in the history of the Indy 500 could have been, was the proposed Bill Lear steam-powered Indy car that never actually got completed. A rolling chassis was built. The body was placed on it. Bill Lear, the guy that invented the Learjet, was an incredibly wealthy man. He was also highly eccentric. He bought an Air Force base, or the remains of one, out in Reno, Nevada, had planned to build an exact replica of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the desert. To this day, if you were flying in and out of Reno, pay attention out the windows of the airplane, and you will see where they moved the earth. They never paved it, but they actually did carve out a spot in the earth for what was going to be the test track for Bill Lear's incredible steam-powered Indy car, which never came to fruition.
That would have been something to see, right?
It would have been. It would have defied every law of physics as well. That's why it failed.
And that's part of the history and the lore of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There are so many incredible stories of engineering marvels and innovation that came through that facility, starting with the rearview mirror.
Right. Ray Haroon.
And
the
going from there to turbine-powered cars and dihedral wings and everything else.
1952, a Cummins diesel-powered car qualified on the pole.
Sure did. Love that facility. Amazing place. So the Indy cars are now making their way towards the pit lane. Again, don't forget, if you're just tuning in, we're going to be seeing all of these categories again this afternoon. Each group will run twice here today. So the Indy cars are making their way back into the pit lane. And F5000 machinery, I think, is lined up next and rolling off the pre-grid and out onto the racetrack. From one cool category, Nate, to another.
Absolutely, and we got a great opportunity yesterday when David Hobbs was with us during this category as well to hear about what a unique series this was, because while you have an F5000, what you can almost technically call a feeder series to Formula One, you had cars that were just about as fast as Formula One, incredibly powerful machines with some of the best drivers as well around the world in this machinery. As we take a look at Seb Coppola and his 1970 Lola T192 F5000 machine. This is a car with a rich history both back in the day and still today, as well as it runs in SVRA, HSR, and more. But a beautiful car here, a red, white, and blue livery machine, number 12, and one of several Lolas that will be making their way onto the track, as they were the primary builder of these F5000 machinery cars.
I think it's interesting that as we move our way into the 70s with race cars and technology, the idea of teardrop shapes and rounded corners really gave way to the much harder edges, which of course are more efficient to get their way through the air. But you know, we look at the front wing, the leading wing on this car, the angularity of it, as opposed to some of the shapes we saw perhaps in the Brabham earlier from the 1960s.
Well, and it's interesting when you think about it, because if you were building a car with no knowledge of aerodynamics and no ability to get into a wind tunnel and have those understandings, the thought would probably be, let's make this thing round, let's make it maybe more bulbous even in its design, and try to make it sweep through the air that way. When really what we now know in terms of when you're trying to create downforce, trying to create a car that cuts through the wind, it is actually something much more square. You think of a modern F1 car and all the tight angles and little edges on that as well. So that's actually an interesting point to think about in terms of how things developed as teams started to know more and more about how the wind would affect what they're putting out there.
Great sound.
Full throat, small block with open headers. Give it to me all day long. The Weber carburetors that were used, I don't want to say universally, but by most competitors on these engines.
A T192 we saw a moment ago now being chased down by a Lola T32 machine, and this is a car that has a rich history. Al Unser, one of the drivers that was behind the wheel of that car with that very, very distinct airbox coming off the top of it.
Yeah, that's a high airbox car, the blue with the white, and that's Al Unser Sr., not Junior. Big Al.
David Hobbs, who's gone off to do some radio appearance, the international man that he is. He's in demand everywhere, but
international man of mystery,
but,
right?
But Hobbs, a Formula 5000 world champion back in his career. early 70s.
Speaking of our buddy David, just for those of you listening in, enjoying our coverage here today, you might get a kick out of this. They just recently passed through our booth here what everybody wants for lunch, right? Just because, hey, announcers got to eat too. Some of you might think that's all we do is eat. And while everybody was putting down, cheeseburgers and hamburgers, Bobo put down caviar. Oh, love it. That's our guy, David. So here's Johnny Rutherford's Yellow Submarine, the Indianapolis 500 winner. We're looking at Chapparal.
The 2K. The real magic of this car, of course, the usage of the underbody ground effects. Kind of a revolutionary car. 1979, it led 104 laps at the Indy 500. Failed to finish, but 1980 it comes back and is the world champion Indy car of the year. With Johnny Rutherford behind the tiller both times. And my understanding is Unser had the first seat in it, but Rutherford was the one that really took it to the house. So
that's right.
Notably, you can see on this current T32 one that we're looking at, you see that Velez Parnelli Jones Racing logo on the car as well. Allenser Sr., part of that team. We saw that Samsonite Special Indy car. And that's the interesting thing about this era in racing, in particular the Velez Parnelli Jones Super Team, is they ran everything. F5000, IndyCar, even getting into some of the dirt stuff and different sprint car racing as well. Just the unique part about that era is teams and drivers did everything.
Well, and they put a Formula One car together, the VPJ guys did, and they did a funny car, drag race guy, with Danny and Gaius behind the wheel.
Danny on the gas, baby.
That's right.
You know, we talked about drivers that have crossed over. Danny on Gaius drove the Indy 500, drove Top Fuel dragsters, drove Nitro funny cars, drove road race cars.
The Flying Hawaiian.
The Flying Hawaiian. Danny on the gas. But yeah, and of course, in a maybe less cheery thing, survived one of the most graphically stunning crashes in the history of the Indy 500.
Yes. Sure did.
Look at another T192 Lola. We saw the 1 year older T192 a moment ago, that 12 machine, this number 11, and that blue livery on that car. That's the original paint, the original livery that was on that car. It's been on the car the entire time. A rich history of this car, driven by Jim Ditmore most kind of famously in terms of the history of this team with the Kastner Brophy racing team. And Ditmore maybe having some issues throughout the years. He was hitting things with the front of the car throughout time. So I think, as you mentioned, Brian, yesterday, essentially just via the Sawzall, they would continuously whack off that front wing, and that is why you see such a narrow front wing on the car.
You know, I think if you're looking to get into an open wheel category in vintage car racing or exhibitions, Formula 5000 is really a tremendous category to get into. Cars are cheaper to buy and easier to maintain, Brian, because you're talking about these small block, big block Chevy engines as opposed to a turbine Indy car that we saw a little while ago. It's pretty hard to figure out where to go to get it parts at your local Pep Boys for a turbine.
Unless you're Linsmeyer, who actually is in the turbine business, you're out of luck.
You're out of luck.
But a 302-inch small block like this, and if you're going to race the car competitively and you manage the RPM, you can probably get the majority of a season out of your valve springs and valve spring components. And you know, Meet Corwin that runs this car, he has been everywhere with it. And as you said, vintage car racing. What we're seeing this weekend is a driving exhibition, but there are very competitive series where it is wheel to wheel. The first guy to the finish line wins, and there's a podium at the end.
Yeah, they sound great, they look great, and certainly quick enough. I mean, the experience from behind the wheel is going to rival anything else on the weekend, right? So what a tremendous category to be a part of. And F5000 had a huge history, not just here in America, but certainly down under as well. Australia and New Zealand.
Continuing today. They love them down there even today like we love them here still. One of the more famous incidents in the history of Formula 5000 racing came in, I believe, 1969. You can actually see video of this. They were making a documentary on James Garner and his racing team. They're up there at St. Jovite, Canada. Yep. And the documentary team had a camera set up at the base of a hill, as a straightaway that went downhill. And there is about a 12-car crash that happens. And these documentarians are just kind of standing there, and all of a sudden there's Formula 5000 cars heading in every direction but down the racetrack. And I recommend, if you love this old style of racing, hit YouTube and find that. You can find the clip or watch the whole documentary.
I've seen it, and I don't even think you have to go to YouTube. I think it's Netflix, Amazon Prime, somewhere in there. Just search out racing documentaries. It'll pop up. As we were all devouring content during the pandemic, that was one of the things I watched.
And Garner's one of those guys, too, from Baja racing to this style of competition. He was really kind of face first into all of it.
Baja and an old Cutlass.
There you go. As one does. As one does.
Yeah.
Had AMCs as well. They did some a Rambler team before that. Yep. Then they wised up and went with an Oldsmobile.
About a minute away from the checkered in this category. And then we get to take a look at the famed Chapparals. Featured mark for the weekend, if you will. And we're going to enjoy watching some of Jim Hall's most famous creations in action here at M1 Concourse.
Ralph, as you mentioned, Chapparal, the featured mark here in 2021. We should reveal the fact that next year it's Shelby American.
Can't wait for that. Of course, we had Alan Grant up here earlier.
I loved being the pit reporter, but I was dying not to be up here with Alan Grant.
Yeah, it was a fun moment for all of us. There's the checkered flag. Waving right there. Well, if you're a fan of the Chapparals, they're coming out next. Don't miss it, live here on Speedsport.tv.
Our first year, we're celebrating Jim Hall and his achievements in Can-Am.
Two of the big themes of the American Speed Fest were creativity and innovation, and I don't know of anyone that better represents those two things than Jim.
We're going to be bringing up a few of his cars, so you'll be able to actually see them here on the track, on the surface.
We're going to celebrate the Master of Motorsports Award here, where Jim Hall is going to get the first Master of Motorsports Award.
He was going to be the best, and he was going to do everything it took to be the best and build the best cars, and he went out and did it.
Welcome back to the American Speed Festival here at M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan, and there they are. The stunning, the innovative, the beautiful Chapparals. Looking right here at the 1967 Chapparal 2F that was built to contest the World Manufacturer of Makes competition around the globe. The closed cockpit car behind it, the 1965 Chapparal 2E. And behind it, the car known simply as the 2, the one that started it all. Pipes, stacks, everywhere. Love it.
It is those individual style headers. The drag racers like to call them zoomies, but they're kind of organ pipes coming out of the back of that 2, sounding beautiful. Now, the 2 and the 2E that we just walked past had aluminum 327-inch small block engines, but this guy right here, the 2F, they stepped up the program. This is an aluminum 427 cubic inch big block engine. And, I didn't get a chance to ask David Hobbs this yesterday. I'd like to ask him when we see him later on today. But I'm wondering if the European sensibilities were slightly offended by this idea of a big block. I mean, a big block engine, because the European cars are always so lithe, and they were light, and they had these high-winding, small displacement engines. And we came over there with this hairy-chested gorilla of a motor hanging out at the center of that thing.
And your eyes are not deceiving you if you're seeing these Chapparals in action for the first time, especially the 2E and the 2F. Those wings are almost bigger than the cars themselves. And they come in their own box, which is amazing when you go to the paddock area and you see how the cars are shipped around. And the chassis of the car itself, the machine, not the wing, just the car itself, really isn't that big in size. It's not like the big old McLaren M8s, which were massive. These Chapparals were much more compact, but then they had the massive wing, and what a beautiful shot you're seeing right here.
And not only are the wings massive, but they also are movable rear wings. The driver with his left foot, these cars ran a 3-speed automatic transmission starting actually midway through the 2 in 1964. It's second of 3 years that it ran. They developed at Chapparal a 3-speed automatic transmission. So what did that do? That freed up the driver's left foot, no clutch pedal. So then that left foot instead is utilized to move that rear wing. So we saw the active aerodynamics this morning on some of those modern supercars. It started here with the Chapparals. Think of modern F1 as well with the DRS system. So it started with those massive rear wings. They're movable. The driver controls them, so he's able to set the car up to go quicker down the straightaway, take away downforce then, and then also add downforce under braking and turning.
The addition of the torque converter when they went to the automatic style transmission did a couple of other things as well. Obviously, torque converters, when they are tuned correctly, are highly efficient, but they also act as a fluid cushion. So when drivers were making shifts, it was less jarring on the drivetrain itself. They found, especially with the small block cars, they really had perfected that design by the end. Now, with the big block car, the 2F, they did have some struggles with that transmission when we start to talk about the increase in horsepower, certainly increase in torque primarily. And we heard David Hobbs telling us yesterday there were some seal issues as they worked their way through, and it took them the better part of that season to get the job done. But ultimately, all the work paid off in the final round of the year.
Here we are looking at the 2. You know, they did all the testing and development of these cars at their shops down in Midland, Texas, which if you can't see it on the back of the 2, but when you see the 2F and the 2E, you'll notice it. They actually have Texas license plates on the back. They did a lot of test laps with this car without the bodywork on it, just the tub. They wanted to see if they could wear the thing out and what would happen with it.
Very interesting. Now the F in the front, that is a fiberglass kind of composite tub, composite chassis car. When we go to the E, that is an aluminum chassis, and as Ralph said, it is not some overbearing bridge loaded structure. It is a very light, very well designed. The Chevrolet we worked well with Chevrolet on that design for the aluminum chassis. Talked about the immediate effect that these cars had, not just in this style of racing, the effect that the 2E and the 2F had across all forms of motorsports, especially when we go into Formula racing. Formula One cars, very shortly after these cars came out, everyone looked around and said, we need to do that as well. But you can go back to that fairly short-lived era of high-wing Formula One cars in the late 1960s, and it all started right here. The second point to make, the wing is not simply loading the chassis. The wing is loading directly onto the uprights of the rear suspension, which was another thing that nobody had done to that point, to understand the direct correlation of placing that downforce exactly where it needed to be.
Of course, that was Rattlesnake Raceway, where they did all of that testing and development down there in Texas.
Which is not a functional racetrack anymore, but does still exist.
Boy, the fans are lined up along the fence all around here today watching these cars right now in action. There's the 2 popping into view behind them.
And you talk about the impact that the 2 wing cars had on the rest of racing. Well, at the end of the day, what allowed for these cars to exist was the success of many of the things tried on the 2. The Chapparal 2, maybe one of the most successful race cars of all time.
You know, they originally thought the 2 should be a coupe and then decided that the convertible version of the open cockpit design was the way to go.
And the 2 ran from 1963 to 1965. In that time, the car ran 39 world-class racing events. It won 22 of them. So over half the time that car took the grid, it won the race.
There's the 2.
And we also have to talk about Jim Hall's larger effect on culture, because you see that Cox logo on the side of the car right behind the 66. These cars became so well known that the Cox Toy Company made miniaturized versions, and they sold like hotcakes. We talk about the Snake and the Mongoose selling Hot Wheels. Well, Jim Hall beat everybody to the punch on that front as well. He didn't just win aerodynamics. He didn't just win great design. He also won the toy market in the 1960s.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was in the paddock this morning looking at the cars, and a gentleman walked up and he says, man, I can remember to this day playing with my toy versions of these cars right here.
And they continue to manufacture those for years and years. I can remember when I was a kid, I had a 2 Matchbox car as well, and that was obviously well after the 1960s and 70s by the time I got there. Yeah, really.
taking a look at the 2F, the closed cockpit car right there, Hap Sharp was the reason that car exists. Hap was, of course, Jim Hall's partner in all craziness at Chapparal, and Jim really didn't want to go. There's a good look at that Texas license plate, by the way. Jim really didn't want to go overseas. He liked racing here in the U.S. In fact, he wasn't a huge fan of endurance racing. He thought endurance racing was a little bit more tedious. He liked more of the sprint action that you saw with Can-Am and things of that nature. But Hap really wanted to go over there, and in order to do that, they had to get that big block, had to close the cockpit up, and off they went, and they ran 8 races. One of the most challenging events for them was the Targa Florio, because the car was really, even though it's diminutive in size compared to what the McLarens were and things of that nature, it was too big really for the tight little streets around the Targa. But it finally all came together at the BOC, the final race of the year in England at Brands Hatch, and that's where it finally won. But even when it was struggling in the other 7 races, before it would fall out, it was always near the front of the field. Eventually the FIA changed the rules heading into 1968, banning large capacity sports and prototype cars, and well, there's the end of the 2F right there.
Yeah, and really it was the ban on this car, and it was in good company because the GT40 Mark IV also got banned, and of course the Ferraris with their big displacement V12s also got the heave-ho. So if you're going to get thrown out of the club, he got thrown out of the club with some pretty good company.
Transmission issues kept the 2F from winning in Spa, or I should say the Nürburgring, where it was out front for a while. Electrical problems denied it a victory at Spa. You know, the only time 2 2Fs ran together was at Le Mans that year. Only time.
They qualified second at that race. They ran well again. One of the cars experienced a wing problem, actually. The wing being jammed. They were able to fix that, but they were back on the course of that. But other gremlins got them by the end. They were unable to finish the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Then we were looking at the 2E. That's the open cockpit car. Behind it, Phil Hill, America's first world champion in Formula One, was the man that got to debut the car.
Phil Hill, a fascinating man. His career in racing, his life, just a very, very interesting man. Of course, he's unfortunately departed our company a few years ago, but it was Wolfgang von Trips that he was chasing in the points that year. Von Trips had a fatal crash late in the season, and Phil Hill went on to finish his season strong and driving for Ferrari. Got his first championship. Of course, the American championship was a big deal. Very big deal. Again, cover of Sports Illustrated guy back in the day.
Absolutely. Jim Hall has been quoted as saying that he thought that the 2E was his favorite of all the Chapparals, and he felt like the car was so good that they could take it literally anywhere, make a few minor adjustments, and it would be quick. What a remarkable shot.
Yeah, that is a beautiful, beautiful shot.
Of course, also we talked about the Chaparral Indy car a few moments ago as well. That's with us. One of the cars not with us is that Chaparral 2J, known as the sucker car. And I think, Brian, you can talk more about it too, but that car, maybe you look at all of the dynamic changes and developments that were made by this team throughout the years, and it's just amazing how, you know, you have the 2F band and you have to now go in a different direction. So the team essentially finds a way to put skirts around the car, put an ability in there to utilize fans to create a vacuum, suck the car to the ground. It's amazing how they were always at least 10 years ahead of technology.
They really were. And the Brabham fan car was the Brabham fan car was the F1 version of the 2J sucker car that got built. You know, and it should be mentioned that we talk about the kind of genius of Jim Hall, the things that happened and the things they did. To me, when we look at his entire body of work and the advancements he came up with, that 2J showed him and proved his theory that we got to create as much vacuum under the car as possible. Well, they did it mechanically with the fans. When they banned that, he then went back to the drawing board and said, okay, I can't use the fans, but why did the fans work? then we end up with the 2K. We end up with these ground effects cars with the tunneling and the usage of the body itself to create that vacuum effect when you're no longer able to use the fan. So his fascination with physics, his fascinations with the dynamics and the engineering of these cars is what drove it ahead. It wasn't that he had, and he did. He had good connections with General Motors, but these ideas all started somewhere. He birthed the ideas, he executed them, and moved forward. And let's not forget a successful Trans Am racer as well, the Chapparal Camaros and Trans Am.
Yeah, and they were doing a lot of that at the same time as the Can-Am program. And, you know, he spread guys out a little bit too thin at times, right? But others paid a lot of attention to what Jim Hall was doing. You talked about the side skirts, Hall and Chapparal, what he ended up doing with Lotus with the side skirts and getting Mario Andretti to the World Championship.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the great things, the interesting things about racing. There's so much that can be done inside a body that can be hidden for so long, but nothing on these cars was ever hidden. The 2E, the split radiators in the pods. Obviously, the wing is gigantic, and there are other visual cues on this car that was doing things that no other designer had even thought to do yet. These are not things you can hide. These are things that you know when they debut, within 3 weeks, someone else is going to try to do it better than you are.
Looks like we've upped the pace a little bit here now. The 2 has made its way to pit road.
And of course, all of this was done in an era that really lacked any sort of suitable data acquisition. You know, there was very, very rudimentary computational things happening. A company like General Motors and Chevrolet had some access to some computerized stuff. But the reality is, this was old-fashioned slide rule and intrinsic knowledge, intrinsic testing of things that that should succeed. And in Jim Hall's case, they basically all succeeded.
To that point, going back, we talked about Phil Hill earlier. Think about then when you don't have that data, what it comes down to in terms of drivers needing to develop, needing to give the right feedback. That is just as big of a story in all these radical ideas as those making the changes themselves.
And there's a checkered flag, and I guess they're going to bring those around and do a photo op as well in the paddock area. Yeah, you can see the 2K back there, and I think they're going to bring the 2F and the 2E in along with the 2 and have a fantastic photo op.
And if you're wondering, that tube, that induction-looking tube you saw facing the front of the 2E, you got to understand that when the driver's sitting in that car, that becomes a low-pressure area, right? That becomes a low-pressure area, almost dead air in that spot. So what that was there to do was to basically introduce some fresh air onto a driver that was roasty toasty sitting in front of that small block that was making a bunch of temperature behind him. And when the car was moving down the straight, you have that open area. Oddly, you wouldn't think so, but that's kind of a dead spot for air, so it gets moves some fresh air in the driver. That was a comfort option.
Right. And again, though, another perfect example of just the little details that this team always found a way to succeed on. Yes, it's
sorry,
the
that
big
was the 2 we were looking at. This is the 2E. My apologies.
But obviously, you have the wings and the sort of very basic things like we said, but also it was the little things, and that's what makes this sort of development and the things that other teams would also want to steal, because the driver being comfortable and making sure he's not fading during the race, that's just as important as a car going X amount faster.
Smokey Unick used to use a term called seat gap to determine how good a car was running. He'd watch, and if the guy was leaning way out on the seat, he knew the car wasn't set up right. If the guy drove by and he was leaned back in the seat and there was no seat gap, he knew the car was comfortable. He knew they were going to be fast that day.
You get to drive one. You go in coupe or open cockpit?
I'm sorry?
You get to drive one of the 2. You go in the coupe or the open cockpit car?
I need the big block. I'm a heavy guy.
I'm with you.
I need the big block.
I think I probably agree in terms of the big block, but I don't think there's quite the experience of driving an open cockpit Can-Am car, in particular Chapparal. I mean, I get to see those Can-Am cars also right on view. Come on.
Fair enough. Well, now we are moving on to the Can-Am category. There's some unique vehicles in here as well, including this March chassis here. Bobby Rahall's machine from back in the day.
Bobby Rahal, Teo Fabi, Alan Sir Jr. all drove in this chassis, in this car, which was campaigned by Paul Newman Racing. So the later Can-Am series into the 1980s, essentially this is an F5000 car that's been rebodied, but still a car that helped launch a lot of careers. Teo Fabi had an incredible 1981 season. This is a car that won 4 of 10 races in 1981. Fabi finished second in the driver's title, and the team was first in the team championship.
Ralph, I say this with a high level of respect, but you've been around racing a long time. You've been around racing for most of your life. The idea that Can-Am, they tried to revive it at least 3 times, and it never really caught fire again. But have you ever seen, because I haven't, something that was once incredibly popular, brought back in a different form, only to recapture all of its popularity? It never really plays out that way in my history.
Hey, that's a very interesting question, and I think I have to agree with you. I'm racking my brain, running through different genres of motorsports, trying to think if I can think of one, and I really can't. And I would say in some ways, I think the second generation, if you will, of Can-Am, which is what we're looking at here, was in a lot of ways every bit as interesting as the first.
Because of the talent that was
exactly. The cars looked good, they sounded good, they had that Can-Am vibe to it. The DNA was there that made you feel like, okay, I'm looking at a modern version of what I knew. I don't think the third generation hit the mark, which we saw earlier today.
Cool cars, but again, you're kind of so far afield from what they were originally. And, you know, there's something to be said.
And it was a spec series, which Can-Am really wasn't, right? It was, if you can dream it up and build it, let it rip.
And the driver lineup, too. I mean, when people went to watch those original Can-Am races, you were seeing the greatest drivers on earth from really a lot of times multiple different series just slugging it out with each other.
Right, and by the second generation, obviously we mentioned Bobby Rahal, Teo Fabi, big names were in these cars, but they were more in the car launching their career rather than as a part of the pinnacle of their career. So at that point in time, by the second generation, you're looking more at this series being a feeder series of sorts in Dakar, IndyCar, and other parts of racing around the world. There's a wiggle right there coming off the corner. David Nicholas owns and drives this machine, getting on it a little bit. That Budweiser-sponsored car. I said Paul Newman Racing, and you could write, well, there have been books written, but we could talk all day about Paul Newman and his role in terms of popularizing racing, driving himself, the teams he ran for years up until the end of his life, part of that team along with Carl Haas in particular. Such a unique story and such iconic cars that he ran, including, of course, this Budweiser livery machine.
Well, Hannah, we're having a lovely time watching the images from here on the racetrack, but I know a very special image is about to be taken over there.
That's right, Ralph. They have lined up the chaparrals for a family photo, if you will. You know, obviously these cars are very rare and as legendary as Jim Hall himself, but behind the wheel you've got his son, his grandson, and a very close friend to the family. So this is definitely an iconic moment in motorsports history for sure.
Really fantastic, and they're set up in chronological order from right to left here. And it is a unique opportunity for everybody that's on the grounds here this weekend to be able to see these 4 cars, not just together, but together in an active environment. I just want to start singing the Speed Racers. Every time I see the 2, I want to start singing the Speed Racer theme song. Because you know it, whether they admit it or not.
There's a lot of Mach 5 in there.
The Speed Racer guys designed the Mach 5 around the 2.
It sure is. You know, we haven't talked a whole lot about the 2K, the Yellow Submarine, but boy, it is a beautiful car. It looks radically different, of course, not just because it's an Indy car, because of the Pennzoil yellow compared to the traditional Chaparral yellows and black. Or white and black, I should say, but boy, it is a really cool piece as well.
And like all the rest of them, winning.
Right.
A couple of great cars making great noises on the racetrack right now. We can look at that TI Special out here. Of course, the Lola driven by Brunelli Jones is on the racetrack as well. Bunch of fans here today. Great to see people not only enjoying the cars, but the entire facility, Ralph. It's so much about the culture that surrounds these cars and surrounds this environment that this event is about, between the food and the wine and the Maker's Mark. You got Tito's over there as well. It's a great time.
And that's Jim Hall Jr. right there walking just out of frame. It's Jim. Great guy. Son of the legend, of course, and a wonderful guy. Hi, Jim. Great to see his smiling face here today. If you need to learn how to go fast in a go-kart, he can teach you how to do it at his school. Wonderful. Great to see the family out here. How could you not be smiling after driving those?
I mean, yeah, you need a chisel to get the smile off my face for a week.
Yep, race car drivers talking about lines. Yep. That's what they do. One more look at the Chapparals, and just to the left is the racetrack, and more Can-Am action taking place over there. The 2 on the far right, the 2E, the 2F, and the 2K as you go down the line. And a very different car right here.
Constructed almost wholly out of titanium. This was an incredible car. David Hobbs drove it. We talked to him about it. It is a car that ran sparingly, as the team never had a huge budget to compete, but where it did show up at, it was a podium car multiple times in the Can-Am. Because of the titanium construction, this car was about 120 pounds lighter than the next lightest car on the grid. It does have a big block Chevy engine with those Calliope-style stacks. Now, you may be looking at this car thinking, why are those stacks like that? And the reality is, it's a Hilborn-style mechanical fuel injection on this engine. And they take those velocity stacks and they move them around because of the way the air travels across the top of the engine. When you have them at different heights and lengths like this, there is some turbulence that allows better airflow into those velocity stacks, which then go down into the intake runner and feed the valve a little bit. You notice on the early car, we saw that Chapparal 2, the stacks are all evenly lined up. They had learned a couple years later that they needed to really kind of create this Calliope environment to get best air distribution.
And some of us would tell you that might be the most beautiful piece of art you've ever seen, just to see those stacks angled at all those different heights and directions.
Well, speaking of a beautiful piece of art that's moving around the track, this is one of the more beautiful, in my opinion, Can-Am cars that was ever created. This is a car that most famously was driven by Parnelli Jones. It's 1966 Lola T70 Mark II. The John Meekum team ran it, obviously 98, the Parnelli Jones number. But a fascinating history behind this car. One of its more famous weekends, it's a car that was built around a Ford Westlake engine, but they had some issues at Laguna Seca in 1966 with Parnelli Jones there that weekend. They went through a couple of engines, ultimately lent and were lent a Chevy engine from the Team Penske team. They put that engine in the car. Of course, the car's not built around the Chevy small block engine, so they have to try to finagle a lot of things. Well, Parnelli Jones goes out and he wins the second heat race of that weekend with that new engine in the car, just to add to the legacy a little bit.
And we get a great look on these coming at you shots, like right here, and that windscreen is pretty big and sunk way down in front of the driver, so you can see a lot of the cockpit in there and how simple it was. There's one of my favorite cars right there, the UOP Shadow. Now this is a 1972 Shadow, the DN2. DN for Don Nichols, man behind the whole Shadow program. Kurt Bennett owns and is driving this car. And I was thinking as I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, you know, I think this is the one, and sure enough it was. I went and checked with Kurt earlier today. He had a horrible accident with this car a few years ago at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, during the Monterey Historics over there. Coming just over the bridge, this car had a tendency, the Shadow did, Kurt and I were talking about this morning, there's so much weight at the back end of the car, so little weight at the front. He said you really have to keep the car out of dirty air, and especially there where it was going up the hill like that, it got light, air got under, and it went cartwheeling down between the bridge all the way down to the Andretti hairpin, and there were ULP shadow bits everywhere. The car was literally destroyed, and I thought that day, fortunately Kurt was okay. He's still dealing with some remnants from the crash, but I thought maybe that would be the last time we would ever see that car again. And here it is today at the American Speed Festival. It has been meticulously rebuilt, piece by piece. Everything is there from the front half of the car forward. Everything is brand new. But the tub and everything has been put back the way it was. Everything has been replaced, and they've done a masterful job of recreating it, and we get to see it today. One story.
What I think is very interesting about these cars, and not just specific to this one, but this is a 494 cubic inch big block Chevy engine. It's an aluminum engine. You know who made the blocks?
I do not, actually.
So General Motors contracted with Reynolds Aluminum. The same Reynolds Aluminum that you wrap your leftovers in. Reynolds Wrap, the same company. It was Reynolds Aluminum that actually made the blocks for these cars. Pretty cool.
And when you stand next to it, you know, they always talk about the GT40 because it was 40 inches high. This would be the DN2, and the 2 might be for the fact that it's 2 inches high, is what it feels like when you're standing next to it. It doesn't come up to your knees.
They tried a couple of interesting things with that car. When they first brought it out, it had a very minuscule set of front tires on it, because if you look at the front of it, they ran the very small tires to get those fender kick-ups down to try to reduce the frontal area, and it was not a healthy experiment. They also tried a twin turbocharged big block Chevrolet in that car, and that was an answer to the Porsche. The Porsche 91730, which I hope we'll see later on today, made it more than 1,000 horsepower in race trim. They figured the only way they'd be able to hang with it was a turbocharged big block. That made 1,200 horsepower. Les Muir, who was developing those engines, it never got to race trim, so they never actually raced it, but they did test with it a few times.
And everything you're talking about is why we all love the Can-Am series, because you could be creative. It's also why we love the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, because for so many years, the engineers could be innovative that way at the famed Brickyard. So the checkered flag is out. Can-Am cars are making their way back to the Paddock area. So this is when they're going to take their lunch break here at the M1 Concourse during the American Speed Festival. We will be back shortly for more racing activity throughout the afternoon. Stay with us. It's all free, live right here on speedsport.tv.
Me, sunshine.
This is something you can't miss.
What's behind racing? What's the motivation? Because I like to race. That sure is fun.
This will be a celebration of speed, past, present, and future.
That's the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan. And just about a half hour away from there is where you will find Pontiac, Michigan, the home of the M1 Concourse and the inaugural running of the American Speed Festival.
Brilliant place, brilliant group of cars, and certainly it's been brilliant fun the last day and a half here as we're continuing with our program on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon on a facility that is built on a very interesting place. Back in the early 1900s, this was the site of the Rapid Motor Company, which was a big manufacturer of trucks. In fact, the country's biggest manufacturer of trucks at that time. In 1908, Rapid rolled in with Reliance Motor Truck and Crescent Motors to become part of GM, to become the GM Truck Company. From 1908 to 2008, trucks and buses were built on this facility in a variety of different plants. The plant was closed in 2008. In 2011, the property was transferred to the Racer Trust, and that Racer Trust went to work immediately and opened the M1 Concourse in 2014. The centerpiece of the facility, Ralph, is this right here, a 1.5-mile performance driving circuit, 11 turns, 30 feet wide. It is 30 feet in elevation from its lowest to highest point, and it challenges our drivers in many different ways.
Yeah, that elevation comes from turn 7 up the hill to turn 9. And to get a beautiful view of the stunning M1 Concourse, let's introduce you to Hannah Lopa.
Well, speaking of beautiful views, Ralph, I'm up here on the second-story patio of the events building here at the M1 Concourse. It is incredibly beautiful day out to take some of these cars out on track. You know, we just had lunch over at the catering pavilion. There's so many different choices and treats over there. They've got the Maker's Mark bar. They've got Tito's, a full bar. There's wine. And, you know, they've got the RC car demos that they're doing here this weekend. They're also doing demonstrations of their electric karting program that they hope to have up and running within the next several months. So, you know, whether you're a car collector, a race enthusiast, there's a little something for everyone in the family here at M1 Concourse at the inaugural American Speed Festival this weekend.
Thank you, Hannah. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Lones, you've already heard from us. And joining us here in the booth, our buddy Nate Dreyer down there, who knows a little bit about everything, as you're about to find out. And a man who has driven a little bit of everything out there in his career, our good friend David Hobbs joining us. Habbo, you having a fun time here?
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. Yeah, it's good to join you guys. You don't have to stand up just because I'm here. Oh, okay. But, yeah, I mean, as you said in the intro, this is a quite extraordinary event. And it's wonderful to see all these cars on the track, so many interesting vehicles. And, of course, if you go to the stands here, there's a tremendous collection of wonderful cars here from olden days, including a lot I drove myself.
Yeah,
David, I think all of us are surprised by the fact that really your career didn't go Hollywood. After your appearance in the cinematic tour de force known as Stroke a Race, the fact that it didn't just go full Oscar award winning kind of blows us all away.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I was waiting for the phone to ring, but funny enough, it didn't. So, no, film career was not it until I appeared in Cars 2 as David Hobscap. But, of course, you never actually saw me, you just heard me.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. You had your own car, and fantastic.
I did. It was an E-Type, a Jaguar XKE, exactly the same as I had driven in 1962 at the inaugural 3-hour race down at Daytona Beach.
And many of us spent hours scouring the aisles at Target and Walmart looking for copies of that car.
I'm guessing the words that you said to that car while you were driving it were different than the words the car said in the movie.
Yeah. Especially when it broke down at Daytona. Now there's an interesting car.
All right, Nate, what are we looking at here?
All right, we're looking at a 1972. This is the Lola T290 HU28. And this is a car that was one of 4 cars in this kind of papaya orange type color that were brought to the United States by legendary car owner Carl Haas. Long history of this car. It ran early on, sat for a long time. Actually, Dave Stokels and Dave Sherman, who's part of the executive team here at M1, is actually behind the wheel of that machine right now.
Those little cars were extremely fast. Did tremendous lap times around twisty circuits like a Laguna Seca or a Nürburgring in Germany. I mean, these were very, very fast little cars. They had a lot of power, very, very light and slippery, as you can see.
Stylistically, as a driver, compare a little bit what you're doing differently in a very small displacement car like this versus a big bore Can-Am style car.
Well, obviously the key in a car like this with a relatively low power is momentum. So you've got to be you've got to make sure that you really do go to the corners as quick as you possibly can. And particularly you want to make a very quick exit, because overtaking these things or being overtaken is difficult because they are relatively similar. So yeah, momentum was the key with these cars, but where they got their grip from was the size of those rear wheels. I mean, obviously not much aero downforce on it, but big wheels for a little car.
How well, if at all, did you know Eric Broadley?
I knew Eric very well. I worked with him for a long time, from 1963 right through till in 1980.
Oh wow, okay.
So a long time, yeah. And knew Carl Haas very well, of course. Very well too, living in Chicago, not far from Milwaukee, where I live. And he was a real entrepreneur, old Carl, and a good driver. I mean, he did a lot of racing in the SCCA club racing before he took on the mantle of being the distributor for Lola, and also Hewland gearboxes, which played a big part in racing worldwide in so many cars.
They were almost the de facto selection for everybody to some degree.
They were, absolutely.
David, when I see cars like this Lola, even though it's not, I automatically start thinking of the Porsche 908 and the Targa Florio, because the car just looks like that style of car.
Absolutely. The 908 was also a little bit more powerful.
Yeah.
Had lots of tire grip. It was a bit more aerodynamic, but I mean, the 908 was absolutely a tough car to beat. Right up until the late 60s, we just won Le Mans with the wire Ford GT40 over a 908, which, considering Le Mans is a long track and a fast track, 150 odd mile an hour average speed, yeah, for a little 908 to hang on to a GT40 as long as it did was pretty amazing.
Colin Chapman versus Eric Broadley in terms of personality type. Obviously two Englishmen that had incredible influence on racing in so many different ways. Were they similar? Very different people?
Very different. Colin was full of bravado. He was very confident, very articulate and very emotional. Great designer and a great businessman. Although in the end they all came unglued because he tried to be a bit too clever. Eric was much more calm, designed great cars. You know, when they had the Lotus 11 first, then the Lola 1100 came along and was more than a match for it. So they both made great and very innovative cars, and I'm talking about in the late 50s. Sure. But Eric didn't probably have the business acumen that Colin Chapman had, and in the end Lola kind of disappeared off the face of the earth as well. But at one stage, practically every car that raced over here in Indy, Can-Am, was a Lola of one sort or another.
They were watching and listening to a much different car than the Lola now sweeping through the South Loop.
This machine in 1959, this is a Devon special. It's a Devon JM Mark II, a car that has a long racing history of its own. I think the great part about a lot of the cars here is not only are they just taking part in exhibition, but a lot of these machines are they just taking part in this exhibition, but a lot of these machines are as an SVRA National Championship car, and Brian, an incredibly light race car is one of the main calling cards of this machine.
Yeah, the chassis designed in Ireland, the body designed by Bill Devon. So, you know, Bill Devon kind of gets credit for this, and he was the designer and a very kind of leading edge fiberglass guy back at the time, but really the engineering work was all done over in Ireland, which is kind of a very interesting tidbit about these cars. 16 original chassis were imported before the financial end of the company. So in terms of original Devons, they are very, very, very Rare.
Watch what lightweight and big power will do. Right in here. Sliding it. A lot of fun. David, if you had to have a choice, if you were working with a designer, would you have wanted bigger power or lightweight? Did you have a preference in the way the car would work?
Well, poor question. You want big power and lightweight. You want both, really.
Yeah, of course.
And obviously, Adrian Newey, who was the aerodynamicist for Red Bull and one of the most incredible car designers of all time, won the World Championship with McLaren, with Williams, and with Red Bull. Probably more than anybody else has ever won. And he has been very vociferous that he thinks the modern Formula One is too power conscious. Power means too much, which means that the other guys have got a better engine than they have.
Yeah.
But, whoops, that didn't sound too good.
At least there wasn't a bang after.
So you've got to have the right answer, but of course with weight, you've got to be careful you don't make the thing too flimsy. It's got to be light, it's got to be strong. And that was where Colin Chapman probably was inclined to make things just a bit too flimsy.
Yeah.
And he got a bit of a bad rap for that. And he had some very severe crashes as a result. Things breaking, but nevertheless, his suspension designs, first monocoque open wheel car, a lot of firsts for Colin Chapman.
Talked about that Devon special a moment ago. Here's a somewhat similar machine from a couple years before. This is an Arnold special that was driven and designed by Edgar Arnold, a car that was built by Arnold when he was in his early 20s. So a guy that I think we kind of talked about this yesterday when guys were coming back from the war, they were getting into hot rodding more and more, and you saw a lot of kind of hand-built race cars, lightweight car again, like this one, that found their way on racing circuits.
Yeah, it's a very neat car. It ran in the E-modified category of SCCA competition, so it's very lightweight, very small displacement. It is a modified Triumph body over the chassis here, and it's a very cool car. Very cool car. This is the question you've been asked a billion times, David, but what was the first thing you ever raced?
My mother's Morris Oxford, which was a 1952 side valve Morris Oxford, and I managed to shoehorn a overhead valve engine into it. Managed to shoehorn a B-series BMC engine into it, so it gave probably about 64 horsepower.
I was going to say, whoa, you put the big block
instead of about 48. So
yeah.
That was the first car. Well, laughingly say I raced. I drove it there and drove it back. Usually, not always. Then I raced my dad's XK140, and I won some racing out. And then I drove a low Salute. My very first foray onto the track was with De Morris. Drove to Snedston, which is about 130 miles, and with a friend of mine from school, high school. And when I got there, I had an automatic, my dad's automatic gearbox. So they immediately put me from the sedan class into the sports car class.
Oh no.
So my 64 horsepower is up against XK120s in Austin. Anyway, it broke. So we got to lift home somehow. I don't remember that bit, but I do remember going back the following Thursday with one of my friend's dads, who towed me home on a rope, 130 miles across country.
Wow.
That was extreme. That was interesting.
There's a look at that Dodge Intrepid powered Can-Am machine.
Yeah, this is I don't remember.
And here's the Brabham.
I must have seen this before, but it doesn't ring a bell. Now this was a serious car. The Brabham, those small Brabhams were just as quick as hell, really. Another beautiful design job by Ron Toronac, and he eventually, beat the Lotus, beat the Lotus at their own game, and built these magnificent single-seat race cars.
And put this car into the kind of context of the time. When you were going to go race this car, what were your aspirations? Where were you in the ladder of performance or seriousness if you owned this car?
Well, if you owned a Formula Junior version of this, which obviously is a 1963 forerunner of this car, you were aiming to get into Formula 2 and or Formula 1. And I mean, everybody that drove in those Formula 2 races, that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be in Formula 1. And but of course, to do that, you've got to win championships, which was not easy to do. Now, in those days, if you did win the championship, and you were lucky enough to be asked to drive a Formula One car, nobody ever asked you for the money.
Yeah.
They paid you to drive it.
Strictly based on your talent, wasn't it?
Very, very different game to what it is now.
At what point did that change?
Wow.
Do you remember a tipping point on that?
So back in the mid-80s is when it really all started to change, when paying drivers became the thing. About when my son Greg was racing in the late 80s. And that was when people started to say, well, if you want to drive, it's going to cost you. And now, of course, it's crazy. If you want to do Indy Lights, the team says, oh, we'd love you to drive our car, Dave. But you got to bring $1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not talking about peanuts here. You're talking about serious dosh. But again, like as you can see from that 1967 cars, isn't it? Look at the size of the tires compared to the size of the car. I mean, they had serious grip, mechanical grip rather than aero grip. Obviously, this has got no aero grip.
I just love these shots on a car, especially like this, because the driver's hands and obviously his head is all exposed, and you can really like that last moment we just saw as well. You can see them working at the car, both in the cockpit and of course the car sliding around as well.
Well, and with everything so exposed like this too, Nate, you can really see the car itself working. You can see the suspension moving and the weight changing on the car and what it does to the different corners as it goes through the circuit.
And these cars, without aerodynamics, when you made changes like to the roll bar or the shocks or the springs, you could really feel the difference. It was all mechanical traction. And you could make a real difference to it all pretty easy and feel it. With aero, you're always, is it the aero or is it the mechanical or what is it? And so you've got to do a lot of suck it and see. Only now, of course, everything's on computer, so they know exactly what it is.
If we go back to the era of cars wearing their national colors, this being blue and white, this would have been the typical scheme for an American-based car.
Absolutely. Britain's always green.
Well, this would have been a Rockman's livery here as we shift to this tribute to Porsche's off-roading with the 911. David, did you ever, without doing it accidentally, did you ever do any off-roading?
No, I never did. I often fancied the idea of doing some rallies, which were on the road, but I never did do any rallies, and I never did any off-road racing. No, not at all. I also never raced on dirt. Over here, I race, a lot of stuff over here in the States, but I never did a dirt race.
Is that something you ever had an interest in, just didn't materialize? Or?
I think it must have been. It looked pretty cool to me. Yeah, I think it'd be obviously car control is essential. And I thought that looked a lot of fun, a bit like driving in the rain. Right. I remember Al Unser coming up to me when we were doing the Formula 5000 series back in about 75. He was driving the Lola, and it rained in Atlanta. He said, these races were raining, we shouldn't be doing that, really, blah, blah, blah. Of course, he won the race. But of course, guys like him were very used to driving in wet conditions because that's exactly what they were doing on the dirt. Yeah. Very, very similar. Yeah. The only thing you didn't have on dirt was aquaplaning, which of course could catch anybody out. But he was dynamite. I'm not sure whether he won it, but I know he certainly beat me. But he was dynamite in that race in the rain.
Did you enjoy racing in the rain?
I did, yeah. I quite liked it. I didn't wish for it, but if it came, I always did very well anyway.
Listen, the guy grew up in England. Right. That's pretty much what he did most of his career before he moved out of there.
I think it makes a big difference. Yeah. That's why the Finns and the Swedes are so good, because they drive on ice half the year. So driving your Formula One cars, catch me.
And really, when we talk about rally crossover to asphalt or asphalt crossover to rally, there's not a lot when we think about very high level, professional level asphalt racers versus professional rally racers. There's not a whole lot of bridge crossover that I could put my finger on anyway.
No, you're probably right. The old BT.
What a neat little battle there.
Yeah. So what car is this one, Nick?
The Porsche?
Porsche.
It is a tribute built to look like a 911 SC. So it's very much a 1984 911 with a kind of a typical 3.2 liter air-cooled plant in it, and Paul, who owns the car, is an enthusiast. He does rallycross, the car some.
okay.
So American rallycross, not the European rallycross, which is a different whole kettle of fish altogether. Which we talk about that. That was really one of the first kind of manufactured for television racing series, right? The English style of rallycross racing.
Yes,
Wasn't that really designed for television?
Yeah, you're right. It was very much designed for TV. Short tracks, cover it with a few cameras.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you could have done the rally stuff, would you have been more interested in doing something along the world, the WRC World Rally Championship style thing, or would you have rather attacked something like the desert and gone and done Baja?
Neither of those had much appeal to me, Ralph, for some reason.
Okay.
I just didn't. That rallying where you go day and night for like a week, I like to race and do 50 laps and get over it. Go home. So, banging around, and of course you were very reliant on your navigator.
Mm-hmm.
You still are to a certain extent. And I just like to rely on myself, really, and do my own thing. And rallying from that point, and those long rallies never excited me much. And certainly in the desert doesn't excite me at all.
Well, it would have been really hard to get your caviar and Dom Perignon out to the desert.
Almost impossible. It can be done, but it's difficult.
That's why it's Lawrence of Arabia, not David of Arabia.
Yeah, right, yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine doing all that on a bloody horse? No.
Well, the checkered flag is out, bringing this category to a close. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage here on speedsport.tv of the inaugural American Speed Festival. We've been with you since yesterday morning when things kicked off, and we are looking forward to bringing you more action in the coming years from here at M1 Concourse. Let's check in with Hannah.
Well, somebody that's a member here at M1 Concourse and has been out on track will be out later this afternoon at 3:30. John Finstrom, thank you so much for joining me. You were just telling me a little bit about how, there's no stakes here. We're not actually racing, but he's been keeping track of his times, and you've set the new course record here. Tell us a little bit about your car.
So I have a Stadler P1 prototype car. It is built by a local guy here in Michigan, really 750 pounds, has to be 1,000 pounds with me in it, 1,000 cc's. And so I just went a 59.73. The old record was a 59.82, then a 1 minute flat, all set by me. And the next fastest time we're finding in the pits is about a 1:03 we're seeing. So we're not keeping time officially, but we have all data in our car. So we're intercompeting between the guys in the pits. So.
Well, once a professional hockey player, always a competitor. John, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Spoke to John earlier in the grid, and he said, "Why are you not the redhead?" So John has had his experience to speak to Hannah.
We'll be right back with much more for the American Speed Festival right here on speedsport.tv. Speed Sports coverage of the inaugural running of the American Speed Festival at M1 Concourse is brought to you by Crosley.
We are back on course. We have our vintage stock car category out there right now. The Brad Keselowski car is back out. One of my most fun moments of the day when they pulled this thing in the pits and they've actually made a track bar adjustment on it and sent it back out again. I kind of enjoyed the fact that they are taking this as a good testing opportunity for the team to get the thing set up as the way they want it.
I think you were just having fun being a NASCAR pit reporter, which Mr. Hobbs and I have both done for numerous years for our friends at CBS and others over the decades, huh, Hobbo?
We have indeed at Talladega and at Daytona and Michigan Speedway. You've been in the pits. Talladega 500. In August, when you're out there in August, it is hot.
Yes.
I'm dragging both into this one.
Okay.
Who was the most ornery crew chief to deal with back then?
Crew chief. Okay.
Well, I can't remember his name, but it was the guy that was the crew chief of Paddock for a long time.
Dale Inman.
Yes.
Okay.
And the guy with the suitcase, who was that?
Suitcase Jake?
Suitcase Jake. He was no...
Jake,
Jake Elder.
Jake Elder.
The best
Suitcase
one
Jake
was, of course, as is shown by his incredibly successful TV career, was Larry McReynolds.
Yes.
He was always incredibly helpful, and apart from else, knew me from my previous career as a race driver. So every time I used to interview him, he was almost awed that I was stooping so low as to speak to him.
Here's a look at when they were putting the wedge into the car. Or
wedge. Put some wedge in. We could have wedge. Tars are going away. Tars are going.
Tars.
Yeah. What about you, Ralph? Who was the guy that used to growl when he saw you coming?
Well, I don't know if anybody growled. The truck is mentioning Tim Brewer and Barry Dodson. Those guys are a lot of fun. I'm going to tell you one who I enjoyed the most to interview, who tried to be super, quote-unquote, intimidating, because he was, and that, of course, was the legend himself, Senior, Dale Earnhardt Sr. Dale would challenge you every step of the way.
Okay.
And as a pit reporter, you either could handle his challenge or you couldn't. And for example, the first night race at the Winston, I was there doing TV, and I had to go interview Dale, and he's standing next to me, and we're doing the interview, and he reaches behind me. Now, we're live on TNN back in the day, and he grabs me right about where your kidneys are, and he's digging up in there as hard as you can, trying to pull a kidney out. And of course, I couldn't give in, so I took the interview as long as the producer would let me go, which I knew interviewing Dale Earnhardt, they'd give me 10 minutes and he would give it to me. And when we were all done, he just cracked up over and punched me in the shoulder and walked off. And I knew I passed that day's test. And every time you interviewed him, there was another test.
At which point they took him to hospital for a new kidney.
But I loved dealing with Senior, and he was so much fun.
I interviewed Dale at Michigan, and I was pretty nervous about it because everybody giving you such a, this guy's terrible. Yeah. So anyway, luckily again the same thing because of I guess my previous racing career. But anyway, so I make him wait. The truck. The truck's like the truck here. They're making you wait all the time. No, hang on a minute. No, we're doing a commercial. Now we're going to go to commercial. Tell him to wait. I said, tell him to wait. Dale. So I say, by the way, Dale, we can't do it for another 3 minutes. Okay. So we finally get the interview done and dusted, and off he goes into the truck because he's obviously dropped out of the race, so he's not in the best of moods anyway. Then the truck says to me, "Oh, by the way, we didn't get that. Can you do it again?" Now I'm faced with the task of going up to Dale Earnhardt's truck. So,
good luck with that one.
Excuse me, Mr. Earnhardt, and you know what? As good as gold, he just shrugged his shoulders and came on out and did it all again, which I thought was very good. And I think I was lucky I was who I was, because I think if it had been anybody else, he'd have told her to go home.
Well, speaking of good, Brad Keselowski was extremely good in this Penske Dodge that we're watching right here, the car that won the captain in his first ever NASCAR Cup Series championship back in 2012, I believe it was. And, David, we got to reminiscing with the crew in the truck about Penske Racing and their stock car stable. Do you remember who the first Penske stock car driver was? Because we have a picture.
It'll be Bobby Allison.
We
It might have been Mark
this.
Donohue.
Could it have been either one of those two?
It was certainly not the one on the left. That's right, Mark Donohue, yeah.
Yeah, he won the race out at Riverside, the Winston Western 500. And a lot of people, right now, a lot of people are kind of freaking out over the fact that they're going to run the Clash at the Coliseum in Southern California at the first race of the start of the season. And a lot of people are like, no, the season always starts at Daytona. No, it didn't. It used to actually start and end in Riverside.
Well, that Riverside race saw a lot of road race. Dan Gurney won that race multiple times.
AJ Foyt broke
and I'm
his
not
back
surprised that Mark Donohue won that in a Penske car, because they probably had done something serious about the brakes.
Mark Donohue won a lot of stuff in his career, but he never beat you head-to-head in sideburns. If we look at the sideburn, and this is pretty tame. You had the knife edge sideburns that traveled basically all the way to your mouth at one point. So
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at you. How you didn't have a film career really is shocking, because look at that. Well, so we've established who the first ever Penske stock car driver was. This one I'm sure you know who was the first Penske IndyCar driver.
Well, he was definitely the first Penske IndyCar driver to win a race in 1972.
But the first driver would have been you.
Now that is, what a shot, what a star, look at him. That's 1971. And that's the car that Mark drove in 1970 and qualified at about 170 mile an hour, which is where I qualified it in 71. Unfortunately, the gearbox broke coming out of turn 4 when all the teeth fell off fifth gear. And I got hit by Rick Muther, who was right behind me, because obviously I suddenly slowed up because all the drive went. But it was great to drive with Roger, and we did a lot of mileage that year in practice, because we got there like April 28th or something. I mean, we were there the whole month.
Incredible pinstriping with the paintwork.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I'm assuming that was all done by hand. Do you remember when and how it was done, or who did it? Or
I think the same guy that did my helmet for me there said I could help you with your helmet. Obviously, it's not Dave Blaney, but it's something. His name was something like that, and he was one of the guys on the crew. That was a great crew.
Yeah, stunning about that era.
Yeah.
Speaking of stunning for a particular era, this is 1950s era here. The fabulous Hudson Hornet, and this is the sole authenticated remaining true, Nate, Hudson Hornet. This is the one Herb Thomas had so much success in.
This car was, this number 92 machine at least, was the car that went on to win the 1953 NASCAR Championship. Thomas won 15 races that year. And in the early 1950s, if you were in NASCAR, this is it. This is the car that you needed. You needed one of these Hudson Hornets if you were going to be competitive. Thomas won 2 championships in the early 1950s driving these sort of cars, and man, what a machine this is.
Isn't it incredible? I mean, just look, that's real stock cars. You can see from the way the body leans and the tires and everything. Just little narrow tires.
And hand over hand multiple times to make a corner that the Brabham we saw made with about a quarter turn of steering wheel input. This thing has the steering ratio of a Nimitz class aircraft carrier, but it was but it was for its time highly effective. We talked about the low center of gravity and the 308-inch flathead inline 6 making all that torque.
I mean, look at the profile on that thing. It looks racy, doesn't it?
It does. It looks a bit high off the ground compared to race cars today, because the last time we saw one of these was in Cars 1, when it was actually Paul Newman.
Yeah, Doc Hudson.
Yeah.
The name, of course, resurrected. So AMC, Hornet itself, or Hudson rather, is gone by 1957. They merged with Nash Kelvinator in 54. That becomes American Motors in 1957. The Hudson name is gone, but the Hornet name, of course, would come back in the 1970s. AMC would revive it with a much smaller car that kind of lived up to the legacy. It wasn't much of a stock car, but they had good success in drag racing. AMC did. They won some stock car races. Mark Donohue driving it for Roger Penske when they had the AMC sponsorship, won in NASCAR.
There's a big debate going on right now about where to put the numbers on the side of NASCAR's Cup Series cars, and for years they've been right in the center. But look at this. You've got it just behind the front wheel, just behind the rear wheel, up on the roof in multiple locations, and there's plenty of marketing space left for some of the purest marketing I've ever seen when you're telling the whole wide world this is the fabulous Hudson Hornet. So maybe we should go back to the past and learn from it.
David, of all the dumb things people have argued about in the history of racing, is number placement on a stock car at the top of the list? Because I feel as though it's got to be, right? It has to be.
Well, at least NASCAR does have numbers that you can see. Formula One are the ones that get me. I can never find a bloody number on the car. I mean, it's lurking in there somewhere. But they fell under the hammer of too much sponsorship. Mind you, these guys really started it, but nevertheless, that 2 on that Miller car is very, very obvious. And I hate to think that they're going to get them obliterated by much more sponsorship.
Well, when it comes to marketing, the folks within NASCAR certainly understand how to make racing and marketing work. And within NASCAR, we certainly know how to be patriotic as well. As you can see the American flag being waved out the window. And when it comes to a family that has raced all around the globe, carrying the American flag everywhere they went, that is certainly the Hall family and the legend Jim Hall, who unfortunately was not able to join us here this weekend, even though we are celebrating him and his famed chaparrals. But Jim Hall Jr. is here, and he's with Hannah.
That's right, Ralph. I'm down here with Jim Hall Jr. standing in front of these beautiful chaparrals. Jim, it's been an incredible weekend for you and your family. Taking these out on track all together is definitely going to be something to store in your memory banks. Tell us a little bit about these amazing cars.
I've had a wonderful weekend here at M1, and to bring all 4 of these cars here and drive 3 of the historic 60s chaparrals have been so fun. Each of them are different and uniquely fun, and I'm going to try another one this afternoon for our last session of the day. So I'm excited. We've had fabulous weather. The crowd has been interested and enthusiastic, and we're having a great time. Looking forward to the banquet this evening, too.
Out of the 3 that you've driven so far, which one was your favorite and why?
The one right in front of us is my favorite. It's the first chaparral ever. It's the most famous in the number of wins. My dad's partner in the design, Hap Sharp, was part of that, and it's fun and light and nimble, and it's a 2-speed car. So 2 gears makes it real simple, 1 or 2.
Now, you mentioned that your father's being honored here this weekend. What does that mean to you and your family to have this honor as part of this event?
It's really amazing. These cars were from the mid to late 60s, and to be remembered and honored in this way for him and my mom, Sandy, and the 2 of them, they're here in spirit, and they'll be coming in tonight to talk about this wonderful event. So yes, they're here in spirit, and they'll be here live tonight, and it's an honor for myself and my dad's grandson to drive these cars and the lead mechanic, and we're just having a wonderful time.
Well, congratulations to you and your family. We won't keep you. We know you got some more driving to do. Thanks, Jim.
We're out soon. Thanks.
Well, as Jim mentioned, there's going to be a lot going on tonight as well in honoring Jim Hall. But earlier this weekend, Jim Hall, the man behind the legendary chaparrals, was honored as the recipient of the first ever American Speed Festival Masters of Motorsports Award. It was presented during the checkered flag ball at the brand new Event Center. And there is a look at those 3 famed chaparrals in action. The 2F, the 2E, and the 2.
Of those. I raced against his favorite, the very nimble 2-speed, back in 1965 when I first came over here in a Lola T70, and then I raced against that number 1 car at Brands Hatch in 1967 when I was driving alone with John Surtees, and we were on the pole, and that car then went on to win the race. We dropped out with the various issues, but that was a pretty impressive car swooping through the hills of Brands Hatch.
Love all those pipes.
Yeah.
Mechanically fuel injected small block powering that car, and mechanical fuel injection, we talk about it almost like it's antiquated, but it really isn't. I mean, when a mechanically fuel-injected engine is tuned the right way, it is tough to beat in terms of raw horsepower. Of course, today we live in the world of computer-controlled EFI, but mechanical fuel injection was good stuff.
Brian, we have talked so much about the design of this car in so many ways, but do you notice all the vents cut into the bodywork on this car? Doing so many things, David, moving air around, pulling air out. They really... the more you look at the car, the more you start noticing things that Jim Hall and Hap Sharp did.
Those vents there on the front fenders, of course, expel all the air from under the car, and of course they're pulled out from by those louvers. The louvers over it, and of course it took everybody else. It took them ages to kind of twig it, and here he was in 1964, 65. Doing that so extensively, and you'd have thought that everybody else had thought, oh, well, we better try that. But it took a lot longer than that for everybody else to get involved in it. And look at it around the rear too, and that little spoiler at the back, and he's got those two front chin straps or the chin bits on the front. So you had a lot of downforce on this car back in the time, when downforce was really only just sort of being thought about.
And we talk about those front fender vents and, of course, the ones in the rear quarter panel here, but you can look even to the 69 Charger Daytona and 69 Roadrunner, and you know what they have? Front fender vents. You know why? Because of this car.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at the screens at the back, Nate, sucking air out everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Just an incredible car to look at, and I think we talked about this last time we were going over these cars, it's the small details as well with the Chapparals. You can so easily look at the wing and the things that stand out, but their innovations from the very start with the two here on just the little things and the way that they were doing things and putting all the louvers and so forth on the car just is incredible to sit back and look at some of these number 66 Chapparal machines.
And they were very clever too that the front radiator did not dump its hot air back into the cockpit.
So it looks like Jim Jr. is going to drive the 2E.
We talk about the front radiator. Now we go to the 2E. We see those two pods in the back. The radiator split and then move to the rear of the car for a multitude of reasons, some of which you'd mentioned, but also you can lower the front profile of the car. If you get the radiator out of there and you don't need to have it, vertical, you can see where they're set. It's going to funnel the air right through it in those pods, and conversely, also help to smooth the air coming over the rear quarter panels. It's going to help the wing be more effective.
And of course, it's the way that all cars are now. And as you say, it smooths the air over the car. You can lower the front profile. The radiators are much closer to the engine, so you've got short pipes between the radiators and the engine, whereas the front engine radiator, the pipes always have to go to the cockpit, which, of course, just added to the heat. And, of course, the designers always put the pipes to the driver's side, so your right thigh got burnt to a crisp during the race. But so that makes a big difference. Obviously, you can get a bigger radiator and more water down there. That's more weight, but nevertheless, you can also get more power.
And you see Jim Hall Jr. getting strapped into his father's car that Jim Hall designed along with Hap Sharp and went racing with, the famed 2E. And if you're just joining us now with our speedsport.tv live coverage, those massive wings, which are about the size of a pool table, actually get shipped in a box all by themselves. They don't come attached to the car. The folks at Reliable Carriers brought these machines here from Midland, Texas, where the Halls have them in their possession, and those wings are in a separate box, and when they got here, they get remounted to the car.
We're going to try, and it's going to be tight, we're going to try to get a shot of the foot box of this car to show you the wing pedal that we've been mentioning, and it's buried way down deep in there, but it would be in the same position where the clutch pedal would be. As we mentioned, these cars used the semi-automatic transmission, so the driver didn't need to be actuating a clutch, but down there to where his left foot is right now is basically where the wing pedal's at.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Hall was an incredible designer, and of course he worked hand in hand with GM, who of course about that time were eschewing any sort of connection with racing. There we don't go racing, but I mean Jim Hall did it all for them, and he was a great engineer himself, and obviously very innovative. And of course, the wings just took the rest of the world by absolute storm when they first appeared. Everybody saying, "Wow, you can't do that." And you know, they say, "Well, here's the record book. I mean, here's the rule book. Where does it say you can't?" So they were very innovative cars, very.
And then the 2F here. This is the coupe that was designed for international competition, the World Championship of Makes.
And they won the last race in 1967. And of course, if they'd been allowed to continue, I think they would have been very successful. But of course, those big engines were outlawed at the end of 67.
Listen to that.
The song of our people being played right now.
Yes, sir. Sign me up.
David, you mentioned GM kind of denying being involved in racing, which is one of the great shams of all time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their own divisions are competing against each other openly, but the company denied any kind of culpability in any of that. Just a happy accident that the Pontiac guys are trying to destroy the Chevrolet guys in NASCAR, and everybody was racing something. It's pretty fun.
It was hysterical, really, but anyway. This one, of course, had that incredibly distinctive note with the 80 exhaust pipe coming out. Bruce Massarin's first car, which basically followed this, had the same plan.
This is one of those situations where I'd say I'd be happy to take third pick. Right?
Man, that looks cool.
Now those wings became very popular in Formula One until the big shunts in Spain in the Spanish Grand Prix when they were banned. But the way Jim had done it, of course, they were actually very, very well done. They were strong. We saw them apart here the other day when they put them all together. And you realised a lot of thought had gone into putting those wings together, and that they were very strong and they weren't going to break. And I don't think they ever had one break, ever.
It is interesting because at this time in history, it wasn't exactly known how much load. They knew there was a lot of load, but there was no real way for a transducer or anything to get those load numbers. So when you talk about the high wing era of Formula One racing, of course, the incredible consideration of weight in those cars and the fear of extra weight meant that the uprights of those wings were like spaghetti strands.
Yes,
so
exactly.
When they did fail, as you said, at speed, it completely upset the drivability of the car.
David, you talked about obviously racing against the 2F in that race at 1 at Brands Hatch. As a driver in a car that maybe didn't have that sort of aerodynamic advantage that those cars had, would that be difficult sometimes trying to follow and making sure you didn't follow a car that had that much of an aerodynamic advantage in the corner, or they scampered off by enough that it didn't matter?
Well, they were a bit quicker than a lot of the cars, but they weren't much quicker, and so it never was particularly daunting to follow them, and it certainly didn't upset. I mean, not like following a 747 off the runway where small planes go over backwards, but no, they didn't cause that much of a air disturbance. So yeah, racing against them wasn't difficult, but of course you always just felt, I wish I got a bit more of that braking, sort of gotten a bit more. Obviously they weren't any quicker down the main straight, they were probably slightly slower, because even with the wing feathered off, it would increase the drag, but of course it helped enormously on the braking. But then against that, they had that fluid, they had the big fluid flywheel transmission, which probably wasn't as good on braking as a stick shift.
My guess is, if you were with us earlier today and watched our morning coverage from here at the American Speed Festival, these guys are going to do a little formation flying like this, give everybody plenty of opportunities to get some great pictures around. And then I think the pace will probably pick up. It looks like they're going to do it now, as a matter of fact. They gave us one slow lap, and now they're going to separate and have a little fun.
really the ultimate example of these wings, or this style of a high stanchion wing in racing. It belongs to the back of a top fuel dragster, and those cars at speed produce 5,000 pounds of downforce at 330 miles an hour on those wings, as has been measured. Now these cars, my understanding, it's between 300 and 400 pounds of downforce being produced when they're in the upright position, and some of that's going to depend on speed. But you know, the same principle being applied on this car. Now its use on a top fuel dragster is to increase accelerative traction. Here it's trying to help you slow down.
Well, I'm surprised that they don't give more than 300 or 400 pounds, but that doesn't sound enough to me. But I mean, obviously it's 300 or 400 pounds more than you'd get any other way. Now, modern Formula One car, of course, if you put it in a tunnel, you could just drive it up onto the roof, and you could drive down the roof.
Stick to the ceiling, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting still to see, when you talk about the wing, still the basic nature of its design, and that's probably part of that lower downforce level. You think, obviously, no gurney flap at the back of these wings, no end plates, obviously, even in just the straight wing design across, all part of it, but the wing is movable.
Well, of course, I mean, these are a pretty basic wing to modern wing. Yes. You see the front wing on a modern Formula One car is an absolute work of art.
It is.
Of course, they're about $150,000 each, which they break off every practice session, practically. So these wing as a very basic wing, I mean, it's just taken like an airplane wing and stuck on the two stalks. The modern wings, of course, just develop thousands of pounds of downforce.
All the different elements, and you know,
exactly. The end plates, the elements, the vane twirlers to keep the air going over it. I mean, all sorts of incredible stuff. Now, one of those mounted up high like that would really be amazing. These, of course, are mounted straight onto the suspension. All modern aerodynamics, of course, go through the springs. So this increased the unsprung weight slightly, which, of course, every car designer is desperately trying to keep his unsprung weight as low as possible. The unsprung weight being the wheels, the tires, the hub, the rim, you know. And these guys didn't care so much about that. But now, of course, all the downforce is created by the bodywork, so it all goes through the springs. Yeah. All right, now Jim Junior here, beginning to step a little bit as he goes through that double apex right-hander, which are the last two corners here.
I love the Texas license plates too. I think that's just a great touch.
Through that Can-Am era, if we're talking about the two or the 2E per se, what was the most technically challenging track during that particular era, at least out of your estimation?
Technically challenging track here in the States?
Anywhere. Oh yeah, let's keep it to the Can-Am series in that Can-Am era.
Well, I suppose the most technically challenging would be probably somewhere like Mossport.
Okay.
Which had a lot of elevation change. Mossport in Canada, just outside Toronto. That was, and of course, Road Atlanta was very technically challenging because it had some difficult corners to sight. Turns one, when it goes up to two, and goes onto the crest of the hill, and you can't see what's coming until you get right up there. And then you go down the hill, and you got that left and the right sweeper. Then you come into turn 5, which is a tighter left-hander, and you got a lot of nuances there of compromise between speed and aerodynamics because the straight was very long. Yeah. So you didn't want the aerodynamics slowing you down too much on the straight, but on the other hand, there was a lot of places at Road Atlanta where you could really do with that downforce.
It is to me so interesting, especially in the realm that we live in now in terms of modern racetrack design, and you know, not being Mr. Negative here, but when we look at tracks that have been built in the last 15 to 20 years, they don't have the sort of personality, the sort of character that a Road Atlanta has, a Mossport has, a St. Jovite has.
No, well, of course, the problem is that they're given such tight parameters. It's got to be within 400 acres instead of 800 acres or whatever. You've got to have at least 2.5 to 3 miles, preferably. You've got to have a number of corners. You've got to make it's relatively difficult, but you've got to make it easy to watch. You've got to have good spectator place. It's got to be good to televise. And and it's always jammed into a small space of two. So you have chronic, and all these designers, I don't know what in their head, they just think the more twists, the better it is. Well, it's okay as a single lap. It's great fun on a twister, but of course for overtaking, they're bloody hopeless. And they never think about that. Now, Road America, which is where I live in Elkhart Lake, that was built in 1955 by a guy called Cliff Tufty, because they had a road race through the village of Elkhart Lake and out into the country, and the first one they ran was about 3 miles long. Then they extended it, and it was 5.5 miles long. And the governor of Wisconsin was approached by a group of businessmen, the hotel owners of Elkhart Lake, Ollie Seepkins, and Osthoff Hotel, thinking this would be a great idea. And the second time, they had something like 100,000 people there. And the governor had been pretty laissez-faire about the whole thing. Said, "Oh, well, I'll turn my head if you do this. Don't worry me about it. Don't worry me about it." Then they suddenly said, "Hey, you know, there was 100,000 people there, and they're all about 9 inches from the track." So they said, "Right, that's the end. Can't do that again." Cliff Tufty was a quarry owner, because Elkhart Lake and all that area, Keffer Moraine, is all on moraine, and he was going to put a quarry there. So he said, "Oh, I'll tell you what, let's put a racetrack there." So they built Road America, 4.1 miles long. It cost $125,000 to build that track and pave it and everything.
Unreal.
And it's still there today in exactly the same configuration. I think it's about 2 feet wider than it was. And I believe they're going to resurface it, but it's a wonderfully smooth track. And it stays smooth in spite of the winters up there, unlike Watkins Glen and unlike Lime Rock, which are subject to very severe road heat. But it stays smooth because it's on that moraine sort of shale. So it doesn't, it moves, but it moves evenly, so it remains smooth.
The two things I know about Wisconsin is that they love cheese and David Hobbs Honda.
Yes.
Well, I heard they love David Hobbs Honda.
Let's listen in on this one a little bit here.
Yeah, he's hoofing it now, isn't he? Now is this Jim Hall's grandson?
It is. Yep. Behind the wheel. Well, you can really see the weight on the car shifting as he's on and off the throttle and onto the brakes, the nose diving and then raising as he gets back into it.
Well, of course, now that going diving on braking and squatting on acceleration are highly frowned upon by car designers. You can't have that because they rely on that gap between the car and the road to produce 90% of, well, 80% of their downforce. So you can't have the car going up and down, which obviously was not something that Jim Hall had quite got around to fixing. I'm never quite sure why this model didn't have some little chin adapters or maybe a splitter, a front splitter. He obviously felt that he was getting enough through that opening in the front there to counteract it, because that opening is an aerodynamic device, obviously not the radiator, because the radiator's at the back. But it does lift the nose incredibly on acceleration.
You know, when you look at the 2F and the 2E, so much of your attention is drawn to the big wing. But if you took the wing off and you just look at the car design itself, they're beautiful cars.
I was going to say, if you saw that come out of a drawing office today, you'd think, well, that's a pretty swoopy looking car. I like the look of that. Now he had that cut up back, that flat back, and I'm never quite sure what the aerodynamic consensus is on that. You know, like the Longtail 917 was anything, I mean, it was long, and a lot of people think that a flat back like this creates a lot of vortex behind the car, and tends to drag it back. Maybe that big wing, though,
breaks that up a
stuff
little
that Jim Hall knew about and we don't, and that actually helped.
Because the Shelby Daytona coupe, right? It was when they first, right? But didn't the initial design have a little bit of a tail to it, and then they lopped
and
it?
actually the back wasn't straight down, David. It was actually slanted in a little bit, wasn't it, on the Daytona coupe?
Yeah, kind of a back cut to it. Ferrari bread van? Did the bread van have a very fat, flat style back? Yeah.
Gosh, I raced against that.
The bread van?
Yeah. What was his name? Nino Vaccarella.
Mm-hmm.
And with the enunciation.
Nino did some Formula One racing as well.
He did, yeah. Now our producer is splitting hairs.
He's having a day, isn't he? He's coming to life with the truck. Greg Oldham is having some fun in here today.
He is.
Was there any, racer? I don't know quite way to say it, but the fact that this was a kind of a semi-automatic transmission, did anybody look down their nose at that at this point in time? Was it lesser than to have something that you weren't actuating your clutch pedal in these cars?
Well, it would have been a lot simpler to drive, but I think, what they obviously get the kudos for the first automatic race car, but actually the first automatic race car was driven by Lee Hobbs with his mother's Morris Oxford, which had a fully automatic gearbox in it with 4 speeds.
So the 2F is exiting the racetrack, but we're about to see something else now that we haven't seen yet this weekend. It's been on the list, but we haven't had a chance to see it on course. And that is the Maserati birdcage.
Oh, wow.
It is, right there.
And there's why it's called a birdcage, right behind the screen. You take that bodywork off, it's an absolute mass of small tubes looking like a birdcage.
Over 200 of them. And it was kind of a harbinger of things to come in terms of what race car construction would be, because at this time in history, most cars of this style had a big kind of undercut of a big backbone underneath them, whether it was a big central tube or a couple of big central tubes. And this was a lightweight car, a couple of liters of engine. Beautiful.
Won the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers in 60. Dan Gurney driving with Lucky Kazman.
I believe so.
I seem to remember Sterling driving these a lot.
He was the original. He was the test driver. He sorted this car out. The first one they built that he took out and raced, he brought it back in, and they had failures in several of the tubes. And again, this was a whole new kind of genre to construct a race car. They actually changed the form of steel they were using, chromoly they moved to get the right strength. But it is neat that Sterling Moss shook these cars down.
Yeah.
Carroll Shelby also, one of the more notable drivers of these cars. I think really towards the end of his driving career was in one of these before moving into obviously many other important things throughout the rest of his life.
One of these cars, among others, Maserati TC12 I think was involved as well, but it wasn't a race that this car won. It was actually a race that this car lost in 1959 at Lime Rock Park. That was one of the most famous road races ever held in America. It was a Formula Libre style event, which meant anything could show up. The event had a big cash prize, which was fairly rare at the time. And a guy named Roger Ward, who had won the Indy 500 twice, or would go on to win the Indy 500 twice, showed up in a midget. And at Lime Rock Park, in a single-speed midget, Roger Ward beat the best sports cars in America, only because it was on that very short course, including a Maserati birdcage, to conduct probably the upset of all time.
I think that was with a single-speed car around Lime Rock, because the Lime Rock has that very steep, one steep climb, and obviously another not quite so steep drop again. But wow,
had a steep gear in the back of it, and they came in. They put a 488 at a quick change rear end. They put a 488 gear in it, had an Offenhauser naturally aspirated 4-cylinder in it on a little bit of fuel, and it went out there and it qualified well, and it went out there and. For most of the race, it was a Maserati leading. The birdcage was up front, and then very late in the race, Roger Ward passed them both and won the race in a midget. Now, later on, other midgets would show up at road racing events, but anything with a long straightaway, the midget was up the creek.
You know, the Trident is a part of the Maserati logo, and of course, Maserati comes from Bologna, Italy, which is not anywhere near the ocean. And the Trident deals with, in Roman mythology, Neptune, the god of the seas. And it was a family friend that they kind of used the Trident logo from him a little bit. That's where it all came from. And normally that Trident logo is on a background with a monochromatic gray behind it, but sometimes they actually do put it with blue and red, and that is all to incorporate different significance behind it. With the blue, they're thinking of the water. When they add white or silver to it, they're thinking of power over the land, and when there's red involved, they're thinking power over the fiery power of the Maserati brand itself.
You know, David, we talk about the superstructure of this car, the birdcage, but really the exterior and the metalwork and the shaping is just, it is artistic.
Yeah, because all these aluminum bodies were all hand beaten. I mean, these guys, I mean, can you imagine? Well, there's still people out there who'll do that, but I remember seeing some of those guys at the Lola shop when they're making aluminum bodies. You know, they just beat them all out by hand, and they just look perfect. But there was a very complex chassis, very advanced for its time. Didn't prove to be quite enough, and of course, very soon after this, 1959, you know, Colin Chapman came out with the first monocoque chassis in a Formula One car, and of course, ever since then, monocoque's been the way to go.
Never looked back, did we?
Because they're so much stiffer. Well, I drove 2 Formula One Hondas in 1968. In Formula One, I drove the 3-litre, their 3-litre V8 air with a magnesium chassis. Wow. And the engine was hung on a thing out the back, on like a spar, and it used to flex like hell. And you could change the spring rates by 100 pounds and not tell the difference because it just twisted the bodywork off. And then Eric Broadley built them a V12 monocoque, and they put their V12 water-cooled engine in that, and that's the one I drove at Spa at Monza in 1968, and unfortunately it dropped out. But that flexible chassis business, I mean, it's become so, you've got to have a chassis that, you know, twists only thousands of a millimeter for how many 100 pounds you put on it. You've got to have a stiff chassis to make the thing work.
Well, and that was really the impetus on this particular birdcage style design.
It's supposed to make that chassis stiff.
You want to isolate any movement to the suspension, right?
Yes, exactly.
Any sort of geometrical change outside of that is going to make your life as a driver miserable.
Look at all the rearview mirrors on the car as well. 2 on the sides and 1 just to the left of the driver.
Obviously, this guy hasn't watched Gumball Rally because what's behind us is not important.
Doesn't matter, does it?
No. Sounds beautiful.
Sure does.
Many years later, when I was a Honda dealer in Milwaukee, 6100 North Green Bay Avenue, Linda, Wisconsin. And I was on the dealer counts in 1993, and we went to Honda factory for a dealer meeting and to go to the Tokyo Auto Show. And we walked into Mr. Kawamoto was the worldwide head cheese. We go in there, there's about 20 dealers. As we walk in the door, he says, "David Hobbs, he leapt up behind his desk and said, "David Hobbs, I apologize. All my fault, I apologize." Anyway, Mr. Kawamoto was a mechanic on the team in those days. And it dropped a valve, and he took all the blame right there 30 years later. Couldn't believe it. Amazing.
By the way, if you'd like to learn more about David Hobbs' life and everything he's done, I'll do this one for you.
Oh, yes.
You can get a copy of David Hobbs' book, which is fantastic, just titled Hobbo. And if you send the check to the right address, which David will mention here in a moment, you can get a signed edition. Right, David?
Well, you don't have to send a check. All you have to do is email hobbobook, H-O-B-B-O, book, at davidhobbs.com. Not difficult to remember, hobbobook at davidhobbs.com. Send me an email, and I will send you my address where you can send a check, and then I'll send you the book.
There you go.
Signed. And I put in it whatever you want. When you say to Granny, my loving Granny, or to my doting father, or to or whatever.
There you go.
Christmas is coming.
Christmas is right around the corner. I was
Mother's
just going to
Day
say
is coming. Christmas
That's
is coming.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Well, we've been having a lot of fun here at M1 Concourse. We sure hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Ralph Shaheen, David Hobbs, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer, and Hannah Lopez out there somewhere around the racetrack right now. And this is the first ever event here at M1 Concourse like this. And what we've been hearing, if you haven't been with us all weekend, is that the American Speed Festival is coming back, and it's going to be this first weekend in October. We certainly plan on being here each and every year. We sure hope you can join us. Next year, Brian, it looks like we're going to talk a lot about Shelby Cobras.
We will be talking about another great, innovative American mark. We're going to be talking about more roaring V8s, going to be talking about more triumphs on the racetrack. So, you know, the Shelby American name goes far beyond just the Cobra, and that's going to be a great way to celebrate. Even, David, you mentioned driving with Honda. Obviously, Shelby had a Honda association there. Or Toyota, I'm sorry. It was a Toyota association. It had in the early 70s. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. But, I mean,
thanks, guys.
Talking about this American Speed Festival, for an inaugural event, which are always very difficult to put on because you've got to invite people here and they're going to say, you know, where are you guys? Who are you? And all that. And Tim McGrain, who runs the joint now, he put a tremendous amount of effort. A lot of people put a lot of effort into getting people here. And there's a tremendous collection of cars here. We're only seeing a handful of them here on the track. There's a ton of cars here. They've got the new event center, which is absolutely a magnificent building for all sorts of adaptations. And the gala tonight will be held there for the charity. And all these garages around here, all full of incredible cars. Yeah. There's probably more money within about a quarter of a mile of where we're sitting than the rest of America put together. So I can only say, when they have it next year, if you didn't make it today or yesterday, come along next year because it's going to be a fantastic event.
And if you've missed any of our coverage, we've been here since Friday, bright and early. Friday morning we went live on the air for the first time. Don't worry, we're going to take these 2 days of coverage and cut them down to 2 one-hour TV shows. They'll be airing on MAV TV in the coming weeks. The first one is going to air actually on Thanksgiving evening. So, David, I know how much of an American football fan you are.
I will be.
When you finally get done watching football on Thanksgiving and have had all the turkey you can handle, we're going to have the American Speed Festival for you that night.
I shall have to reluctantly change channels from the football.
David is a rugby man, right? Rugby is your thing. And one of the things you will, well, I guess we're going to do this first. Our producer has changed course, and he's got a graphic for us. Here you go. This is the 22 and 23 event dates. So pull out your calendars, get your phone, and mark these down. As we said, it's always going to be that first weekend in October where they want to have this event. It's going to be an annual. And next year, the 60th anniversary of Shelby American. Okay, now we're going to show you what I was leading towards originally, and that's Hannah Lopez. We haven't had a chance to show you her here recently, and there she was earlier today going for a ride in the 1901 sweepstakes.
So fast that the driver's hat blew off.
That's right.
He had a chapeau failure on the front straight.
That's the first time that's ever been said in racing, a chapeau failure.
Wow.
And look at the grin on Hannah's face. And the wind coming through the microphone.
Look at that steering shape, too.
Hannah, how was that experience?
Well, Ralph, I was pretty nervous when I got over there and realized there's no seat back, there's no seat belt, there's no kind of restraints of any kind, but they assured me it was going to be a lot of fun, and Glenn, the driver, took really good care of me. You know, it was definitely an experience that I've never had before. I've been on the track plenty of times in other vehicles and on motorcycles, but this was definitely, you know, one for the memory books and something I'll remember for a long time, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And it's just a testament of how far technology and engineering have really evolved over the years compared to some of the other cars that we've seen out on track all weekend long.
Hannah, I know, I'm assuming you've probably done a two-up ride on a motorcycle around a racetrack. That's a pretty scary thing to go do. How does a two-up ride compared to what you did in the sweepstakes today?
I mean, it's definitely a day and night comparison. For starters, you have a helmet and leathers and gloves and boots, full gear. You know, but you are out in the open like that. Speed's definitely a lot higher, definitely a lot more grip and a lot more lean angle. But, you know, I really enjoyed myself today, and it was a new experience for me, to say the least. If I had to choose one, I'd say I like riding the motorcycle on my own more, but I didn't mind being the passenger in the car today.
That's great. Well, it's great to have you with us here today at M1 Concourse, and we look forward to seeing you back here with us in 22.
Happy to be here, Ralph.
Yeah, it's always great to be part of an inaugural event, especially when you see the great foundation that has been built here in 2021, the experience that the participants are having, the experience that the folks are coming out to just kind of spectate. And, Ralph, you mentioned it earlier, the proximity of not just our announcing booth, but really where the spectators can be to watch this event is really almost unparalleled. When you're able to get kind of on the outside of this beautiful kind of sweeping turn that we're on right now, and you see and hear and smell the cars, it's as good as it gets.
The cars are literally, what would you guys say, 20 yards?
As the crow flies.
20 yards from literally where we're sitting right here, and the fans are halfway to them in front of us, another 10 yards up.
There's a stand out there, a covered stand with a tent, and it's, I mean, it's big. There's a lot of people in there, too.
That's what you need, David, right there.
Oh, wow. I'll take me back to the hotel.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a pretty nice ride for you.
That's pretty cool.
How about that 1977 Pontiac Can-Am right there?
Yeah, the white one, for those of you who might not know what he's talking about.
400 cubic inch engine. Now, these cars, kind of an interesting story on these. They meant, and this was going to be a fairly popular, they pre-sold a lot of these cars, and they had planned to make a fairly long run of them. There's a deck lid spoiler on there, which you can see.
Yep.
The molds and the dies that were making those deck lid spoilers failed, and Pontiac did not want to spend any more money. So they only ended up producing less than 1,000 of these cars. And like anything in the late 70s, they were not that valuable for a long time, but now they've become quite valuable. They're pretty cool. Based on a Le Mans Sport Coupe, it's got a 400 cubic inch Pontiac engine, and it was a Jim Wanger's attempt to revive some of that muscle car flavor, and it did a nice job. They're neat.
Yeah, I saw that pulling in this morning. Really cool.
You must have eyes like a certain kind of rat that lives in the sewers.
You got the rat part right.
Well, the Porsche Plots is busy today too, David. Got a wide variety of Porsches on display here, 911s and Boxsters and Cayennes and all sorts of stuff sitting out there.
There's some good-looking stuff there. Beautiful.
And really, the fun part about an event like this, we know that it's going to be Shelby America next year, but the sky's really the limit when we start to talk about which kind of brands, which kind of makes, which kind of people can be honored at these events.
Ooh, how about that one?
Beautiful split bumper Corvette Z28. So you got a small block engine in there. Likely a 4-speed transmission, but at this point in time, you could have opted an automatic transmission into the Z28, unlike the very early ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm dreaming of right there. Give me one of them, the brand new Corvette. You and me, right, David?
Hey,
you take one of those too?
I love that. I think I was there when they were announced a couple of years ago, and
yep.
I should have bought one when they were at the right price. I mean, they still are the right price. When you consider horsepower per dollar, you just can't find a better buy.
The Durango we're pulling back on there. Now, these can be deceptive because that hood is the hood you'll find on an SRT Durango, but you can option the hood on even a V6. So you be careful which one of those you choose off on.
I know everybody's looking at the Mustang, but how about the bus in the backdrop?
Legit.
Yeah. With the kayak or canoe on the roof.
Good grief.
Remember when that one sold at Barrett-Jackson for 6 figures and everybody went crazy around the globe?
It was a 21-window Safari, I think, that sold for the big money. Beautiful Cadillac sedan, V-Series. So you got the good motor in there.
Not the Blackwing. That's the one you really want there, right?
It's like having an encyclopedia standing next to you.
Hey, look, David, there's two vets here. You can take one in whichever color you want, red or blue, and I'll happily take the other one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Dodge Challenger action.
Yeah, Challenger. That one's set up like a Scat Pack car with the scoop hood, so likely a 392 Gen 3 Hemi in the front there.
Missing the emblems, though, huh?
Yeah,
unless he just doesn't want them.
Cleaned it up.
Ooh, hang on.
Now we're talking.
Now what's that?
That's a Mercedes, and that is the SLS.
That's the pace car in Formula One, isn't it?
And that Porsche there could be a 911 turbo. I think it's a turbo. Yeah. There you go, Brian. That's right up your alley.
Yeah, 6.1 liter Hemi. So you're talking the 426 cubic inch version of the Gen 3 Hemi in the front of that car there.
Is that the 10,000 horsepower one?
That would be the top fuel version there. But these Gen 3 engines are great, and they've become more and more accepted in the aftermarket. Certainly a lot more people modifying them.
Oh, wow, look at that lineup of Dodges.
And say what you will about the Challenger,
And
but
the Lexus on the left there, yeah.
Say what you will about the Challenger, right there, second one in from the left. But I got to tell you, I think the Charger, the two on the far right, just looks fantastic.
Recently spent a week with the 800 horsepower Charger Hellcat Red Eye, and a couple of experiences I can tell you about. Burnouts for days. It will burn the tires from here till eternity. And took my sons and a couple of their friends up to the drag strip and went up on a test and tune night and just beat the stuffing out of the thing and hopped back in it and cruised home, got 30 miles to the gallon.
Unbelievable. And all three of those Dodges come in the wide body configuration there. You can see the fender flares.
How much horsepower did you say it's got?
800.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it got a lot.
Yeah, 800. It was running, it's about a 4,000-pound car that was running, with my lack of skill, was running low 11s about 125 in the quarter mile.
And
what do you call a group of Lexus? Are they Lexi?
I don't know. Three of them, I think, is what you call. But Dodge and Lexus are a big part of what happens here at M1 Concourse. That's why you're seeing the Dodge and the Lexus machines painted up in the M1 Concourse color schemes.
Don't know why I'm not driving one. I don't know why I haven't been given one of those.
You know, so we're getting a look at some of the garages around here.
I believe, I'm sorry to interrupt, Ralph, I believe that's John Finstrom's garage. So Finstrom that has the Studeker race car, he's got a couple of other cars in there. Yes.
That is his, you're right. So if you're looking for it, it's 150 Pit Lane. But Hannah had an opportunity earlier in the weekend to go around and check out some of these garages. Here's what she found.
I'm Hannah Lopa, and I'm here with a very special guest, Al Dean, who's participating in the events here at the M1 Concourse this weekend. He does happen to be a garage owner as well, but right now we're at a very special garage that he will also be helping host for this weekend's event. Tell us a little bit about what makes this garage so special.
Yeah, well, the M1 Concourse is a great platform that you have both the garages and the track, where you can have both performance driving and the show vehicles or the people that like the classic cars. So I have a friend that has a couple of garages here, and he has a garage on the other side of the track that he decorated, and it's kind of a man cave and has the racers that we take on the track. Those cars are a little dirtier, but this garage is unique because his wife designed it, and this garage is really what I kind of call the museum, and it's really set up for friends and family and some great entertainment with a great view of the performance track out here. So it's kind of a unique garage with some very personal touches for the couple.
What are some of those personal touches?
Well, we'll take a quick tour, but there's one side of the walls here that his wife really wanted the cars to come home to a village street, and then on the walls each garage has a number that has some meaning to their relationship, and really wanted each car to kind of come home to its own garage. So you'll see in the decorations here, it's pretty cool.
Now tell us a little bit about some of the vehicles that are being housed in this garage.
Well, this is mainly modern cars. The collector likes to look for low volume cars. These are what I would call museum quality type cars. Each car has a story or is very unique, but he was an automotive executive that's just recently retired, and he wanted to kind of honor all of our customers that we deal with in the auto industry. So it's not just a Ford garage or a Chevy or a Toyota, but he has basically unique cars from all major OEMs around the world.
Now behind you we have this Dodge Viper tribute car. Elaborate a little bit about what makes this car significant and why it's here this weekend.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of cars here that you'd call tribute cars. They're as close to a race car as you can have, maybe as buying an OEM car and then dressing it up to look like a real racer. So this one is actually a Viper ACR, and the tribute was basically for the CEO that owns this garage. The company sponsored racing back in 2015 and won 4 of the most prestigious endurance races. So this car has basically got the medallions, so the champion medallions of that. And it was in the corporate headquarter lobby for the employees and fans to appreciate. So.
Now tell us a little bit about those medallions and the significance of those races that this vehicle won.
Well, I'm an automotive engineer in the industry, and I would tell you that racing is probably one of the best proving grounds for not only developing talent and you as an engineer and how you do your problem solving and work as part of a team, but also the endurance racing of having to be full on the gas or full on the brake. There's no in between, there's no coasting, and it's the most toughest endurance and durability that a car can see. And so for whatever component on the car, whether it's engine, powertrain, braking systems, even your air conditioning system for the drivers, it's just amazing what the durability is on a race car. So it's a great proving grounds and a great way for auto industry technology to be developed.
Now, this tribute car has something that the original did not. When you lift up the hood, there's kind of a little secret in there. Why don't you tell us what that is?
Well, if you're a car buff, you always love signatures, and this one's got some great signatures of the winning drivers, the crew, and the factory sponsorship that Dodge provided. So we've got some famous automotive tribute names in there.
Now, there's a very special car at the front of this garage here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we got Eleanor. Eleanor is always a fan favorite whenever there's a hospitality or an event here at M1 Concourse. And if you're familiar with Gone in 60 Seconds, you know about Eleanor being a famous car that was in the series with Angelina Jolie and Nicolas Cage, and this one is a real replica that's licensed from the Gone in 60 Seconds movie.
Well, Al, thank you so much for showing us around, and enjoy your time out on the track.
Thanks. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been over in the Paddock area. There are some fantastic vintage racers here. I just hope Michigan weather cooperates for us, but it should be very exciting next 2 days.
It's looking to be a beautiful weekend.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
I've got Tom McDonald here with me. We're in his garage here at M1 Concourse. Tell us a little bit about the sense of community here and what it means to you to have had this membership.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a country club for car guys. It brings people together that really love cars, but it's not just expensive cars or exotic cars. It's just people that like cars. I mean, we have $1 million Ferraris and $26,000 Mazda Miatas, and we all talk the same talk and the same language. And we get together on the track, we get together socially. Now our wives and families are coming together. So, I mean, this makes this place an epicenter for all things automotive.
Now we're here for the American Speed Festival, the inaugural event this weekend. What are you most looking forward to about that?
Well, I mean, this is the most exciting thing I think that's happened this side of the Atlantic, to have all of these incredible Can-Am cars, Indy cars, Formula cars, really, that people have never seen before. And not just looking at them, these cars will actually be on the 1.5 mile track doing hot laps, time trials. People not only can see them, they can hear them, they can smell the gasoline, and they can really get excited about it. And it's really the first of hopefully many programs like that that will be here at M1.
Now, speaking of hot laps, that's something you indulge in yourself with some of your car collection. There's a beautiful speedster here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how you came to acquire this car?
This is a 1957 Porsche 356 Speedster. I've been looking all over the country. I wanted a silver Speedster with red leather interior. And I looked and looked and looked. And the reason I wanted it this way is because I have a 2015 Porsche 911 convertible that's silver with red leather interior. So I looked all over the country for 2 years, and you'll never believe it. I found this car 100 yards away from me, buried in a garage at M1. So I got in touch with the owner. I said, look, I have to have the car. He said, I have to sell the car. I said, that's great. Let's do it. So we made a deal.
Well, it sounds like it was meant to be.
It was really meant to be. It was meant to be.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for being here this weekend. We'll keep an eye out for you here at the M1 Concourse.
This is going to be an incredible experience for everybody, not just the participants, but for the spectators, for their families. People will come here with their kids, and hopefully they'll tell their friends and neighbors for next year, and then this will grow bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's going to be a wonderful program.
We're looking forward to it, too. Tom, thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate it.
Guys.
And we are back with the American Speed Festival here at M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan, as we're getting underway with a Lola T70 back out on the course right now. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Lowe, Nate Dreyer, Hannah Loper with you. And you're watching it all live today for free on speedsport.tv.
Got a great mixture on the racetrack right now. Some big bore and small displacement cars. Now, I say small displacement, it's a couple of the Subarus, the time attack style cars. Nate, these Subarus, despite the fact that they may not have the displacement of, I don't know, that Lola or the Corvette out there, can likely hang with them.
Oh, for sure. You're looking at cars that have massive aerodynamic upgrades. And, well, yes, the displacement, the engine may not be there. They have done plenty of things to help add to that power that the car is putting out. And it's aero front and rear on some of those cars. And it's so great to be able to see a combination of those cars out in the session and like this Lola as well. This is this featured group session, which is kind of mixed in. We've got some featured cars, some endurance cars out there right now during this session. This is a really fun one.
Beautiful Lola. We talked before about the squared off back of some of the cars you've seen. The Lola has that kind of bevel cut, if you will, in the back, just like the Daytona Coupe would have had. But these are defining cars. We look back at the movies that were made in the 1960s, Le Mans and others, and this is what people across the world saw and then lusted after, and what we do too today.
And it was one of the things that car owners of that era loved. The Lola T70 because it was a fast race car, it was a reliable and sturdy race car, and it was fairly easy to manage budget-wise with this race car. It wasn't hard to buy one compared to some of the other machines that it would have been racing against, but because it was so easy to maintain, it wasn't very expensive to maintain as well.
Well, like all endurance cars over the course of an event, they need to be serviced and changed. And one of the things that people enjoyed about these cars were they are effectively built to be taken apart quickly to some degree to make as many repairs as needed to be to get it back on course.
Exactly, and not just that, but when you think about what Lola did year to year in terms of being able to upgrade the car from the Mark 1 to the Mark 2, and this is the Mark 3 of the Lola T70, they made massive changes. In fact, between the 1968 and this, which is the 1969 version, you're looking at Lola coming in with a new aluminum monocoque chassis that wasn't on the car before, a new engine and transmission combination as well. So year after year, the car, because it was simple and you could do those things, was able to have massive changes year after year. I mean, this is still a Lola T70. It's a Mark III, but the Mark III almost should have been a new car from beyond the Mark II T70.
Yeah, where they began in the middle 60s to where they ended up in the late 60s, early 70s, really were worlds apart. They manufactured over 100 of these cars over the course of their run, which in sports car manufacturing is big numbers.
You know, the first Lola T70 Mark III that came into the country actually went to Roger Penske, and they won with it at Daytona. Yeah.
And they won? Who would have thought?
Really? Yeah.
The Penske-Donahue connection, we've talked about some books, but really one of the definitive books that needs to be read by any fan of motorsports, especially vintage motorsports, is The Unfair Advantage, which was Mark Donahue, is written by Paul Van Valkenburg. It's probably the seminal work on what the upper echelon of performance and team ownership and engineering was in the 60s, because that's Donahue's whole entire thing. That unfair advantage wasn't cheating, it was their brain power.
Yeah, and the combination that was Mark Donahue developing the cars, Roger Penske putting his might. Remember, Roger Penske started as a driver and a good driver at that as well, so you have him coming in with really a completely open book, trusting Mark Donahue, and Mark Donahue, for a driver that obviously was taken too early from us, had the potential, if he had raced out a full career, to be one of, and already is one of the all-time greats.
Roger was actually a very good race car driver. You mentioned a couple of guys who were on the cover of Sports Illustrated due to their driving. So was the captain. Roger Penske was on Sports Illustrated. Back then, Sports Illustrated would cover a lot of motorsports at the highest of levels and give that sport its due, and they sure did a lot of it back then.
It is almost inconceivable, especially in the context of the sport, but in 1972, a man named Bill Grumpy Jenkins, who was a drag racer, was the highest professionally paid athlete in the United States per Sports Illustrated. He made over $250,000 drag racing that year, which at the time was astronomical money. It is a mere pittance as compared to what professional athletes make.
Well, and Grumpy put it all into cigars, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, while we're watching some of these great cars going around the circuit here, there's still some other cars that have not made it out onto the racetrack yet this weekend, but they're here. There's a lot of static displays as well back in the Paddock area, and some remarkable machinery back there that we're going to have an opportunity to show you, starting with this one. As we shift, there it is. Jeff Brabham's GTP ZX Turbo in the IMSA Camel GT era, and boy, that thing was beautiful and fast.
It was very fast to the point where a lot of manufacturers became highly frustrated with the rules packages as they were, because they did, in their estimation, seem to favor the Nissans back in that point, and this was a dominant series of race cars.
Well, and then it went from that car to the Toyota, which ended up dominating as well. Yes. This was an era I did a lot of IMSA Camel GT races back in this era, and it was one from one to the other. The Jaguars had a run, and then, of course, you had Nissan, you had Toyota. They all had their moment in the sun, if you will. Just to the right of this, another car we really wanted to show you is this all-white one, but what a car it is, a 917-30 Can-Am car. Of course, the 917-10 was a shorter version, and then the 917-30 came along, and what a machine.
Joe Seifert drove that 917-10 in the 1970-71 Can-Am season. It was 1972, Nate, when the 917-30 showed up. And this was, in effect, a doomsday weapon.
Yeah, this is the car that showed up. The most powerful road racing car ever built and ever really utilized. Somewhere around 1,600 horsepower in its absolute top ability, and that basic sleek body style. It is, I love that word of call it, just that doomsday weapon, because this is an unbelievable car that came in and took out the Can-Am series pretty much with its dominance.
Porsche Panzers, right? Just like the tank is what a lot of people called them back in the day. And one of the things that happened just recently with this, Rob Kaufman, who is a part of NASCAR, was a partner with Michael Waltrip and his NASCAR team when he had Michael Waltrip Racing. Rob owns RK Motors, and he has a 917-30, one of the Mark Donahue Sunoco cars, and during Monterey Car Week, they actually raised the car, put some treaded tires on it, and it did the tour around Monterey. Wow. He actually drove a 917-30 around, the Monterey Bay Peninsula, and it's remarkable. So even with that much horsepower and incredible bodywork, and as special as they are, things like that could be done. And then Mark Donahue took a 917-30 and went to Talladega
and
set the closed course record at over 221 miles an hour.
A record that stood for 5 years. Did that in 1975. It stood until 1980. And on the same day that he went 220-odd miles an hour, a guy in a big rig truck went like 85 miles an hour with a trailer on the back, but also setting a speed record, a slightly less impressive one. You know, when we talk about this car, Mark Donohue was famously asked, you know, how much horsepower is enough in a car? And he said, enough power that when I leave one corner, I can leave 2 strips of black before I get to the other one. And this thing could do it.
No doubt about it. And, of course, they showed up in many different liveries, the most famous being the Penske Sunoco colors that Mark Donohue drove. The car initially weighed in at 1,826 pounds when delivered to Penske Racing. And you think of the horsepower that went with it. They were trying to improve the stability of the 917-10, which was a much shorter wheelbase car. So this one they stretched it, and they ended up with the 917-30. And the first laps that were run with the car, Donohue went out on the skid pack at Weissach and just did laps around the skid pad. And eventually they got it out on the race course, and George Fulmer did quite a bit of lapping and testing with the car along with Donohue. But it was Donohue that got to drive the 917-30 by himself in the Can-Am season, and everybody else was stuck with the 917-10.
Yes.
And even as good as a 10 was, they couldn't hang with a 30.
The only reason Donohue did not win the championship in 72 and Fulmer did was because Donohue got hurt and it was not physically able to drive the last few races. Fulmer got in the seat for him, finished the job. Fast forward to 1973, Donohue wins every single race of the Can-Am season except for 2, and that was when, by that point, McLaren had already abandoned ship. McLaren looked around and said, "We don't have a fighting chance here." So
nobody did.
They jumped out.
And here's the other thing about Fulmer. Fulmer won the Trans Am title that year in the Javelin in 72, and as you mentioned, fills out the rest of the 72 season in Can-Am and ends up winning Can-Am and Trans Am in the same season, which is nuts, and led to the nickname George Am for George Fulmer.
You know, the car next to it is the Lola T260, and this is an interesting car. Jackie Stewart drove this car, and Steve, we're going to roll over to that L&M car right next door.
Yeah, Steve Green's our cameraman there. Okay, Steve, pen right. There you go.
You know, this is a bizarre car only in the sense that Lola decided, okay, we've done long and low, let's do short and stubby. And Jackie Stewart has really nothing good to say about this car whatsoever.
No, and it's a car that Jackie Stewart ultimately finished third in the 1971 season, and notably finishing third because he finished behind the McLaren, and he also finished behind Peter Revson, who had gotten fired from the Lola factory team, was running in an older Lola, the Lola 1970 T220 machine. So Revson, in a non-factory team, in an older car, beat the factory team that, as you mentioned, Jackie Stewart had issues with throughout the season, but still found a way to finish third.
And, of course, Peter Revson of the famous Revlon family, if you were not familiar with it. And this car is so cool to see up close. And I got to tell you, one of my favorite liveries in all of motorsports is the L&M paint schemes. The Porsche 917-10 actually had an L&M paint scheme as well. George Fulmer drove that car. But here in the Lola, it is just as stunning. And we talk about how they had to stretch the 917-10, and that's how he came up with the 30. With this car, they tried to stick that big cowcatcher wing at the front of it, Brian, and it really changed the look of this car.
Yeah, we talked a lot about front-end aerodynamics and what they were trying to accomplish here. So what they were trying to do is to eliminate the want of lift. So they blunted the nose off to try to keep the car planted to the racetrack and keep it from lifting. Now, unfortunately, by blunting the nose, they've created a whole bunch more frontal area and hurt themselves as far as top speed. So as Ralph is saying, they bolted what they called the cowcatcher to the front of this thing, and if you can visualize,
it's basically the rear wing mounted to the front as well, right? It's just about as big.
But like the bucket on a tractor, it mounted way out front, and the very low rear wing was obviously something that had been tried. Lola tried this on a couple of different cars, and frankly, it didn't work on any of them, but they didn't want to give up on it.
And it's a great-looking car without that cowcatcher on there. You mount the cowcatcher, and I got to tell you, it changes the look tremendously.
It does, and you'd have to imagine, again, shockingly, I am not and will never be a professional racing driver, but you'd have to imagine when you extend the nose of the car multiple feet, it has to throw everything off.
And, Steve, if you go back to the stacks coming out of the engine. It's great to see Sir Jackie Stewart's name on the side of it. We were talking earlier about the angles, the elevation changes of the stacks, and here's a good look at what the folks at Lola did.
Yeah, because if you have those stacks sitting on an even plane, you don't have in this Calliope style, the air is not, it is turbulent, and it hurts it causes what is known as reversion, meaning that the fuel tries to get pulled up out of the intake and actually try to get pulled into the atmosphere. So when you take these stacks, you cant them a little bit, you put them at different heights, you have the air tumbling over top of them, and you don't really have that problem. Now what you can see here is at the base of these stacks, these are the fuel lines. So a mechanical fuel injection system and a Vertex magneto at the back of the engine. A mechanical fuel injection system is different than EFI. When we talk about a modern engine, electronic fuel injection, each of those little injectors is metering the fuel in little pulses into the cylinders. When we talk about mechanical fuel injection, you have a constant flow pump that is continually moving fuel, and it has a return side. The way you tune primarily a mechanical system is by how big a restriction you put on the return side. If you have a very low restriction return side, the engine's not going to get as much fuel. If you have a very high restriction, the engine's going to get a lot of it. And really, if we kind of figure out this or complete this fuel discussion, the major problem for that Porsche that we saw, why it was not going to be competitive after 1974, is that the rules makers at Can-Am changed the rule where the car had to get at least 3 miles per gallon. And it was not capable of doing it. And this big block Chevy engine, believe it or not, was more efficient than a turbocharged Porsche engine.
And the big block Chevy engines dominated Can-Am up until that Porsche came. It was all Can-Am champions in the Chevy, and then, of course, a couple years where things really radically changed once that Porsche engine came in and forced those rule changes.
Hey, Steve, that was fantastic, buddy. If you want to go right or left, we could go look at the shadow if you want to go left, or we could go maybe to the right and go find something else. We're going to kind of have fun with Steve. Well, here's a cool Ferrari. Looks like a Challenge Series car.
There is a McLaren Senna hiding out back there, too.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet walking around the paddock. Another beautiful Ferrari. Steve, this is great. Let's go to the right here, buddy.
Keep wheeling around.
Yeah. Can we get over in there?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Now we're talking.
Is that the Senna sitting right there?
That's a Senna.
It is.
Yeah.
The blue one. Steve, let's go to the blue car. There you go. That is a McLaren Senna. If you have not seen one of these in person, well, you can certainly hustle on down to M1 Concourse and see one today. But I think the thing, Brian, that jumped out at me when I saw it for the first time is two things. Steve, come around to the door, the driver's side door, and you're going to see this clear opening right there. You can actually see into the cockpit down low. It's on both sides of the car. I found that shocking when I saw one for the first time at the Quail out in Monterey. And then, Steve, come to the back of the car. The enormous wing that is mounted on the back end of this car. And it is really just gigantic.
Just gigantic. And to continue what I think has maybe been the trend of the day, that is active aerodynamic options that both were started with those Jim Hall design cars earlier, the Chapparals, and then some of these newer cars as well.
The Senna can be argued is the peak pinnacle supercar, hypercar in the world today in terms of want and desire of every 15 to 9-year-old boy in the world. This is pretty much we had Lamborghini Countach on our walls. These kids have the Senna.
And it's not a huge car. You're seeing it from this profile picture. Thank you for that, Steve. It's a great look at the car. You can see how big the wing is. If we were to park this next to some other hypercars of the era, it's not going to be the longest of them all.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about the Senna versus really anything else, there are, we would call hypercars that are definitely more of a fashion accessory. The Senna is built, and very few of them have ever been in any sort of competitive driving environment, but the Senna is built to be a pinnacle performance driving car, meaning it is not just supposed to look good. Really, you're actually seeing a car that's given up some of the aesthetic beauty it could have for functional scoops and for functional aerodynamics.
And obviously the car, it starts with the name, being named after the legendary late driver Ayrton Senna. I mean, this is a car, at the end of the day, looking through some of the numbers. You have a 4-liter twin-turbo V8 putting out 789 horsepower, 0 to 62 miles an hour in 2.8 seconds. I mentioned the active aero. It has active suspension as well.
Hydraulic active suspension, yeah.
It is the ultimate car, and if you were to actually take it on a racetrack, what this car is able to do, turning as well as those speed numbers, is really what makes this thing incredible.
is a 4-liter twin turbocharged V8. It's the most powerful internal combustion engine McLaren has ever built. And you know what? It might always be, because we're entering that era now where so many of these manufacturers are saying, you know what? Combustion engine, we're kind of done with it.
They're hybridizing.
Yeah. And so, maybe this will forever be the highest powered internal combustion engine McLaren ever makes, which will only make an already super collectible car even more collectible down the road.
Yeah, Senna was involved in the development of the original Acura NSX back in the, I guess what would have been the late 80s, early 90s. And that was a very interesting car. It was a V6 mid-engine car. It kind of split the difference between the super crazy, ultra hyper cars of the day and a fairly reasonable car to drive. And, there's historic footage of him with those cars out on, like, the Motegi Ring or something like that over in Japan or at Suzuka or something. But it is phenomenal to watch. They have a footbox camera in this car, and you're watching him heel toe and operate the clutch, and you could just, even in a road car, you can see that guy was a maestro behind the wheel.
My biggest regret with Senna, he actually tested an Indy car here in the U.S. at Phoenix on the road course where the Bondurant School used to be, and almost came IndyCar racing.
Really?
And how amazing that would have been for all of us to have a chance to have seen Ayrton Senna behind the wheel of an IndyCar for numerous seasons, but they ended up getting his F1 contracts all figured out, and, is what it is.
The legacy of Bruce McLaren, and Bruce really lived an incredible life, of course, a life that was cut far too short in the early 70s in a racing crash, but, this is a man who was a visionary and was an incredible talent, but even with Bruce McLaren's great vision, he didn't see this coming.
Right.
Well, Steve, can you do me one more favor? If you see the white chaparrals just to your left, buddy? Right back there? There you go. If you could walk back over there, I'd love to show the folks at home the boxes that the big wings come traveling in. Folks, we've talked about this. We want you to see this. I hope you got your credentials, Steve, so you can get back in. Just behind the two right there, just keep going straight, my friend. Steve Green and I have worked together for some 30 years. He's an outstanding cameraman, as you can see. Just go around to the back, Steve. Yeah, I know you got to get the light working. There you go. Guys in the truck are screaming at me right now for sending him from bright sunlight to shade. If you can go to the back of the car now, Steve, that we've got the camera all settled. Right to the back, you're going to see a little, they're just right there on the ground.
There you go.
Just behind the fuel can, Steve, to the left. Pan left. Right there. See that box? It kind of looks like a coffin, if you will. That box, there's two of them, one for the 2E and one for the 2F. Those are the boxes that those gigantic wings travel in.
More comfortable and luxurious than the airplane seats we'll be sitting in on the way
right?
home.
You got that right. And probably the only two boxes of their kind in the entire world. And that's the wing right there. Steve, can we take a look inside the cockpit of the car as I'm going to drive the video engineer and even a little more crazy here as we're going to go back to and we go inside the 2E. What do you got for us in there? Oh, look at that. It looks like a steering wheel off of a passenger car in the day.
It really does. Yeah,
doesn't it?
Very simple 3-spoke wheel. Really an incredibly simple cockpit, because what are you trying to do? You want to minimize. You're not adding things in there for comfort. You're certainly not adding things in there for weight.
And unique, like many prototype cars of, today's era, but especially back then when you had the stick shift to the right, or in this case, obviously, you see that you've got the driver being placed on the right. You also then to the right of him still have that shifter. So just unique that it still acts like a left-hand drive car
even
when
though
it's on the right. Yeah.
Right. So a great look inside a place that so few have actually sat and kind of practiced the art of race driving.
Well, Steve Green, thank you very much, my friend. That was outstanding camera work as always. Steve,
there it is.
Steve works with us a bunch on our Speed Sport shows. So if you've watched a lot of our Speed Sport Presents TV series, you've seen Steve's high-quality work over the years, and it's great to have you with us here, Steve, at the M1 Concourse. Go ahead and plan on being back with us next year. You've earned the right to return. Corvette versus Cobra. It's all part of the American Speed Festival, and you're watching it here live on speedsport.tv. Ralph Shaheen, Brian Loans, Nate Dreyer, Hannah Lopa with you, and a cast of characters. We've had David Hobbs, Alan Grant, Tim McGrain, Rick Knoop, and a whole bunch of others joining us in the booth, and some amazing machinery out on the racetrack. And boy, we got two fantastic cars right here. We are 30 minutes from the heart of the Motor City, so there's no surprise that we'd have one of the greatest Chevys and one of the greatest Ford-powered machines on the course at the same time.
Yeah, Ken Lingenfelter out for a nice drive in that Duntov Mule Corvette. We've seen it on the racetrack a few times over the course of the last 2 days. It's part of Ken's extensive collection. You can see the side pipe exhaust there. As it does appear the Ford Sweepstakes car is going to rocket off onto the racetrack.
Well, and riding with him on the right is Tim McGrain, who is the man in charge of M1 Concourse. And this is his idea to put this American Speed Festival together and bring all these, his Rolodex. For those of you at home, you kids that don't remember what or know anything about a Rolodex is where we used to keep everybody's names and numbers. Now we all have them buried in our phones. Tim's phone is basically the one that has everybody's phone number in it that is here. Tim called up all his buddies, and we're all here for the inaugural running of this incredible American Speed Festival, and he's getting a taste of the sweepstakes.
So you'll see the sweepstakes as they make the left-hander. You'll see that kind of running board on the left-hand side. When Henry Ford raced this car, the riding mechanic, whose nickname was Spider, that was his spot down there. Why was he there? Well, because you can help actually lower the center of gravity of the car, getting the guy down near the ground. Also, because he was your riding mechanic, and frankly, I don't think the value of his life was not that high either, because if he fell off, you just got another one to stand there.
So we asked David Hobbs earlier, when he was on with us, what would be a more dangerous proposition in your mind, doing 72 on this or at night on the Mulsanne straight at 230 miles an hour? He chose this. So how do you multiply that when then you become Spider and you're hanging off the bottom of the car essentially at 70 miles an hour?
It's a great shot of the flywheel. You can see the flywheel, which is just it looks like something out of a mill, out of a turn of the century mill. It is a giant iron wheel, and it's essential because you only have a 2-cylinder engine here. So that flywheel, to maintain the inertia, is super important.
We were talking about Spider. Let's show you Spider in action. We have a great still photo. There he is. Just hanging on as Henry was wheeling it. Elbows up.
And this was the sensible solution. Now, when Hannah wrote it, those handles on there, the handles are not for the passenger. They're for the riding mechanic to
I got to tell you, I think sitting on the side with something to hang on to might be a better way of going.
Imagine this. When he races Winton in 1901, it was on a dirt horse track in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Imagine what old Spider looked like by the end of that race. There's not a fender on this thing. That guy was spitting out pebbles for a month.
I have ridden in a 1911 National that actually competed in the Indianapolis 500.
Might as well be a Senna.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, light years ahead technology-wise to this, right? You jump 10 years, and it's just incredible what that experience was like. I can only imagine what the sweepstakes is like. A little hint between you guys, a little private secret. I'm going to get a lap on it later. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait.
I don't know how you're getting back to the hotel.
I don't know. I know. I can't wait.
Maybe he'll drive you back.
I'll tell you what. I'll walk after that. It's going to be what an experience. I can't wait to do it. Hannah, you are the only one in the crew so far that has had the chance. Have you wiped the grin off yet?
I mean, I'm always smiling, but my cheeks definitely hurt after that ride from smiling the whole entire time. And you can see Tim McGrain is out there right now with Glenn, really enjoying himself, the CEO of M1 Concourse. And he's definitely got a much better outfit on than I do. It looks like he's going by. They've maintained both of their hats so far, so that should be pretty cool. You know, I was talking to Glenn while we were out there because you're not going fast enough that you can't hear each other and have a conversation. And at one point I said, you know, about how fast are we going right here? And it was down that back straightaway. He said probably about 40 miles an hour or so. So if that gives you any kind of idea on speeds, but they're definitely sitting pretty high up too. I noticed. I've never really ridden in a car that was that tall, but a good time to say the least.
This is incredible. And that car is going to be 120 years old in just a few more days on October 10th.
You know, and it is every car, whether we're talking about this one or the race cars or the Senna, it is an integrated system, series of systems. And really that's what the most difficult part of manufacturing cars in the early 1900s was the integration of those different systems, actually getting all these things to function together.
And think about that, Brian. Just moments ago, this is what American Speed Festival is all about. Just moments ago, we were looking at a Senna, which is right at the pinnacle of what car manufacturing is all about today. And now we're going back 120 years, just a minute or two later, and looking at where it all started. That is what the American Speed Festival and M1 Concourse is all about. We sure hope you've enjoyed it over the weekend, and I can't encourage you enough to come out and join us here in person next year to witness all of this. First weekend in October 2022.
We go back to that 1901 race against Winton, and it was a 10-mile race. And we can hear, you know, this car it has a giant muffler on it, just like it would have then. And you think about it, this giant grandstand of people at a horse racing track watching these two cars that weren't going that fast, racing over the span of 10 miles, and then just going completely ape when Ford passed Winton.
What would we have said, what would we be talking about today if Winton had won instead of having lost by half a car length? Winton still went on to building cars, but we might not be talking about the Ford as such an iconic vehicle. We might be talking about the Winton.
We might be talking about the Dodge brothers. If I had that money, if Henry Ford had failed, Henry, you know, if we get to write the alternative history of the American automobile, I'm guessing the Dodge brothers are the guys that fill that void.
They would have given it a run, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Louis Chevrolet,
sure, absolutely. Gaston, unfortunately, a racing accident took his life. You know, and remember, the Chevrolet brothers, like so many people did, the Chevrolet brothers got their start in the automotive industry by making speed parts for Fords. Frontenac was the name of their company.
Yeah.
They made cylinder heads and intake manifolds and stuff like that. So, and the Dodge brothers made their first fortune by manufacturing basically every single part of the Model T for Henry Ford.
Yeah. Well, look, when you look at it, back in the day, the Ford company was one of the absolute biggest industries in the world. So lots of people were making pieces and parts for Ford, right?
Yeah, the Dodge brothers were major shareholders in Ford. They were his largest single supplier and built basically everything from engines all the way to chassis. They had a falling out, as people tend to do, and just pick up books, read books, kids, because all this stuff is written down. It's astonishing stories.
And of course, the sweepstakes, just like the Model T, comes in any color you want, as long as you want black. Yeah.
And then really,
yes. Boy, listen to that.
If we had to make a time capsule and place, let's say, 4 American cars in it to shoot into space to kind of preserve our history, I'm saying Model T, 55 Chevy, Shelby Cobra, and a Corvette. You pick the year.
67 big block 427.
Do it. I think that's going to send the right message to the little green men.
As to who and what we are.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have put anything more modern than 67 in there.
I mean, I want them to build big blocks with carburetors on them. That's kind of what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, but you could have changed out the 57 Chevy for something maybe more modern.
Oh, like an 08 Camry? Come on, man.
No, that's not American though. But we're talking about American. You could put a C8 Corvette in there to show
bleeding edge
where we are currently at the highest point of American engineering. You could put the Ford GT.
We absolutely
Ford GT would go in there. You know, we were talking about we talk a lot about the race between Henry Ford and Winton in the day. There was actually more than just 2 cars there. We all talk about the 2 battling. There was actually 13 cars that showed up, and not everybody got through the last chance qualifier, if you will. They only took 2 in the feature.
And he would have had, at that time in history, he would have had a curved dash Oldsmobile, which was, in terms of popularity, one of the most popular cars in America. And Ransom E. Olds in volume, eventually in the early 1900s, would lead the automotive industry for a while with that curved dash Oldsmobile. And it was, as you guess, it made the sweepstakes car look like an incredibly advanced machine. It was very basic, but it was fairly affordable. Not as affordable as a Model T would become. But look, we can go back. We can talk about David Buick. We can talk about really a whole host of. I mean, at one point in this country, there were 120 different people making automobiles.
Yeah, well, that's that era, right? When you and going forward a couple of decades beyond 1901, obviously, but you Duesenbergs and all these other companies.
Moon, you had all these many. I mean, this stuff you'd never, tiny examples of. There was a company called Buffum Automobiles, which is based in my hometown of Abington, Massachusetts. The building that they built cars is still there. It's actually a pizza place now, and with a very large back on it. But the Buffum Automobile was the very first V8 car sold in America in the very early 1900s, and only one of them exists, and it's in the Owl's Head Transportation Museum in Maine. And I am not dorky enough to have driven there and looked at it.
Yeah, you are. I know you have. And I'm going to say this: you've been there more than once.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
And the thing about it is they were real coach builders back then, right? Because they weren't mass producing hundreds of vehicles. They might have turned out 1, 10, maybe double digits, right?
And when you continue through and you talk about legends of making cars, I think these two cars right on our screen are an example when you think about, obviously, Carroll Shelby, but also Zora Arkus Duntov. And when you think about Duntov as well, and obviously this car and the testing himself that Duntov did was being such a hands-on type engineer, he inspired, when you look at, when you talk about like maybe football, and you talk about a coach's coaching tree and those that came from him as a big part of how good of a coach you are. Well, when you think about Duntov and the passion he had, I think one of the key stories when you can draw a straight line in terms of classic American cars, Roy Schoberg, who would go on to be known as Father Viper, he was the head of the Team Viper program. He worked directly under Zora Duntov for all those years for the Corvette program, went on, built the Viper, and what eventually became SRT, the Team Viper team. They very much built those cars in a similar fashion to how Duntov would have tested that car.
Nice.
That's a really good point, Nate. And here's Kip right here. He just bringing his Cobra to a stop, Hannah, and Kip is grinning ear to ear as you would expect a man who drives an original Cobra to do.
Definitely can't say I blame him. Big smile on his face. Kip, tell us a little bit about this beautiful Cobra.
427 car, built in 1966. Was born a 427. Now done in SC trim, which would be the roll hoop and a little wider flare in the hood scoop. But been in the collection. We've had this car for 36 years for the first owner. Then we purchased the car from him. So the car is actually still in the collection, with a different collection than I'm involved in. So this car has been around for a very long time.
Now you've got several other cars here this weekend, one of them being the McLaren Sun. Tell us a little bit about that magnificent car.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. That car didn't get any track time or see any track service this weekend, but that's one of only two that was done in the United States in Kingfisher Blue. It's a really unique color. It's kind of a throwback to the original colors from McLaren and their racing. Even a little bit of orange on there to kind of bring back the Can-Am era from McLaren, of course. Yeah, great car.
Now, I know you said it didn't get any track time, but are you going to let me take it out for a few laps after the track shuts down today? What do you say?
Absolutely.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Kip Stewart.
Well done, Hannah. Can't blame you for asking about that. Kip's having a great day. You got the McLaren Senna parked over there, and you're driving an original big block 427 Cobra.
My man's living right.
Yeah.
And, the 427 Ford and that entire FE family of engines is one of the most unique engine families when it comes to motorsports competition in America. It started out with a 352-inch version in the 50s, and that 427 high-riser engine that would have been found in the cars like the Ford Thunderbolt and in the cars like the Shelby Cobra became a dominating force in racing.
Well, there's more track activity yet to go here at the American Speed Festival. Stay with us. We're coming right back for a lot more fun, furious action here at M1 Concourse, live on speedsport.tv. We are back here at M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. We are just about a half an hour outside of the Motor City itself, Detroit, Michigan. This is an amazing facility. If you're just joining us in our live speedsport.tv coverage, this is a look at the facility. And one of the things that we're really excited about here this weekend at the inaugural running of this event is the 91730 Porsche that is here from 1973. There it is. What an incredible car. And one of the things we were talking about was Mark Donohue taking the car to Talladega and setting the closed course speed record. Here's a look at what went down. Mark went to Talladega with the Porsche.
For some, the challenge of this track is a solitary one. The world closed course record belongs here in Alabama.
Yep,
One lap round the oval
faster
faster than anyone's ever dared before. For America's quiet, courageous
It is
Mark
Ken Squire.
Donohue, it would be one of the most serious challenges in his famous career. Buddy Baker first brought the world closed course mark to Alabama with a lap of 200 miles per hour in a stock car in 1970. 1 year later, Catawba, North Carolina's Bobby Isaac in a similar car crested 201 miles per hour. In 1974, A.J. Foyt bombarded the high banks, blitzkrieging the record by 16 miles per hour. Foyt averaging over 217 miles per hour for one lap in his own car. Is Donohue concerned about eclipsing the Foyt mark?
Well, certainly. We now have to warm up and then do the job. It's been a lot of work up to this point, and a lot of people are looking for us to be successful, and yet it has to be done. I can tell for sure it's not easy.
A $175,000 car throbs to life, and an Earth astronaut seeks out his own horizons. Car owner Roger Penske considers the task.
You're running at such tremendous speeds, and the difference between 217, which is Foyt's record, and 220, which we're shooting for, is 0.2 of a second, and in 2.6 miles, that's not very much.
Event one of a typical Talladega 500 weekend. A world speed record run by Mark Donohue.
As you approach the turn, you and your sense of the car feel that the car will not be capable of making the turn that you can see ahead. You tend to lift on the throttle, and you have to tell yourself, it's going to make the turn, I can keep the throttle down. And so far, I've not been able to keep it down all the way, but I think we're getting closer. It's very light, it's very fragile, it's very sensitive to steering wheel movements, and consequently at those speeds, on this kind of a banking, why, it's, you would say, very, very darty.
Donohue at over 215 miles per hour.
Turn 2 is the worst part. The bank angle tends to level out before the turn does, and so that the wind catches the front of the car, and you could say sort of pushes it across the track towards the wall.
Darting, dodging the most difficult obstacles, the unseen, the unknown. Mark Donohue established a new world record mark at Alabama, 221.160 miles per hour. To motor racing's grand champion, A.J. Foyt, it didn't represent a record as much as an invitation to again test himself against this track.
And I'm quite sure that I can come back and at least run around 230 miles an hour, which we will probably do. I don't know if it'll be in the near future or later on, but we definitely will come back.
But this moment was Mark Donohue's.
How was it out there? Well, we've worked a long time to get to this point, and it's really it's a great thrill to have this kind of a record in the Penske racing team. I'm really, really happy.
From the sublime to event number 2. That's right. A tractor trailer high-balling hopefully fast enough to stay up on the banking and set a mark that will be the talk of truck stops from Bangor, Maine to San Diego. Anniston, Alabama's Johnny Ray had this jumbo jogging at 92 miles per hour. And they say the party going on in the back end was even faster.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark SpeedSport.com on your mobile device now, or follow SpeedSport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the SpeedSport Daily. SpeedSport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
Well, welcome back here to the M1 Concourse. I'm grinning myself over that piece from Talladega. Brian, Nate, and myself, we were just chuckling all the way through it. Our dear friend Ken Squire voicing that, and Ken has been a great friend, a mentor, and a colleague over the years throughout my career. And to hear Ken saying things like Earth astronaut and highballing around the high banks and just tremendous commentary, my Ken, is you can only get from somebody, a wordsmith like Ken Squire. The other thing I was thinking about in there, the bodywork of that car is in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. Rob Kaufman has it with his 917. It's there at Arcade Motors. So if you ever get a chance to go inside that, you can see the Cam 2 bodywork sitting there then.
You know, a couple things. The big rig going 92 miles an hour, that's a W Series Kenworth, and that truck, to my knowledge, had a big giant, was a KT Series Cummins, so a well over 1,000 cubic inch engine with a monstrous. Even back in the 70s, those guys were able to make huge horsepower with those diesels by stacking the turbos on top of each other like they do now, compound turbocharging. But to get one of those trucks to go 92 miles an hour with a trailer on it is a pretty incredible thing. And, you know, A.J. Foyt, they talked about him kind of, well, he's going to come recapture it.
Took a while, didn't it?
You remember this. You don't. And if you do, you're super genius dork level that I will respect forever.
Yeah, you're right there.
But the Oldsmobile Aerotech. The Aerotech Oldsmobile program of the late 80s, early 90s with the quad 4 engine. And it was effectively the 917 with a bubble roof when you look at the shape of that car.
It sure was, and they still have that car.
Yes.
And Larry Foyt has been saying,
really,
I got to restore this thing. And we got to get it back out just for people to see it rolling around if they can get it done. So, Larry, 3 of us would love to see you get that done and get the Aerotech back out there.
We've talked a lot about the Offenhauser racing engine. That quad 4 Oldsmobile engine, when you get right down to brass tacks, was very close to an adapted version, but it had a lot of Offenhauser DNA in it, especially in the cylinder head. The spark plugs are right down the center. It had the same style of combustion chamber, and those little engines made a bunch for their day, 180, 190 naturally aspirated horsepower in a time when V8s were barely grunting out 175.
Yeah, and an incredibly swoopy body to it, right?
Yeah.
And you watch that imaging of SuperTech sitting there kind of saying, I got news for you. It made him mad when Donahue got that record. He doesn't like giving up anything to this day. And that's one of the things I love about A.J. Foyt. To this day in his 80s, he is as driven as ever to be standing on the top step of any podium as a driver, as a team owner, as anything to do with his team.
We talk about closed course speed records. The first guy to ever average 200 miles an hour in a closed course. Come on with it.
It was Buddy Baker.
In the stock car. Now, that was in a test, but in a racing environment. Ontario Motor Speedway.
Oh, yeah. I got to think about that one.
His name is on a prominent car that's in the paddock.
Yeah, I'm struggling to get it.
Jerry Grant.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jerry Grant. Yeah, 200 some miles an hour in qualifying, I guess, at Ontario was the first. He was the first official in a racing environment. But Baker in the stock car was
L.C. Wiley.
Yes.
L.C. Wiley Baker.
Yeah.
So back in our TNN days when we were doing NASCAR coverage, Buddy was one of our color analysts, and I was working pit road with our good friend, dear departed friend, Steve Burns, and we had a great team back then.
I bet, man.
Yeah, we had so much fun doing those races. And Buddy never liked to drive the rental car. So he would always tell me, hey, he'd call me and say, which flights are you on? Let me know. I'm going to book my flight. You get the rental car, and I'm just going to ride with you. That's how Buddy would talk. And I loved every minute of it because all I got to do is pepper Buddy. There's our dear departed friend. He was a gentle giant, if there was ever one. Buddy was it. And what a wheel, man. An animal behind the wheel. He just grabbed that steering wheel and get that car to the front. But he would just tell me so many stories about the things that they would do, whether, his dad, Buck, was doing some things with some moonshine that maybe Buddy he told me a story once about his dad would dress him up in a little sailor suit and put him in the back of the car, and he would just wave as he was going down the road, so the cops wouldn't pay attention to what was going. The revenuers wouldn't pay attention to the fact that Buck might have had some things loaded up in the trunk of the car that shouldn't have been in there. But they're tremendous stories.
Oh, they are.
And you know, he would tell stories. One of the reasons why Buddy never really had all the victories that he could have had as a NASCAR Grand National winner back then was because he actually made more money testing for companies like Firestone. Yeah. And what they would do is they would go to places like Daytona, lay strips across the front straightaway with nails sticking up, and he'd get up to 200 plus miles an hour on the high banks, come across those strips and blow the tires, and they, you know, the engineers would study it to figure out what they got to do to make it better. Right? He would do crazy things like that.
Don't put nails on the
making more money doing that. Hazard pay was pretty good, I guess, back then, than he could have made, you know, winning on a Wednesday night at a dirt track at, you know, the Charlotte Fairgrounds or wherever they were running on the tour.
You know, we talk about these closed course speed records. Obviously, Donahue stood for 5 years, from 1975 up to 1980 until it was broken. The first car to ever go 180 on a closed course. This actually happened at Daytona shortly after it opened, and Bill France wanted this record. He wanted someone to go 180, put up at the time a huge amount of money, $10,000. A bunch of people tried and failed, and it was actually two drag racers that pulled it off. It was a guy named Art Malone, who would drive in the Indy 500, drove stock cars as well. Great friends with Don Garlitz. They had a great career together. And a guy named Bob Osicki. And Bob Osicki was a stock car racer, promoter, and he owned a couple of racetracks. He bought an old Indy car, an old roadster-style Indy car. Yeah. They put these two bizarro-looking canard wings jammed off the side of it, a tall wing in the back, and a supercharged 413 Dodge in the front of this thing. It had a blower hanging out of the top of it. And it took them a couple visits to Daytona, but they actually did it. The first visit, Malone spins this thing like for a half a mile. Like by all rights, he should have yard sailed the car and himself. And they went back and said, okay, well, it's not quite right yet. And they went back and tweaked on some things and came back. And those two guys from the wrong sport with the wrong car, became the first two people to ever go 180 miles an hour on a closed course. And Bill France got his headlines.
It's incredible. And then, of course, sadly, the thing that ruined all this high speed with NASCAR was Bobby Allison having the horrendous wreck at Talladega. And the insurance guys went, that's enough of that. Yeah. And here comes the restrictor plate down the road, and we start choking those speeds down to a number in the 190 range. Could never get, every time we got close to 200 again, the restrictor plate got a little bit tighter, choking things down. But it was also kind of fun watching the brilliance of the guys in the garage area trying to figure out their ways around those restrictor plates. And boy, the stories there are endless. Well, I guess we've wasted enough time.
We gotta get to Hannah.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, Hannah, your turn.
Save us.
Guys, I've got Rick Knoop down here. He is a driving instructor. He knows a lot about cars. He's got a long history in racing. Rick, why don't you tell me a little bit about your role here at the M1 Concourse so far this weekend?
Well, you know what's interesting is I got a phone call, and I do some instructing at Willow Springs Raceway, and Tim McGrain called me, and I've been involved with racing about 43 years. I'm an endurance racer, 24 hours at Daytona, Le Mans. I've won there in a class win, and developed a lot of cars, the Mazda RX-7s, and a lot of development work with Porsche. So anyway, about 4 months ago, I got the call to come to M1 Concourse, and it has been not only fulfilling, but to also have the Motorsports Hall of Fame, the 2020 class, the 2021. And I came out of respect for, I came here to spectate, but I also came to support a lot of the people going into the Motorsports Hall of Fame. And it's been a wonderful relationship. I came to see Judy Stropis and Bobby Allison and a lot of the people that I always admired. And I come out about every 2 months, and we sort of sweeten it up a little bit. Johnny O'Connell, what weekends he didn't want, I took. And they've got a great core of instructors here. Mark and Dan are perfect, and Keith. And I'm lucky enough to come and give my little take on driving race cars efficiently, consistently, and accurately.
What is some of the information that you hope to kind of pass along and instill in your students that you are teaching to go around this specific course?
Well, this course is 1.5 miles in length, and I basically to be smooth, be consistent, and concentrate. And when they move the steering wheel, they move their head. Always the vision, the pitch, the yaw, the roll. I like them to be able to run not only in the Lexus, but as well as the Dodge Challengers, because many times you're asked to drive as you go up through the ranks, different category cars. So the whole thing is watch the ball, hit the bat, as your grandfather told you, and the consistency is big in this.
Now, Rick, my good friend Kip Sheward told me that I could take his McLaren Senna out later today. What would your advice be for me?
Bring it back alive, and just inch by inch it's a cinch, yard by yard it's hard. The index of performance in that, they are so accurate, Hannah, that there is blue sky in those. That's what you do, is you want to work into it. But the cars now are so delightful to drive. The problem sometimes is, if you're very successful in whatever you're doing, a doctor, a lawyer, Indian chief, you end up having this, I'm doing this well, and the cars you buy out of the showroom now are absolutely, I mean, they're blistering fast. So it's nice to be able to kind of turn it on like a volume, you know.
Now, Rick, we've got some time to kill here. You've got a really long career in racing. You said you've done the 24 hours at Le Mans. You've done the 24 hours at Daytona. Tell us a little bit about kind of your favorite racing memory or something that really stands out to you from throughout your career.
Oh, gosh. You know, my dad was a racer, but there's 4 noops. I'm the oldest, and he had a young business. And I basically grew up with a dad that was driving race cars, but it got so dangerous. But I always looked at scrapbooks. I was brought up on a ranch in the summertime so I could operate equipment. And my fondest memories, my first championship was in 1977. And it was kind of an interesting story. It was a drummer for the Grateful Dead's car. I'm from Northern California. And we ended up having a love for motorsports. My dad said, if you're good at this, I can't support you. So we went to the Bondurant School of High Performance Driving. I graduated #1 with about a class of 20, and all of a sudden we got more organized in it. And went to the 24 hours of Daytona when I was 24 years old. We finished 6th. Went to the Mobile 112 hours of Sebring, finished 5th. Now I'm in the World's Championship in points. And we went to a place called Le Mans, and I missed my graduation, University of Southern California, because when do you get an opportunity like that? We were 3 American, like hot rodders, driving for a German team. There was a 3-car team, and guess what? We were the ones that finished. The other 2 broke. So then all of a sudden I had a footprint in motorsports, and I pursued it and got involved with the Mazda factory, went back to Le Mans again. I've been very fortunate to drive not only for factory efforts, but also for tire companies. So when you mix the 2 of those, you start, the word gets out, and as long as you bring the cars home, many times the phone will ring again.
Now, you've also had a victory at Talladega. Tell us about that and what kind of car you're driving then.
Oh, my God. Well, that was interesting. It was an AMC Hornet, so I'm getting out of these exotic cars called Porsches and Ferraris and stuff, and we got the same points. The people that had the sanctioning body said, okay, the World Endurance Championship, you have to drive these radial sedans, or not have to if you want to stay in the points. So now I'm at Talladega. The year's 1979, and I'd never been to Talladega, but we ran the Roval, so we went off the banks and through in the Dale, and we won that. And so I've won at Talladega. Then I went back to Talladega in a NASCAR for the last non-restrictor plate race. And I was able to talk to, I'm jumping around a little bit, but Bobby Allison was here for the Motorsports Hall of Fame. I was right behind him when he flew out of the ballpark. So Bobby and I have, I've been to Talladega quite a few times because I ran some NASCAR for a while. I've driven a lot of different series, but I think my favorite memory to go back would have to be the 24 hours of Daytona in a Porsche prototype called a 962. And I got to drive with Jochen Mass. And Jim Busby was the guy that really, he believed in me, and he's a main guy in Laguna Beach, California, and we're a bunch of Californians that started to get a footprint, not only in the U.S., but in Europe. So I'm very proud and full of gratitude.
It sounds like you've had the opportunity to drive at a lot of different tracks all around the world. If there's any particular one that stands out to you the most or that was your favorite, and why?
It's still Elkhart Lake Because I like driving cars that have got a nice power to weight ratio. I've been driving Can-Am category cars with just like the Shadows here. So, and it's so beautiful, and the people are so nice, and the track they have not altered. Watkins Glen has a chicane, Le Mans has a chicane. You have to have your T's crossed when you have a car that really, really goes there. And I have a relationship with people that believe in me for almost 40 years that have stayed with me in terms of engineers. Do I go full-time every weekend? No, but I still have all the same licenses to go to Bonneville, Pikes Peak, and I've done both those as well.
Well, it sounds like you've had an amazing career in racing, and you're not just done yet. Well, thank you so much for your time, Rick, and enjoy the rest of your weekend here. It was lovely to meet you.
Okay.
How you doing up there, guys?
Oh, we're good. It's been so fun getting reacquainted with Rick. Hadn't seen him in a while, and he's got so many wonderful stories, and he shared a lot of them with us this weekend.
He really did. He mentioned Le Mans several times, and there are just, there are billions of stories from Le Mans, but one story that a lot of people don't know, and especially our audience might appreciate this, 1962, Fireball Roberts goes to Le Mans and drives a Ferrari 250 GTO. Not just drives it, finishes 6th overall, and wins his class. He was paired up with a guy who is a professional opera singer, believe it or not, and a race car driver. But we talk about crossover. We've been talking about crossover drivers, and Roberts was a very solid sports car driver. Didn't do a lot of it, but when he did drive a sports car, he was pretty successful. Curtis Turner tried some of that stuff. It didn't work out so good for Curtis Turner. But for Fireball Roberts, you think about a guy who was kind of the misfit, if you will, of Le Mans in 1962. Fireball was a big, lanky guy, Southerner, quiet-spoken, but could definitely wheel pretty much anything.
Yeah, you're going to have to go pretty deep into the Ferrari archives to find Fireball in there, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that he – and Luigi Chinetti was actually the guy that Chinetti was the guy who was the big importer of Ferrari to the United States. Nart, of course, his team. But Chinetti was the guy that kind of recommended him, and that's how he got into the car. And it's a funny thing. I mean, crossover racers are people that we admire. We've admired all weekend. And when Rick Newp mentioned Le Mans, that story some reason bubbled up for me.
Luigi Canetti's Nart, North American Auto Racing Teams, legendary. He was the original importer of Ferrari into the U.S., and he and Enzo had a great relationship, and that's why he was able to get not only so many great cars to sell, but all the pieces and parts he needed for racing, because Enzo wanted to go racing to sell. It wasn't about selling street cars for him. It was selling those street cars to fund the racing. Yep.
He's got some cars rolling back into the paddock, some folks hanging out here. He's got a bit of downtime on the racetrack.
All right, Nate, this is right up your wheelhouse. We're going to have Steve Green do a dog walk for us through the Indy cars, and you have at it, buddy. Tell us what we're looking at.
Well, we start out with probably the car that's gotten as much attention as any with that Samsonite special car. And working our way past that here onto the turbine machine, that STP liveried car. And obviously, when you look at the front of this car and when you look at the entire design, we've talked so much throughout this week about that wedge design machine. If you can kind of just sweep back along the car, we can take a look at that wedge design, that doorstop profile, really, so to speak, with this car, and such a unique design. And we've talked about also earlier in the day that notion of aerodynamics. And if you can, Steve, kind of quick rotate back around here.
We want to look at the gauges as well. Let's look at the gauges, because this is going to look a lot more like an airplane cockpit than an automobile. And look at what you're seeing here. If you can pull into those, top gauges a little bit, Steve. You have an exhaust temperature gauge on the left, which is a very important thing to be paying attention to in a turbine engine. But also, you look at the percentage in terms of the percentage of RPM the engine's turning, and those are a redundant set of gauges there.
Hey, Nate, I was looking as Steve was coming down the side of the car. Steve, you can pull back out. There's what looks like 2 fuel filler caps. See, there's one right there by the STP sticker, and then one right behind the 60 here.
Yeah, so essentially when you're looking at the fuel fill, and obviously a lot of fuel coming in, you'd have a unique rig that'd be going in to help fill that essentially at once, connecting on each side. And the fuel, obviously, the fuel tanks, the fuel cells in an Indy car, really to this day, still run down the side of the car. So you're getting a bit of a look of that there. And that, of course, number 60, such a famous number design. When you think about kind of the numbers that jumped out, we've talked about that, but to have that number design, that stark black outline, the bullet with the white, kind of a reverse of what most bullets look like. I think that's something about these cars that always really stand out to me iconically as well, any of the Granatelli STP cars.
Okay, Steve, let's go ahead and move to who's ever back behind this one. What do you say? Oh, again, we've talked a lot about it. Is there more Indy cars there, Steve? Can you get a little bit wider for us to see? There's another one back here. Here we go. Yeah, this is actually one of our F5000 cars, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and
Look at the tire on this thing. It's not necessarily the front. Look at the rear tire on it. It's incredibly wide. And Seb Coppola is the driver of this car. Hannah's right down there with him. I think we're going to have a chat.
Go ahead, Hannah.
About everything that's been going on so far this weekend, and we talked about, the last time he had the opportunity to take this car out. How's it been so far here at the M1 Concourse this weekend? How have you enjoyed the way this car moves around this course?
It's fun. It's fun. It's a short track, so the challenge here is to keep the car on track and to go as fast as you can. Still, it's fun to show the car and have the fans hear the sound of these cars, which is just phenomenal when you turn a 8-cylinder engine with open pipes, basically.
Now, you were telling me a little bit about what it was like to run this car in the F5000 series. Tell us about your experience with that as a whole and what that meant to have this be a part of your racing career.
Well, I've been racing this car for about 20 years, and actually I decided to form the Formula 5000 Revival Series back in 2007. The original series ran in 1968 through 1976. It was a very popular series. Drivers from all over the world raced these cars, including Mario Andretti. Brian Redman was the champion for 3 years running. David Hobbs, who is here with us this weekend, he was a champion in 1971. A number of other big name guys from all over the world raced these cars, including in New Zealand, Australia, and the United Kingdom. So it was a great series, and when I bought the car, I wanted to get more people out with the cars, and we were successful in 1968 to get 20 cars together after the cars sat dormant for about 30 years. So it's a fun group. We have a lot of fun racing together, and we enjoy each other's company and the camaraderie, and the cars are just awesome on the track.
Well, Seb, thank you so much, and enjoy your last session here today at the M1 Concourse.
Thank you.
Hey, Steve, let's go ahead now and move back and see what else we got back there, buddy. Looks like another one of the F5000 cars.
It's another F5000 car and also another Lola T192. This car is 1 year newer, and this is one we've talked about a lot because, and Steve, if you can kind of get closer and take a look at it, that beautiful paint job is the original paint and livery that's been on this car for the entire essentially 50 years or so plus of its life.
Incredible.
And see, let's hang on that motor a little bit. If you can come in on the small block Chevy that's powering this car, it is it is a beautifully built engine. It's like a finely tuned violin. It's a great engine. But the coolest thing about these engines are they're not over the top. These is a normal kind of standard cylinder head on this engine. You have these beautiful Weber IDA carburetors, 4 of those, two-throat carburetors. And the reason that the road racers love these carburetors so much is you can see you have those 8 throats, and you basically have each individual cylinder has a single barrel of the carburetor feeding it. So you can tune these like a violin. You can see the linkage in the center there that's going to open those up. It is an art, a black art, if you will, to actually tune these carburetors correctly, but the guys that can do it are maestros, and you can see the MSD style distributor on the back, and it's just a beautiful piece.
And Steve, while we're at it on this car, if you can sweep back to the front of the car and get us a picture of the front wing, because that's a story we've told throughout the weekend a couple times.
But we can really illustrate it now.
I want to really see it. So, as we mentioned, Jim Ditmore is the main driver listed on this car. Al Unser Sr. also one of the drivers, but this car, this livery, was the Kastner Brophy racing team. So throughout the racing season, Ditmore had some issues, essentially, and we talked to the owner of this machine, who's in it right now, Meade Corwin, before the event started, and he was telling the story about how essentially you had issues throughout the season of Ditmore hitting other cars and other things throughout the season with that front wing. So throughout the year, slowly, the team owners and the mechanics just kept chopping off that front wing smaller and smaller until you get to what are almost closer to dive planes or canards than a full-on front wing.
Which you would expect, Ralph, that would actually have a negative effect on the performance of the car.
You would think so, right?
It might have been annoying to get your ankle clipped by once in a while, but that seems like it would not be the most swift move in terms of going fast.
I know. You You got to go through a little pain to get what you got to get, right?
It's like you turn it, Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation when he takes the chainsaw to the top of the banister. Sometimes
you got to do what you got to do, right?
And again, we see a small block Chevy back there with the IDA style carburetors, and these are typically 302 cubic inches, so you have a likely a 350 that is de-stroked a little bit, or you have a 283 that you can come up a little bit on your displacement. You can get to 302 cubic inches a bunch of different ways.
So you know how on your dash you get a warning light? Well, our Steve Green is getting a warning light right now. Hey, Steve, we see you. Wave. Turn around, buddy. Wave.
Hardest working man in showbiz.
Don't hide. Give us a good wave. Anyway, the battery light on Steve's camera, you can see he's not plugged into anything. He's going to walk over there and change what we call a brick in television. He's already popped it off. There it is. And so he's going to put a new brick in, a new battery, and then Steve can get back down to painting cars for us as we talk about it, and he can show us some finer detail.
That's going to be such a unique run group coming up as well when we've been looking at the Indy cars, and they'll be next on track. We've been looking at the Indy cars all week. We also have got John Finstrom, who had his last run cut a little bit short there, and he's been moved back into this group. So we have Finstrom, who already has bettered his track record in the festivities today. He's going to get in with these cars
First
as well.
time, he was telling me just a little while ago, the first time that he's been under a minute around this track, 59 and just a tick.
Think of this for a second. A small block Chevy with its fluids, with its intake manifold, with its carburetors, 550 pounds. John Finstrom's race car, without him sitting in it, 750 pounds. The iron block engine in those Formula 5000 cars is 2/3 the weight of his entire automobile.
I mean, it's 750 pounds. You're talking about a Honda Goldwing?
Yeah, basically.
Right?
Yes.
I know my Harley-Davidson Fat Boy, which I ride, is 650 pounds. Right? So I'm just thinking maybe the Goldwing, a little bit more body work. 750, right? Crazy. Hannah, you got a unique view. One of the things about M1 Concourse, the flag stand here is in a very different position than where you might find it at a lot of racetracks. It's not on a straightaway. It's in the middle of the South Loop here.
It is, and I'm here with one of our flaggers and our starter, Jeff Carter. Jeff, tell me a little bit about your responsibilities in keeping the drivers safe throughout the weekend.
Well, we're here to basically keep things on track, on time. Start them on time and hopefully finish them on time. Right now we're at a little lull, but that's just the way it is.
Now you've got a lot of different patches here all over your shirt from various places and various other organizations that you've worked with. Why don't you tell me a little bit about it?
Okay, I'm an SCCA member and also a member of the Michigan Turn Marshals. If anybody ever wanted to do this, Michigan Turn Marshals is the way to go. It's basically a school at Waterford Hills in April, at the end of April, and anybody that wanted to do something like this could just come on out there and we'll get you right out on track.
Jeff, I'm going to have you switch places with me here really quick. That way they can see you better. Now, why don't you take me through all of the different flags here and some of the different meanings? Obviously, we know what checkers are, but what about the rest of some of these? What have you got here?
Okay, well, just because I picked this up, it's a black flag. That means that you did something wrong on the track or something's wrong with your car, and you will be shown this flag, and you're supposed to come off the track and either talk to the steward or figure out what's wrong with your car. This one here is a debris flag. It's red and yellow, and that is if there's any oil on the track, dirt, whatever, any type of surface flag, it's also called. Red flag, well, that means stop right where you're at in a safe manner, and that means something happened on the track and we want you to pull over and sit there until we tell you you can go again. It's not a good flag though.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for being our flagger behind the scenes here. We really appreciate everything that you do for us and for our drivers weekend after weekend at various racetracks across the country. Thank you so much for being here, Jeff.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll see you guys at all the racetracks I ever go to.
We appreciate it, Jeff.
we can't thank the turn marshals, corner workers, whatever you want to call them, the volunteer staff enough for everything they do at every racetrack around the globe. And as Jeff mentioned, there it is a fantastic way, if you really have a passion for racing, to get involved with the sport and get one of the best views you'll find anywhere. It is a volunteer thing, but boy, they are a tight group of people all around the country, all around the world, and you get to wear a lot of white,
yes,
and you get to put a lot of patches on it, as Jeff did, and they have a lot of fun, and they get a close-up view of the racing unlike you'll see anywhere else as a fan. I was just going to say, just before I let you have it there, I began my announcing career at what is now known as Sonoma Raceway, calling American Federation of Motorcycle Races on the road course there, and we had another flag in the quiver there at Sonoma Raceway, as it's now known. It was a deer flag, because you mix motorcycles and deer together, and it's not a good combination. And on the hills of the wine country there, they would get a lot of deer, and whenever a deer got near the track, not necessarily on it, but just near it, they'd throw that flag out all around the track and bring everybody in and wait till the deer left the area.
My announcing career officially started in the SCCA. The first announcing work I ever did for a couple of years was with the New England region of the SCCA when I was in college. We had a motorsports club that we ran a Volkswagen Rabbit in the ITC category, and I promoted myself to announcer, and that's where I began. Of course, I spent most of my career in the world of drag racing, but I have a huge affinity, as I hope I've shown over the last couple of days, for this style of competition. Nate, tell us your story, as long as it may be.
Well, it's very long. It started today. No, not quite. I have worked in the past few years with IndyCar, with Vintage Indy, and some other stuff. And I've done a lot of sports announcing as well over the past few years. So that's kind of where I start. Nothing quite as unique at this point in time.
Well, it's the second time I've had a chance to work with Nate. We did the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix together for the Vintage Indy stuff at Nashville earlier this year. Great to have you on the team, Nate. I'm thinking we're going to work a lot more together. Loans, you're out. But we're going to have a lot more fun here this afternoon when we come back here to M1 Concourse. Stay with us.
The American Speed Festival is a celebration of automobiles, both racing and performance, past, present, and future. Some of the cars we have are historical of nature. They wouldn't be put in competition environments, so you wouldn't see them on a racetrack wheel to wheel. And we create an event that allows us the opportunity for these cars to be demonstrated individually. Perfect example is the Chapparal from out of Midland, Texas. We actually have 3 of those. Of the 4 cars that are coming this year, 3 of them are going to be run on track, which is an exciting opportunity for us. It's also actually the very first time since 2005 that more than one Chapparal has been exhibited at an event internationally.
In addition to that, we have activities for everybody to participate in. The north half of the track will be giving demonstration rides where you can jump into one of our performance fleet cars from either Lexus or Dodge and actually experience part of the M1 circuit at speed. We have an RC course for the kids.
And also we're very fortunate that it's going to be the time for us to showcase our brand new M1 Event Center. It's also going to be the venue for the Saturday evening checkered flag ball, so we're excited about that.
We've lowered our ticket prices. It's now $75 each day for adults. And then if you're bringing the kids out, anybody that's under 12 gets in for free. That allows you to have access to the pit, the paddock, down to the arena, check out the cars on the speed ring, and the exhibition. We've partnered up with Speed Sport TV, and these guys are going to be doing a live stream for us to capture the American Speed Festival. You'll be able to watch it on a live stream, either on Speed Sports YouTube channel or the M1 Concourse channel or the American Speed Festival channel. And then in addition to that, they're going to recut 2 shows, and those will air on MAV TV. Ralph Shaheen will be here, David Hobbs. Not just a collection of great race cars, but a collection of great racing celebrities and enthusiasts, and there's more to follow. If you're interested in coming out to M1 Concourse for the American Speed Festival, tickets are still available at americanspeedfestival.com or go to m1concourse.com for more information.
American Speed Festival is a premier festival, and we wanted to curate a menu that will reflect that. There will be affordable offerings from pub fare to pasta to scallops, all kinds of different things for all palates. We did take into consideration it's a family event and that children would need menu items. There'll be things from hot dogs, burgers, conies, fingers, and French fries. We wanted it to be affordable. We wanted it to be, again, a family affair, something where you come, you can enjoy it, and it doesn't break the bank. There is multiple special events in the evening. There's a dine and drive tour, which is a different menu for that. And there's also a garage reveal on Friday evening, which has a different menu as well. A tour of, it's a bourbon trail with different items that are smoked and bourbons. There is a full-service bar. It includes many different things from carbonated beverages to a full-service vodka, gin, bourbon, things like that, and non-alcoholic beverages, soda, water, and things like that. We do have a special item every day, a dessert item that's included every day, and there's other items that be on the menu on a regular basis.
What a weekend it has been here at the inaugural running of the American Speed Festival. And mark your calendars, first weekend in October 2022 and 2023 already locked in.
Two things I want to mention. Mike Roberts may have said that I ate a child's lunch today because I did have chicken fingers with fries. He may have mentioned that was a child offering, but I will tell you that they were spectacular and they were handcrafted. It was great. We look at our dates here of 2022, September 29th to October 2nd, September 28th to October 1st for the 2023 event. You know, the fact that we have dates for the next 2 years is a commitment. This facility is committing to this series of events. We can see next year we're going to be honoring the 60th anniversary of Shelby American. So it's been a great weekend. We have many more weekends to come in the future, and hopefully Maker's Mark stays around next year.
And I'll tell you what, I'm committing to coming to the next two.
Oh, me too. Hopefully, if you let me.
Yeah, this has been fantastic. What a great way to open up the month of October each and every year. And some of the folks in the different garages, this is the backside of some of the garages where they have their own little patios, if you will, where you can walk out the back, and the patio sits right up along the guardrail and the fencing of the racetrack, so they're able to walk and sit and watch the cars as they scream by and work their way around the circuit here. And every one of the garages is named after a famous racetrack around the globe. You have Sonoma Raceway, there's Monaco, there's Nürburgring, there's Bristol and Daytona, and then each of the doors on the garages is painted, as you can see, in a famed livery that reminds you of some famous race car that has been in competition.
You know, as big a facility as this is and as many things are going on, the devil really is in the details. And when we talk about the garage spaces themselves, that is where the creativity of the owners come in. Some of these garages are left in a fairly industrial state. They just store their cars in there. They come and have fun with them. Many of these garages are finished off as a place of relaxation, a place where you can entertain friends and family. It is amazing what the creativity is of the folks that own these garages have done.
That's a garage I need to hang out in right there. And there's
your
looks
C8.
like, and there's a C8 sitting right inside there. I love it. We were talking about that there's 4 garages left. There's the Bristol one right there. Those 4, don't worry if you can't hustle up and get one of those, because I've been told there is enough space within the property already. They are kind of landlocked, as Tim McGrain mentioned, but there is enough space that if they want to, they can build another 50 or so, and are planning on that somewhere down the road. Now, our Hannah Lopa had the opportunity to check out some of the garages. Hannah Gropa had an opportunity to check out some of the garages earlier this weekend.
Hey guys, something that makes the M1 Concourse so unique is that out of all 250 garages, every single one of them is completely customizable from the garage floor up. Why don't we check one of them out? I'm here on the ground floor where car collectors and race enthusiasts alike can store some of their most prized possessions until they're ready to hit the track. Now let's take a look at what they've got going on upstairs. The second floor of this unit has just as much character as the cars downstairs, bringing all the comforts of home trackside, and boasts a full kitchen, billiards, and shuffleboard for entertaining guests. And to top it all off, a spacious rooftop patio with the best view in the house. This is M1 Concourse.
Be there when that was being shot, and I was asked to leave only because I promised I was never going to leave, and my heels were dragging, and I was yelling, "Do you know who I am?" And they did, and they threw me out anyway. But no, of course I'm joking. It's just a phenomenal example of what can be done as part of this community here at M1 Concourse. As we see, Nate, I'm not saying it's your favorite car here, but I know your little heart goes pitter-patter when you see this car on a racetrack.
Oh, for sure, and it's a car that I'm very familiar with, both personally, I helped with the restoration process, and of course also getting to see this car so often with the vintage Indy work that I do. And first off, great to have cars back out on the track right now and get some action going again. And we have to death talked about this dihedral design just because it's so unique with this car, with the aerodynamics, and obviously a lot of the discussion goes to the dihedrals on the front, but also remember that front nose has built-in dihedral type designs as well. Yep. You don't see a traditional kind of front wing splitter type look. It's instead that built in with that same angle at the front of the car. And that actually at the front of the car is more of a design that would continue on throughout the month of May and throughout the rest of the year, even if the dihedrals went out for a bolt-on wing.
Of course, Joe Leonard drove the Samsonite Special, which is the yellow and white car we're looking at. Nate, there was also the 2 Viceroy colored cars for Big Al and Mario Andretti. I know you've worked on this car. You have affinity and affection for it. But if you could get one, are you going the Viceroy colors or are you going in the Samsonite colors?
I think this is the car that had the greatest success, if you care about that.
I'm talking just about the paint scheme.
I will say, in terms of the paint scheme, I would probably prefer the Viceroy. Also an interesting story on the Viceroy, because around that time is when USAC brought on Winston to help sponsor their USAC trail.
What a tremendous disaster you're going to tell us about now.
Those cars, those Viceroy cars, wound up being a massive issue for USAC because the one part of the sponsorship that was included was we don't want any other tobacco manufacturers on the cars. Well, guess what? Velas Parnelli-Jones came out with the 2 Viceroy-sponsored cars, and ultimately that massive prize and that massive sponsorship from Winston went away because of those 2 Viceroy machines.
Even the Samsonite car has a Viceroy logo at the tips of the dihedral wings. Yeah, that's great you brought that up.
That's a great story.
It is a great story. Look at the heat coming off the turbine. It has gotten a little cooler here and overcast, and it gives us an opportunity to see those heat waves off the back there.
Yeah, the shaft, the shaft-style turbine, that's what's driving this car here. And you have that step-down style gearbox to bring the RPM down, and then just look at the heat.
And look at the massive exhaust where it all comes out right behind the driver, right? Look at that thing. Looks kind of like a steam engine just with heat, right?
Right. Turbine engines are powerful and they are compact and they are cool, but they are also thirsty. Chrysler obviously had a turbine program to put turbines in passenger cars. We have 4-wheel drive in this car,
and we saw the two fuel fills. The fuel fills going to. Just wanted to lay out so you can hear it there. You can, going back to what we were talking about, how thirsty it is.
Yeah, it is so unique an experience to watch this car actually on a racetrack. And, the owner, we talked to him yesterday. He said, hey, I'm out here to enjoy myself, enjoy the car. I'm not out here to set a lap record. And it is brilliant for us to be able to listen to it whistle on by.
Hannah, I know you have a special guest with you.
Ralph, I've got Dave Sherman here. He's the VP of Signature Events at the M1 Concourse, including the American Speed Festival here this weekend. Dave, you wear many hats, from helping organize this event, working with all of the people in the garages to kind of bring this together, and you also got to get behind a wheel of a very special car. How's your weekend been?
It's a bit of a dream come true. Between bringing something so special like this together, not just as a race weekend, but here at the M1 Concourse, where we're celebrating just some of the best race cars you can find, to lifestyle events that we haven't seen before really in Southeast Michigan. I mean, very rewarding. And then, getting to drive Ken's car and the Lola this weekend was just awesome.
Now, what was the inspiration behind this event as a whole, and are you happy with the way that things have kind of unfolded here?
Yeah, there was a vision that was set from our owner to do something different. You think about where all the incredible events are, right? You go to Monterey for the historics, you go down to Amelia Island for the car show, and Daytona for the 24-hour and the endurance races. And here we are at the Motor Capital, and we have a Grand Prix, which is a great race, and we have MIS, but there's nothing really that brought it all together into one giant package. And that was the vision, and I think for our first year, we did a great job pulling it off.
How would you say the response has been toward this event?
Everybody I've talked to has had a great time, to see everything from the Chapparals and the Can-Am classes and all the way down to, it's hard to say, supercars and Enzos and LaFerraris. But the food, the wine, the beverages, our EV go-karts that are running, even RC remote control cars for the kids. I mean, we really tried to make it a family event where people could just come out and enjoy the weekend, and I think we delivered that.
Do you have anything else in store for next year's event?
Yeah, we are looking at a couple of different things. So for any of you that are really good on your automotive history, take a look at a couple of very significant important birthdays, and that'll give you some idea of what's coming up over the next 5 years.
Well, I'll be sure to write that down. Now, between you and me, what did you enjoy driving more, the Lola or the Duntop?
Oh, you know what? It's the Duntop. I mean, to think about having the opportunity to, one, hold the same steering wheel that Zora Duntop, drove, and that guy to go 150 miles an hour in that Corvette, I mean, yeah, that is one brave man. But to be able to drive a piece of history like that, that's bucket list territory. I'll remember it forever.
Now, two very different cars. How would you say the difference in handling was on this course here?
Oh, night and day. The Duntop makes some great sounds, especially with that camshaft. But that Lola, it's just built for a course like this. It's basically 1,000 pounds, 300 horsepower. You can take a line through any corner. It does everything you tell it to do. And the Corvette, it's a little loose. It's a little sloppy. The brakes are over here. The steering's over there. They are completely polar ends of the spectrum.
Well, sounds like a good time all around. Dave, thank you so much for inviting us to be at this incredible event. We'll see you next year.
You did a great job. It was wonderful to have you here. Thanks to everybody at Speed Sport.
Thanks, Dave.
Wishing its way around goes the turbine.
We talk about turbine-powered vehicles. I began to mention the Chrysler turbine program, probably the most famous of the factory programs. They had 50 cars built, designed by Ghia, and they were actually handed out to families across America. And those cars were driven all over the place. They did demonstrations. They ran one on perfume. They ran one on tequila. A turbine engine will run on any combustible fuel. It'll run on kerosene. It'll run on diesel fuel. It'll run on gasoline. It'll run on whatever you can burn. Now, other bizarre turbine-powered programs include Kenworth Trucks teamed up with Boeing, and they built a turbine-powered Kenworth that they actually drove on the roads to do a feasibility study. Horrendous gas mileage. The Turbo Titan 3 of GM, also a giant failure. But lastly and not leastly, the city of Seattle had a turbine-powered fire truck that they ran around the city for several years.
That's great. Nate, as we're coming to the checker flag, one thing I was just kind of noticed all of a sudden about the turbine, the front and rear wheels look like they're almost exactly the same size, possibly are.
Yeah, I think you are correct on that. They are incredibly similar, and I think also back, you think of the four-wheel drive system that's into it. That's part of why you're going to need that, because the car's being driven in a completely different way in terms of obviously the handling, and you have all four corners being driven with the same power versus how you may normally have to think about driving a car with the back end kicking out and so on and so forth.
So cool.
Yeah, what a great sound. Cool. And I'm loving now with the cloud cover, seeing the heat waves coming off the back.
That was one of the problems with the Ghia turbine cars. If they sat in traffic, the exhaust heat would melt the asphalt under the car.
And there's a checkered flag for the turbine. Well, the Formula 5000 cars are idling just to the left there, and they're going to be next up on the racing surface.
Ralph, great pivot. We were given some bad information on our headsets there, but it did not throw you off at all.
That's our producer. That's why we don't pay attention, right?
No, it was
It's not the first time I haven't paid attention to Greg Oldham over the years, so
you have done this
he's
a long
not surprised.
Time. Unswayed.
Yes. It was late in the weekend, folks. If you stayed with us all the way through both days, thank you for listening in to our live speedsport.tv coverage. Of course, throughout the season, we bring you some incredible racing from around the globe. Some 2,000 live stream motorsports event this year on speedsport.tv. So hopefully, I'm going to scoot in here next to you, Brian. Just so if you're looking for something to watch throughout the rest of the season, check us out, speedsport.tv. Stay with us.
And dare I speak on behalf of Nate, but I can tell you for me personally, a career highlight to be able to spend several hours with David Hobbs over the course of the last 2 days. And you have a relationship that goes back so many years, and it was a real gift to be able to meet him for the first time and just barrage him with questions he was gracious enough to answer.
Yeah, Habba's one of those guys you won't forget once you've had a chance. We've all enjoyed David's commentary over the years on TV. I was very fortunate back in the Speed Channel days to work alongside David, doing many different things, including filling in for my dear friend Bob Varsha when he couldn't make Formula One races. I got to work alongside David and Steve Matchett, another great friend and outstanding commentator. And it was a real treat then and a great treat here this weekend.
Absolutely. It's definitely a dream to get to work with someone like Mr. Hobson. What an easy interview he is as well. You just give him half of a comment, and he's got 20 minutes worth of stories that everyone needs to listen to.
A little wind up, and off he goes, right? And I'll thank him, that 5,000.
And the
and
first
a glorious sound, right?
Yeah, and the first of those F5000 cars is, of course, Seb's Coppola, who Hannah talked to earlier. And Seb talked a little bit about that Formula 5000 revival series that he was a part of bringing into fruition. Well, Seb races, and this car won the championship in that series in 2013, 2017, and 2018. So it took him a little while. I think he said he started mid-2000s, but a three-time champion of that series as well, as they have revived that Formula 5000 run group.
You can see the stickers around the windscreen of all the events where Seb has taken his car.
We talked briefly about Hewland, a company that manufactured transaxles and transmissions, and you know it's funny, as many different suppliers as there were for chassis and suspension components and shocks and struts, and there were other people that made transmissions. But you know, when I was doing my research for this event, and you were as well, and we all were, you going through technical specs on these cars, I'm not sure there's a single car here that doesn't have a Hewland gearbox in it, which speaks to how ubiquitous they were at that time in history.
You might wonder, why would you put stickers on the windscreen? Aren't you supposed to look through it? No, if you take a look at the driver, everybody's sitting above it anyway. I'm going to get a tight enough shot. We might be able to recognize a few of those. You talk about the SCCA, those stickers. It's kind of like when you run an SCCA event and you get the little dash plaques,
yes, you do,
you know, for being a part of it, and everybody would stick them on the inside of their dashes, right?
Has car long history in terms of its running as a vintage car. You're kind of looking on that windshield a little bit, but it runs SVRA, runs HSR events, and many more. So definitely has a chance to get around running around the country and beyond in some of these events.
I appreciate our camera personnel scattered around the 1.5 mile M1 Concourse here. They've done an outstanding job all week, and our entire crew has, inside and outside of the truck, and they're trying hard right now just to give us a shot of those stickers, and we appreciate the effort. Our team has worked feverishly all weekend to bring you folks at home around the world these incredible images from here at M1 Concourse.
You know, these particular cars must be very fun on this course. High winding small block engines, so you're never going to get the thing into high gear, but man, if you can use the first couple of them and get the thing to work a little bit, and they sound like they're giving a little bit more of the old Booba Gooba than they have all day.
Yeah, the longest straightaway here, what, 1/3 of a mile down the backside.
A great track, and as you mentioned, perfect for these cars in terms of mixing what these cars can do in terms of on the front half of the track, we'll call it, into the South Loop, where we are by needing to make some different turns, have a couple tough double apex corners, and then on the back part of the track where Seb is just getting to right now, turning it up, squaring off a corner, shooting down one straightaway, braking hard for another hairpin, shooting back off that corner. It really is a fun track on the whole that really tests for a 1.5 mile circuit, a smaller circuit, a tight circuit. It really is both technical, shows off some speed, really shows off everything a car can do. Perfect for this sort of event.
Or for a facility that has some 250 garages around it, with a lot of residents who own those garages who want to bring out their cars and exercise them. So no matter what you have, as you said, Nate, you got a great playground here to find out what your machinery and you as a driver are capable of.
One of the things that makes these cars so visually compelling, and you know, the drag race look of big and little, so to speak, right? And it really, these cars do personify that to some degree. Those rear slicks are about 15 inches wide. The front tires are about 3/4 that width, but it does give a great visual, especially right here. You can see the massive differential between the rear slick and the front. It just looks mean as all get out.
The exact opposite of that Lotus turbine car that we just saw a moment ago.
Right. With the four-wheel drive, if you tried to do something like that with a four-wheel drive system, you're going to end up with a car that is just incredibly ill handling. You need to equalize the grip on the four corners rather than have one end fighting the other.
And there's a high airbox car right behind it. The American Racing Wheels logos across the back. There it is, right there. On that wing, you see the American Racing Wheels logo. Classic of the era.
This car, that T32 variant, also a Lola chassis. All three of our F-Stock 5000 cars running right now are Lola chassis.
Big Al's name on the side. It was the 50th anniversary this year at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway of Big Al winning his first Indy 500 of 4 and doing it in the famed Johnny Lightning Special.
Yes, beautiful car.
Oh, man.
We mentioned the fact that this car is a high airbox, and if you're wondering why that is at home, you have multiple reasons here. The first one, the higher you get that up, the cleaner it's going to be, and you're going to be a nice, clean ram air effect air. It's not going to be interrupted by the driver's helmet. Note how it pinches in. The reason it pinches in is because now you're going to amplify that ram effect. You're going to take all that air coming into the top, and as you have that pinch, what's going to happen? You're going to increase the velocity of the air heading through that pinched off area, and directly below that pinched off area are a set of velocity stacks on top of what are likely Weber IB8 carburetors.
And the reason why you want to do that, because you mix air with fuel, and what do you get? Horsepower.
More of it you can burn. The more fuel you can burn, because the more air you get in the motor, the more power you're going to make.
That's right.
Speaking of Al Unser, and speaking of that beautiful Johnny Lightning car, obviously, Ralph, you were at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix. I know you were incredibly busy throughout the weekend, to say the least.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you got a chance, but down in the vintage Indy paddock, that car, along with its sister car that was driven by Joe Leonard, were together in public for the first time since they ran 50 years ago.
And the pace car for the Tour, which is a Mini Cooper painted up in the Johnny Lightning colors, which was driven by Al Unser Jr.
Correct, yes.
It was just a great weekend in Nashville.
And here's a look at that other T192 driven by Meade Corwin today, and that's the car, obviously, with the story about the front wing, the original paint, so many unique little idiosyncrasies with this machine.
The bluing of the stainless steel headers is fantastic, and it simply means this is a race car. It means that it's a car that gets run. It's the heat of the exhaust that causes the bluing on the stainless steel tubing, and it's proof that this thing doesn't sit in the corner.
Yeah, and Al Unser's name on this one, Big Al, having driven this car as well. There it is.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, tip of the visor, if you will, to the gentleman that owns the LaFerrari and the two guys that own the Ford GTs that were out at the very beginning of the day today, because they were hustling those cars around.
Yes, they were.
And a lot of folks that own those things just park them in the corner and think about what the value of those machines are. It's great to see those cars actually getting run and run fairly hard.
Yeah, it was great to hear that LaFerrari, the V12, screaming away. Of course, the 3.5-liter V6 and the Ford GT also making its unique brand of music.
And when you combine those two cars that were on track with the Senna that was in the paddock, I'm not sure there are many events that you're going to ever see that have all three of those cars at one place together like we had at M1 Concourse this weekend.
And two of the three moving. Right? Most of the time, they're just all static displays.
There was an Enzo in the static display as well, so we're talking about we're talking about halo cars, and this place is an event that has been filled with them.
I can't wait to see what shows up here next year, because like with any first-time event, some guys are like, we'll let you do one and we'll see what you do, and then maybe we'll show up. You know, after this inaugural event, everybody's going to be talking about it, and everybody who wasn't here is going to be wishing they were. So next year is going to be incredible. I'm sure instead of Tim McGrain having to go through his phone calling guys, he can just sit back come Monday and let everybody start dialing them up.
Ralph, the 91730 has come around the corner, and I believe it's going to be taking the racetrack.
Yeah, that's going to be coming up after F5000. Oh, is that going to be fun? Stick around, folks. You're not going to want to miss that.
See Meade right now in this number 11 machine working his way through this double apex right hander. They refer to it as the South Loop here, and I've almost referred to it a couple times throughout the weekend as a little bit of Road America's carousel section. Very similar in terms of a left-hander first into that double apex right.
All right, Hannah, we were talking about the 917. Show it, show it, show it, please.
You guys, I heard this thing as it was fired up and pulling around the corner here, and it sounds amazing. You know, the smell of the exhaust. This is a really unique looking car, and I noticed that passenger seat there is empty. Maybe I could hitch a ride.
Well, of course, it had to have room for two. That was part of the rules and regulations. Oh, listen to it. Hey, Steve, just go back by the exhaust. Steve Green, I know you can hear me. Just go to the back of the car, and we're going to lay out, and we're going to just listen to this baby. That is something.
That is 1,500 horsepower idling right there.
And the 1,500 horsepower is coming out of 5.4 liters. Let's not look over that fact. It's not like that's some big 600 cubic incher. I mean, that is legitimately about a 340 cubic inch engine that is going to produce basically a horsepower of about 4 horsepower per cubic inch plus, which is astonishing.
Twin turbo.
Oh, yes. All the boost.
Oh, yeah, baby. So that is actually the Can-Am car in front of the 917 idling. We thought originally it was the 917, but apparently they've shut it down. But Steve's going to be there. And there's a shadow. Steve, maybe we can go back and take a look at the shadow. That one's running. No doubt about that.
A high compression, stiffly cam, big block Chevrolet. And the 917, I believe, is going to be moving forward now. It is fired.
There it goes. It goes. There it is, rolling for the first time this weekend. A 917.30 making laps at M1 Concourse.
Oh, man.
What an incredible way to work our way towards the end of the weekend here at the American Speed Festival.
This is a numbers car, right? Is all the numbers. The one that I love the best. From a standing start to 200 miles an hour in 13 seconds flat. That's insane.
He's going to wave the shadow by. In real life, that shadow would probably not have been able to catch a glimpse of the tailpipe of that 917.30 at full chat, right? Mark Donahue behind the wheel of that thing was just electric.
I believe this is Patrick Morgan or Team Stradale driving, and my assumption here is that Morgan is going to make some slow laps to get a little bit of heat in those tires.
A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of it. Ooh, did you see the flame belching out of the back? We're just going to follow this around for a while since it's our first look at it in all of its glory. And a wave to the fans as well.
Just such a striking car in this white number 4 livery as well that it's in. Obviously most known for, as we mentioned, the Mark Donahue, the Sunoco Penske livery car. But when it's just in white, when you can see these flowing, very simple body lines, it's one of just the most striking race cars. When you combine it with the power, you're going to see.
To your point, and as you can see, with the white, you get a good indication of how big and how long that rear wing is. Of course, we were talking about the 91710. It was a very fast race car, had a lot of wins, great success, and they wanted to make the car more stable, so they took the chassis and lengthened it out, and we end up with a 91730. And a big part of that is that long, big wing at the tail end.
Part of the size of this car is due to the fact that it has a 116-gallon fuel tank. and it has a 116-gallon fuel tank because it consumed fuel at an astronomical rate. And on a normal race weekend, this car would barely get 2 miles per gallon during a race condition, especially if the power was turned up in a qualifying situation when they would whip the boost up to get more power out of it. Now, in a normal race trim, it would make about 1,100 horsepower, but according to all the lore and the mythology and, well, the facts, when they cranked the boost up, there was about 1,500 horsepower available for Mark Donohue or George Fulmer to apply.
The first time the 917 ran in the U.S. when they shipped it over to its first test in the United States is what is now known as Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And in that 73 season, Donohue won 6 of the 8 races that year.
They did build a flat 16 version of this car. Before they went with the turbocharged 12-cylinder engine, they did attempt a 16-cylinder engine. They did run the car. It was a little bit big for the Fim, and it didn't make the power they wanted.
I've actually seen the car. It was at Porsche Rennsport at Daytona a few years back, and they had the car there. It was in all-body white, just like this one. It was an incredible thing to look at because the engine was as big as this engine is. That one just massive.
Just to put yourself into, imagine driving this car in anger, especially in a qualifying run at, you know, a place like Road America. Let's probably highlight as the first one with the straightaways there. With, think about 1,500 horsepower, qualifying trim, a ton of aero, yes, but also kind of primitive, and going through the kink as flat as possible.
Or how about through the S's, going up the S's at Road Atlanta?
Oh, yeah.
You can only imagine what that must have been like, too.
Yeah, the fact that these cars never flew is almost amazing, and it's a testament to their design, obviously. But, you know, we've seen, even in modern times, the Mercedes that flew 2 of them several years ago, 20 years ago now, but these cars never actually took flight, which is a kind of a mystery to me as to why not.
And I don't want to get off this car when everybody to soak this in, because it's not often you get to see a 91730 moving, but even the Shadow, which is out on the course right now along with this car, it has flown. Sadly very prone to that as a problem, because so much of the weight is in the back of these Can-Am cars and not so much at the front. And as David was talking, we can see as they get on and off the gas, that weight shifting. And you know, you think about Road America going up the hill, it's very easy to get the air up underneath these vehicles. Now they're so planted to the ground, but back in this era, they weren't.
And look at the enormity of the rear tires. This is a great way to, I mean, there is an entire forest of rubber trees involved in the production of those 2 tires.
You're seeing history here as well. Somebody getting waved past a 91730, which in its day never would have happened. Donohue would have been screaming up on the backside of everybody on the track.
Porsche has always struck me as a company that was obviously in a very refined way, basically a maker of German muscle cars. I mean, when we get right down to it, and we look at some of the things they did over the course of their time, and they continue to do in racing and even their street cars, Porsche has always had that muscle car brute force availability to people who wanted it, and this is the peak of it.
Yeah, in the early stages of Porsche, they were certainly much smaller and lightweight in whatever power they could come up with in the early coupes that were built. But boy, as they got into racing, they quickly figured out horsepower is a way to go, and they just started going bigger, 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 until really this may be the pinnacle of that. And then they started going with smaller engines and cranking out big power out of them. But the other thing I was looking at is you look at this car going around, you really get an idea from its profile how far forward Donohue and Fulmer sat in the car and how much is back behind them. They're really at the front third of the car. There's 2/3 of vehicle back behind the driver's head. You can see it right there.
As the old saying goes, they would definitely be the first men on the scene of any accident.
Yeah, yeah. Sadly, Mark Donohue not with us anymore. George Fulmer is, and I've had opportunities to visit with George. He's a wonderful man, a great guy, and full of incredible stories, as you can imagine.
And you talked a little bit about Porsche in terms of the power and the brute force. The other amazing thing about their race program is the traditional bulletproof reliability to go along with that. Despite a company that has put so much power and done so many things like this machine, the fact that they are known and the reason why they have won Le Mans more than anyone else is because of what they are able to do in terms of the reliability on their machines.
Let's listen to the 91730. What a treat, certainly for those of you that have been with our broadcast throughout the day, even through yesterday. What a treat to be able to have this, what is effectively a big cherry on top of my high-performance driving weekend we've had so far.
That it is. Speaking of George Fulmer, earlier this summer, I was master of ceremonies as we inducted George into the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame. And it was great to see George out there. Oh, and here comes into the paddock.
You know, there were 11 different variants of the 917 built, and we've talked about to David Hobbs about that as well, about the different tail lengths. There were 917s that were full-bodied. Of course, the 917-30, this Can-Am version, is really the most legendarily lauded car because of the fact that it just decimated the series.
You know, in these Can-Am cars, one thing we haven't really talked about is there was a Can-Am championship here in North America. There's also the Inter-Series,
yes.
Over in Europe, and the 917 ran over there and had tremendous success in 917-10 30 design.
Yeah, the 917-10 would have had the naturally aspirated version of that 5.4 liter engine in there, and still a tremendously, brutally fast car. To my understanding, is the Inter-Series never really caught on like the Can-Am Series did here. And I do think it speaks to the mentality of the two continents.
Totally. And the Can-Am Series was Can-Am for Canadian American, as we've talked about, raced in Canada, places like Saint-Jovite, Mont-Tremblant, Mosport, Edmonton on the West Coast. Can-Am Series ran all across the country of Canada as well as here in the United States. Well, that's what happens when you got big old power to put to the ground, huh?
I've been watching. This is David Nicholas that owns this car. It's a 1981 March 817. We've seen it throughout the weekend. It's essentially the later Can-Am Series, the second version that were rebodied Formula 5000 cars. But the last few corners, been watching David in this car, and he's been sideways. He's been fighting this thing a little bit. So getting on the car a little bit, and that, of course, is a big part of the Can-Am Series in general throughout the years, is when you have all that power, it definitely puts it in the driver's hands. As he'll work through this sweeping corner, took a little bit wider line into it. He's going to single apex it as he exits that long right-hander here. A little bit of a wiggle on the way out. This is a car that helped launch the careers of Bobby Rahal, Teo Fabi. Allenser Jr. drove this car for Paul Newman's team. So a car and a series in this second iteration of the Can-Am Series that definitely helped bring along a lot of future stars of, in particular, American open-wheel racing.
Nicholas has a repair shop, which is within rock throwing distance from the facility. And, oh, there he goes again. Guess who drove their race car here?
Who is that?
David Nicholas.
Okay.
Right down Woodward Ave into the facility.
And that is the Woodward Ave.
The Woodward Ave.
Yeah, which stretches a long way.
Yes, and was the epicenter of all things muscle car, clandestine drag racing development back in the 1960s.
Of course, home late summer of the Woodward Dream Cruise that takes place, and a big event, the Woodward Dream Show, part of the events here throughout the calendar year at the M1 Concourse as well. Definitely a handful every time he's under braking, every time he's looking to go down a gear while under braking. You get a little bit of a kick on him as he continues to wheel that Budweiser machine.
He's in a good spot right now because he has the racetrack to himself and he's making full advantage of it. So David Nicholas, by his lonesome out here, he knows he's got all the real estate in the world, so he is really working this car as hard as he can, which is a joy to watch.
And as we mentioned, so this essentially, we saw those Formula 5000 cars earlier. This, in essence, a rebodied version of that for essentially what was the second Can-Am series, and a series that the first Can-Am series obviously was a pinnacle of motorsport type series where you had the biggest drivers. We just talked about Mark Donohue ad nauseum with the last Porsche 917. This is a series that almost worked more as a feeder type series because of that. As I mentioned, Bobby Rahal, Teo Fabi, and others had their careers launched from this car and from the series in general in the early 1980s as a way to help get up into what would have in particular mostly been the kart series in American open wheel racing and IndyCar racing, as it looks like Nicholas is getting set to bring that car in.
Well, that will be the end of the on-track activity here at the American Speed Festival and its inaugural version. What a way to close things out here at M1 Concourse. The last car on course, an incredible Can-Am machine, and we got to see the 917-30. So this is our final on camera. Nate, what'd you think of the weekend?
I mean, I'm obviously supposed to be able to find words to put in to say things. I'm not sure I can quite find the words. That incredible of an event. So great to see the cars, see the people out here, get to go through some of the stories, learn a little bit more myself for certain from you guys and from everyone else. Just an incredible weekend and looking forward to all the future events coming up here.
Before I get to you, let's go to Hannah. Hannah, your thoughts?
Well, I know that the M1 Concourse wanted to set out to create this lifestyle event, and I think they've really gone above and beyond. They've certainly set the bar high for next year. I've learned so much about these cars, their stories, and their history, and it's been a pleasure to bring all of the drivers and everything that they've had to say to our audiences at home and to all of you. You know, I'm really looking forward to coming back next year, you know, because this event is really not one to miss.
Yeah, we are too, Hannah. Brian, your thoughts?
Well, Ralph, I think spending some time with David Orbs was pleasant.
That's a really bad Beatles imitation.
Part of my,
top to bottom, it's been a great motorsports experience, wholly immersive, and a great facility, and it's been a pleasure to share it with you guys.
From Paul Zlotoff and Tim McGrain. Mr. Zlotoff owns the facility. Tim McGrain, the president and CEO here. It has been an amazing event, the American Speed Festival at M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. We're going to be back here next October, the first weekend in October, 22 and then again in 23, to bring you the M1 Concourse American Speed Festival. I'm Ralph Shaheen. For all of us here at Speed Sport and speedsport.tv, we sure hope you've enjoyed our live coverage of this event. We look forward to coming back for our entire crew. Great job, everybody. Thanks for the efforts this weekend. So long for now from the American Speed Festival here at M1. Good night, everybody.